Has the meeting start? Has the meeting started already? Hello? Got 5 minutes. Okay. We'll wait for you. I'll be glad when City Hall back up.
The meeting has not started yet. Please make sure to mute until the meeting commences.
Okay, will do.
Have you seen Mommy?
Oh, no, not yet. But why don't you go back and watch the iPad until she comes back?
Where is she?
I don't know.
Joey, mute yourself.
I'm gonna see if I can call.
You don't know nothing about that, though. You everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the meeting in a couple minutes. Please take the time now to mute your devices. If you're on a cell phone, please dial *6 or use your smartphone to hit mute. If you are on a computer, please use the microphone. If you are repetitive, interruptive, we're going to have to mute you permanently throughout the meeting just because of interruptions to slow down the council meeting. So once again, if you are on a computer or a device, please take the time at this particular period in time to mute yourselves, and we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Trenton City Council combined meeting of June 10th, 2021. As advertised, the June 8th conference session could not occur because of the election. Please take the time to mute your devices. At this point in time, if you'd like to follow along, you can go to eCode 360. Under agendas for regular meetings, find the docket, the agenda, as well as all the meeting items. I'd also like to take the time to thank all the poll workers for the recent primary election and all the members of the clerk's office and the security team and public works who participated to make that possible for the city of Trenton. Thank you very much. We'll begin the meeting shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
How you doing?
Hello, Edward Kaloji.
We haven't started the meeting yet, Mr. Kaloji. We're waiting on the council.
Okay, just letting you know, this is me on this number.
Very good, sir. Thank you. What's the
Thank
number again? Just say it again because I can't see you yet. Ed, speak up again.
No, I said I just wanted to let you know I'm here on this number.
Yep,
But I don't know how it
okay,
comes up. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Rivera, we're having an issue with Teams is actually splitting the meeting into two separate meetings. The council is actually in a separate meeting right now. So we're having a technical issue that we're trying to resolve. There's two meetings that are open under the same number. Just FYI. Ladies and gentlemen, please mute your devices if you are not a director or an attorney or a member of city council. And if you are an attorney, you have to work for the city. So otherwise, please mute your devices to not interrupt with the meeting. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Conlon.
We had to break the stones out. But in Chambersburg in 7-Eleven, they put down that city gold. So one day I called my boss. I said, "Hey, Joe."
All right, I'm in. Mr. Collin, I'm in.
Councilman Blakely is here as well.
Do we have Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson? Was she able to get back in?
I saw her on the executive session link. The email that Mr. Conlon sent that said regular meeting but, was
I don't see Caldwell Wilson. I'm gonna put myself. Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn is in. I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm gonna call Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. Try to get her in.
Yeah, I just realized the executive session link was sent twice, so I resent the regular meeting.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Conlon.
Hold up, Councilwoman. Councilwoman.
I just sent an important email to you and the attorneys. We got a response from DCA on the calendar conversion. Did you hear me, Mr. Collin? Is that at 10-4?
Yes, ma'am, I'm reading it now.
Thank you.
All righty, so Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson is in, and this meeting is being. Mr. Collin, could you please make the announcement for everyone to silence their phones and their.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please either dial *6 at this time to mute yourself. Otherwise, use the little microphone on the device to mute yourself. It would be greatly appreciated.
What is going on with you guys?
I heard a lot of papers shuffling in the background.
Yeah, I don't want to mute him. That's Mr. Kaloji, actually.
Okay, this meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers and posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall and filed in the City Clerk's office and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this meeting, I would just like to say to you that all employee matters are confidential and they will not be brought up into conversation this evening in the public's view. And every employee for the City of Trenton is entitled to due process and a hearing. So we will not be having an open discussion on any employee of the City of Trenton publicly. Thank you. Mr. Collin, will you call the roll for the administration, please?
Yes, ma'am. And I also just want to clarify, I accidentally sent the executive session link twice. That was not a split meeting, so that's my mistake, and I apologize for that.
Council President?
Let us go.
Ma'am, I have to call the roll before any business can be conducted, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Blakely? You're present.
You're muted, Mr. Blakely.
Yeah, I see you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Present.
Mr. Harrison?
Present.
Mr. Michelle?
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Present.
Ms. Vaughn?
Present.
Council President McBride?
Present.
Council President, the quorum is formed. Would you like me to call the directors?
Yes, definitely.
Mr. Cruz?
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Cherry?
I'm present. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Liston?
I'm present.
And Ms. Samuel, are you present?
Good evening, Sally Samuel, on behalf of the law department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Walsh, or a member of the police department?
Captain Slack, I am present on the meeting.
Your name again, sir? I'm sorry.
James Slack.
Thank you, sir. My apologies, I got the wrong name. Chief Mazier?
Good evening, present.
Thank you, sir. Director Delisle?
Present.
Director Lowe?
Good evening, I'm present.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you. Director Onatiri?
Good evening. I'm here.
Good evening, sir, and thank you for the services of your two departments. They were excellent. Director Richardson?
I am present. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lavenberg, Director Lavenberg?
Yes, good evening, present.
Good evening, sir. CFO and Acting Director Zelinski?
Present.
Yes, ma'am. A quorum is called. The directors are present. Ma'am, would you like to proceed? We have a number of items on the docket. This is a combined meeting, so if you'd like me to proceed to the invocation and flag salute?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. If we could all bow our heads. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy great glory. Amen. If you could all rise for a flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Nation,
God,
with our indivisible.
liberty, justice. Council President,
Again, Council President, I just have a question to your comment.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes,
Vaughn.
I just want to make a comment on the record I respect your decision to not discuss employee matters. However, the employee matters or appointed officials matters or head of departments are two distinct entities and are an oversight of those individuals who are appointed officials versus employees are different. And as appointed officials, they are public servants, and there's a different metric for them. And I agree about employees, but appointed officials that have been given advice and consent by the council is never off limits to be discussed in a public meeting by the council and or the mayor. They are here, they got advice and consent, and they are not to be applied the same protections that employees are applied. And that's all I just wanted to make the distinction. And if the law department wants to chime in to provide that clarity to the council, to the mayor administration, and the appointed officials that are on the line, that there's a distinction between a head of department, an appointed official, and employees. And statutes and policies are applied differently. And there's nothing that precludes the city council of the city of Trenton or any municipal council or government to speak on an appointed public official.
Mrs. Samuels, could you address this issue, please? Mrs. Sally Samuels.
I'm here, Council President. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Council President, I cannot say that I agree respectfully with the Councilwoman, Vaughn's position on that. Having not done, the research directly on that, though, I can't say for certain, but just based on what I do know, I believe that whether an employee is an appointed employee or, just employee that's, hired at will, or, that they deserve, the same protections. They deserve, privacy. They deserve due process. They deserve to be noticed. And I can't say that I agree 100% with the council position. I think to proceed on the side of caution that we should not discuss any employee matters at this particular meeting until I have had, or the law department has had the time to do.
Well,
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that the council can. What are some of the rules and regulations for a session to discuss? What are some of the rules and regulations as far as the executive session to discuss that? Can we use an executive session to discuss that? And if not, what are the avenues? Because this is a problem for me based on the fact that we won our position in the Superior Court to bring on an attorney for the council, and they drug their feet to the last minute to keep Mr. Kaloji off the call so he could answer these questions for the body. And so now I'm just asking you about what are the terms which allows this body to go into executive session. Can we go into executive session to discuss, I say, personnel matters?
Strictly based upon the procedures in the State of New Jersey Municipal Clerk's Manual, and without giving any type of legal opinion, which should come from the law department, I have two things to say. One, procedurally, you can move Mr. Kaloji's resolution to the floor right now and have him approved and ask him the legal questions. Two, it is my understanding that in any case where you are going to discuss something in a closed session, that a Rice notice must be issued to afford the employee the opportunity to be heard in a open session if they desire to do so.
So I would like to make a motion to move Mr. Kaloji's resolution now so that he can come on because he's already online, and that he can speak to this matter so that we will have some type of sound legal advice.
I have a motion. This is a walk-on resolution. I do have a motion, so I do have to move the motion forward, sir, and then after the motion and second.
What?
So I have a motion by Council President McBride to move.
They're great.
Excuse me.
They're great. They're not ready yet.
Can we please mute that person?
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Vino?
President McBride?
There's a motion on the floor.
I do need a second motion. I have a motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President, did you want to entertain Mr. Blakely, or would you like to move to the vote?
No, we can entertain him once we have the second motion.
Oh, we do. Mr. Blakely seconded it.
Right, and so I said that, and he can be heard.
Mr. Blakely, sir.
So I just want to say this. This is why we have a legal department. We should have been able to get this, an answer to this question. And I don't want to blame anybody specifically, but thank goodness that Mr. Kaloji is here to answer these questions. And I was someone who, quite frankly, questioned the need for a city council because we have a law department that should be giving us advice. And this is a perfect example where, I'll eat crow and say, Council President was correct. We definitely need someone to answer questions. And this is a perfect example of why, I'm just concerned. I mean, we have a whole legal department that should have been able to answer this question. And the fact that we have to pay Mr. Kaloji is just ridiculous. But I mean, I guess I have to say that the Council President was correct, that, we need to be able to get some advice to make decisions. And we have this issue right in front of us. It's not like we were going to be surprised that we were going to be talking about this issue this evening. There should have been somebody from the law department that did some research to give us an answer. And so I just wanted to put that on the record. I'll be voting in favor of Mr. Kaloji, but we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to have Mr. Kaloji because that's why we have a law department. But because of the failure of the law department to give us the advice that we need, we have to have somebody like Mr. Kaloji. And so I just wanted to say that for the record. Thank you. And this is not.
Madam President? Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, this is ridiculous. This personal issue, have been around since yesterday, and I have seen emails concerning this issue. I can't understand why the law department is not ready for it. That's why, since day one, I was demanding that we have our own attorney because of this type of issues. Our law department is not giving us advice at all. Nothing. We are having all the advice they give us is against us and sometimes confusing. And at the end, they don't clarify, they leave it like that, so, I believe that I'm going to vote yes to have Mr. Kaloji to see what he can say about this.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Oh, yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, that we wouldn't even be discussing this or Mr. Kaloji's resolution had the administration followed the proper procedure in this matter. And I'm very, very concerned about the legal advice that they're getting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we move for a vote, please?
Yes, ma'am. Before we move for the vote, I do have to read it into the record. So this is going to be resolution number 21-254, a resolution appointing Edward J. Kaloji, Esquire, as legislative counsel. Whereas on December 22nd, 2020, the Municipal Council of the City of Trenton introduced ordinance number 20-60, providing for the establishment of the position of legislative counsel and providing for the qualification and duties pertaining to the same. And whereas a public hearing and second reading on said ordinance was held on January 21st, 2021, and on state municipal council adopted said ordinance by a vote of favor 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. And whereas on January 28, 2021, the mayor of the city of Trenton voted vetoed said ordinance. And whereas on February 18th, 2021, the municipal, please mute that person, please. Please, sir, please stop talking. Whereas on February 18, 2021, the municipal council voted by a vote of 5 in favor, 2 against, to override the mayor's veto of ordinance 20-60. And whereas on February 25th, 2021, the mayor of the city of Trenton instituted an action in lieu of prerogative writ seeking to invalidate ordinance 20-60. And whereas on May 17th, 2021, the Superior Court of New Jersey Law Division, Mercer County, Honorable Mary C. Jacobson, assignment judge of the Superior Court, entered and amended a final judgment upholding Trenton City Ordinance number 20-60 insofar as it creates the position of legislative counsel for the municipal council, subject to certain exceptions not pertinent hereto. And whereas the municipal council of the City of Trenton now implements Ordinance number 20-60 by appointing legislative counsel. Now therefore be it resolved by the municipal council of the City of Trenton, Edward J. Kaloji, Esquire, 500 Northwood Avenue, Linden, New Jersey, 07036, is hereby appointed to serve as legislative counsel for the municipal council of the City of Trenton as part-time employee in accordance with New Jersey law, commencing immediately following approval of the state fiscal monitor. Just a note for the record that has already occurred. 2, Edward J. Kaloji, Esquire, shall perform the duties of legislative counsel as set forth in section 2-3.1 of the Trenton City Code as adopted by ordinance 20-60. Number 3, Edward J. Kaloji, Esquire, shall be entitled to compensation for such part-time employee services in the sum of $7,000 per month. Number 4, the compensation due to the employee shall be payable from the city clerk's budget. Number 5, this appointment is made pursuant to the terms of NJSA 40:69 Cap A-36 subsection J. 6, this resolution shall be effective upon approval of the fiscal monitor of the Division of Local Government Services, Department of Community Affairs, assigned to the City of Trenton, and certification of available funds. Once again, noting for the record, both of those items have occurred and are in effect at this point in time. I have a motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President, would you like me to move to the vote?
Please, sir.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Congratulations, this resolution is effective because the prior conditions have been met. Mr. Kaloji, you are on board. You are the Legislative Council. Council President, if you would like to direct any of the questions to him, please do so.
Yes, Mr. Kaloji?
He may be muted.
He is muted. Mr. Kaloji, you can either dial *6 to unmute yourself or hit the little microphone on your cell phone. There you go, sir.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Kaloji.
All right, you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Council President, would you just confirm the issue is whether we can go into executive session to discuss? I didn't get a lot of the rest of it.
Right.
What was the purpose?
Right. I am trying to determine whether or not we should be discussing any employee, even directors.
Jarrell, mute yourself.
In the open public, and if not, can we have a time where we can set a executive session up to discuss said the particular employee? So it's a twofold question. Are we permitted to discuss an employee if they are a director or non-director's position? And if we're not, can we go into the executive session, set an executive session date to actually have that discussion?
All right, well, it's a pretty straightforward answer. This is governed by the Open Public Meetings Act, and it's governed by the concept of rice notice, which I know we've discussed at length in the past. The statute says that whenever the employment, appointment, termination of employment, terms and conditions of employment, evaluation, promotion, or discipline of any prospective or current public officer, appointee, or employee is to be discussed by a public body, the affected individuals have the right to notice, and that is what's called rice notice, to determine whether the discussion should take place at a public meeting. So if council wants to go into executive session to discuss someone relative to their employment, they have to be given written notice called rice notice, which I know we've sent, some detailed memos on it in the past. So directors are not excluded. They're all considered employees. The clear language of the statute not only mentions employees, it says any current public officer, appointee, or employee. So there's clearly a legislative intent to basically include everyone. There is no exception. So the answer is you do not go into executive session to discuss them unless they've been riced. You can advise them in writing, direct the clerk if you wish to send a rice notice to anyone saying that at the meeting of whatever date, we are hereby advising you, we intend to discuss you in executive session. We're sending you this notice. There's a form letter that's been drafted that advises them of their rights under the Rice case to ask that the matter be done in public session and not in executive session. So I would not go into executive session tonight. I would simply, if you wish to discuss someone in executive session, just direct the clerk to rice them, and then you could do it at a subsequent meeting.
Right, and so therefore, you're reading from the statute that you're reading from, or from the Faulkner's Act, said we're not to discuss them in public. Period. In a public forum. So that is what I needed the answer to.
Well, it's traditionally been treated that all personnel matters should be addressed in executive session only because there are other statutes and concerns that come into play. Theoretically, if you talked about someone in public session, you wouldn't have to rice them, but as a general proposition and as good practice, it's always done, or 99% of the time, it's done in executive session to protect the employees' privacy interests and to protect the municipality. But the opinion I just gave you is based on the statute 10:4-12, and it's based on the Rice versus Union County Regional High School case from 1978, which is still very valid law. So I would simply notify the person that you're going to discuss them at a subsequent meeting, and they can tell you whether they're okay with that an executive session or whether they want it done in public.
Council President.
Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Blakely, was that you first?
Yeah, it was. So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kaloji, so can you give me, what about if we are received a notice from the mayor regarding his intent to terminate a director, and we have an ability as a council to either affirm that or reject that? Is that an item of public discussion, or do we have to do that in private? Because as per the Faulkner Act, or per city code, we have an ability as a council to either affirm or reject the mayor's termination of a director. And
you are correct. I'm gonna break it into two parts, Mr. Blakely. Just talking generically under the Faulkner Act, if the mayor wants to remove a director, the procedure is that the mayor has to send a notice of his intention to remove the director to the council and obviously copy the party, and that removal cannot take place until 20 days from the date that notice is filed with the council. And also during that time period, the mayor is required to give the employee notice and an opportunity to be heard. So that's the generic issue. But the point is, if you received a notice today of a 20-day situation where the person is going to be considered removed at the end of the 20 days, it would be up to council within the next 20 days at a meeting to either take action to basically override the mayor's notice of intent to remove by a 2/3 vote, or if there is no 2/3 vote, then the removal would take effect. And certainly if there's going to be if it's just going to be a vote, it could be done at a public meeting. If it's going to be discussed prior to a vote, the person should be riced and advised of what I had spoken about earlier.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
All right,
No, thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Vaughn, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add, he pretty much answered all my questions. But the other thing is, does the nature of our discussion change? I mean, does the rule changes if the person in question has already been identified publicly? So
would it change the obligation to give them notice before you discuss them in executive session?
Yeah, so the individual has been already splattered across the news. Everybody knows probably who it is. Does that change the laws or the procedures of how do we still have to rice them?
Yes, my clear impression is what happened yesterday might have been, communicative, but any valid process didn't actually start until council got a notice of intention. So even though what happened yesterday may be somewhat unfortunate, the process actually started when council got a written notice today, and the rice would be applicable if council's going to discuss this. Now, if council just shows up in 3 weeks and takes a vote at a public meeting on a resolution with regard to the mayor's proposed removal and doesn't discuss it before the vote, you wouldn't have to go into executive session. But it's highly unlikely that's going to happen. So I would say, to be safe, you would certainly want to rice the individual, and the individual will then respond as to what, their intentions are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kaloji. If there's no more questions for Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Collins, we may continue with the docket.
Yes, ma'am. We are hiring some staff for the minutes. They start on Monday. We will have minutes for the next meeting or the meeting after. The minutes will be caught up by the end of the summer. That is the guide. Council President, did you want to move anything else to the front of the docket, or next up on the docket would be on the agenda would be the advice and consent with Mayor Cassiora?
Okay, that is fine.
Mayor Garciora, are you present, sir?
Madam President, Mayor Gutierrez, unfortunately is in transition and he's not going to be available tonight, but I would, I have been,
You are the acting mayor, yes, sir.
I have been the acting mayor for a few hours, and I would like to introduce Mr. Wes Bridges to council, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz. Excuse me, acting mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Trentonians. Council President McBride, thank you for allowing me to present tonight. Tonight, I am requesting advice and consent to appoint A. Wesley Bridges as permanent law director for the city of Trenton. Wes is a local talent and it comes with over 18 years of legal experience. He is a successful lawyer and recognized as one of the top litigation attorneys in the state of New Jersey.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center.
State of New
Please
Jersey.
enter a conference ID.
Wes has a proven track record of training and supervising teams of attorneys. He graduated from Rutgers University with a BA in political science. After college, Wes graduated from the Trenton Police Academy and worked as an investigator for the Mercer County Sheriff's Office while also attending Rutgers Law School. In 2002, Wes joined the prestigious Fox and Rothschild law firm in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and focused his practice on complex commercial litigation. Wes later joined the Princeton-based firm Wong Fleming, where he was elevated to partner in the firm's litigation department. In 2018, Wes founded the Bridges Law Group and established that firm's roots right here in the city of Trenton. His mission statement for the firm is excellence through diversity. Wes is committed to enhancing the law department and streamlining processes to make the department more efficient and reliable. Additionally, Wes is committed to work for the benefit of both City Council, the administration, but more importantly, the residents of the city of Trenton. Given his wealth of experience and his already impressive work in the last few months he has been with us, Wes is the best qualified candidate to lead our law department. Thank you, Madam President. And if Mr. Wes Bridges is present, I would like for him to say a few words to the council, if he may.
Council President, is that okay with you?
Yes, definitely. Mr. Bridges, would you like to say anything to the council?
Sure. Obviously, we've got to know each other over these past several months. As the council knows and as the administration knows, I've been involved with the city of Trenton for some time now, representing it from time to time as outside counsel. I take my work as an attorney very seriously. I do it very ethically, and my real value added, I believe, specifically as to the city of Trenton, is the ability to, no pun intended, really build bridges. There is some discord. There is some bad feelings. There are some people who are hesitant to talk to other people. And I've always found that a high tide rises all ships. And my hope is that continuing to help uplift the law department, we are looking to make some pretty significant hires. We did lose a lot of people to retirement, but we're looking to make some very responsive and important hires, not only to help bolster the city itself, but also to get control of the budget, which is something that I've been focused on since I've started in the acting capacity. So with that, I'll defer my time and answer any questions anyone may have.
Yes. Would any of the council members like to address Mr. Bridges?
I'll do so.
Yes.
President, all right.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Mr. Bridges, welcome. I'll definitely be voting in support of your nomination. I think you are, an esteemed attorney. You're a local homegrown talent, and I'm very pleased to see that the mayor has appointed you to such a position. You've been very helpful to me personally as a city council person in the execution of my duties, and I have found you to be, affable and insightful about the law. So I'll be voting in favor of you, and good luck and Godspeed.
Thank you, Councilman Blakely.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Bridges.
Good evening, Ms. Vaughn.
Well, as you heard on the onset on the conversation, the meeting, we have a lot of concerns about the role of the city's law department. And we have a lot of concerns about the cost that runs that department and the output that comes out of it. How it's able to sufficiently and effectively provide solid legal advice and represent all entities of the municipal corporation. That it can represent the residents as per the statute, that it can represent the council, because although the council has its own attorney, the court made it clear that that does not preclude the law department or relieve you from your statutory duties to represent the council, the mayor, and the heads of department on all legal issues that impact the municipal corporation. So we have some challenges in the law department. There's some major inefficiencies there. We have some issues with skill sets, and the level of legal advice and the quality of legal advice that we've been getting. A lot of folks have even complained, some of our customers, some of our residents, some other legal professionals have complained the lack of the level of expertise that's coming out of law department. So I want to know how you plan on improving that perception and getting your level of output in the law from the law department and the lawyers that work there. How are you going to do that? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I guess step one is we are bringing on 2 new attorneys and potentially 3 once we have 2 up, and we've really done a painstaking job, the vet, to find talented attorneys coming in that have the ability to handle not only municipal litigation, but insurance-related litigation, employment-based matters, and really looking for folks who are committed to the excellence in their practice. Again, nothing wrong with anybody that's there now. I'm not going to say that the folks that are there are not hardworking, because everybody in that department, I want to be very clear, is extremely hardworking and take their jobs very seriously and care deeply about the law department and the city of Trenton. But we are short attorneys right now, so we have to bring good attorneys in who are committed to the city of Trenton. I will say as a precursor that the 2 attorneys that we are vetting right now not only have a passion for litigation, a passion for municipal law, but are also committed to the city of Trenton, so much so that one is already a city resident and one has committed to moving to the city. So, I think you start first by creating an atmosphere, by creating a sense of camaraderie, a sense of teamwork, and with the benefit of COVID now starting to subside and being able to be in the office, collaborating with each other, communicating with each other, and really building knowledge on a higher level than we've been able to do remotely. And secondarily, and it's very important, we have to have communication, and that's communications interdepartment, communications between council and administration, communication between council and the law department. There was a bit of colloquy earlier about the fact that there was a question being answered and why didn't it come from the law department? And unfortunately, I was not able to chime in on that because, as council is well aware, I've been asked to stand down and not provide any legal advice until such time as I was voted upon. So I think what we all can do to really streamline and synthesize the process would be to have that robust, respectful communication with each other. So if there's an issue that we anticipate that you're going to need to answer, or if we don't anticipate it, being able to pick up the phone and say, hey, this may come up at a meeting. We think that, it may dovetail on other issues, to have those meaningful dialogue and have those meaningful discussions so we can really get in granular into the issues that are arising. Candidly, when we're at these meetings, The fact that you go to law school and you get a law degree doesn't mean you have all the answers crammed into your brain. A lot of times it requires research. It requires us to look at case law. It requires to look at statute. So I think by really improving the lines of communication and having robust discussions about what the legal issues are, working with counsel, working with administration, working with outside counsel, I can't express enough, and I remember articulating this when I was first brought on. I can't articulate this, and I'm very happy to have Mr. Kaloji here. I believe that he has a good working knowledge of municipal law.
Okay, all right, very good, very good. We believe so too. That's why we just voted him in. So my question to you is, Mr. Bridges. So there has been a constant model in the law department over the past decade or so that we have turned pretty much outsourced our legal expertise. We have a very expensive retained attorney list. So are you going to move all that in-house, or are you going to continue with outsourcing and choosing to not litigate? Our lawyers that we hire that are employees are not litigating. We send all that work outside to very expensive law firms. So are you going to change that model?
I absolutely plan on changing that model. We have already started handling cases internally, as Mr. Cruz explained. I've been doing complex commercial and municipal litigation for 18 years. As you all know, I've represented the city of Trenton with major pieces of litigation, employment-based related, commercial-based litigation, and we are, in fact, looking to bring a trunk of cases in. Now, there will be cases where we will still need to have outside counsel. We'll have cases where there's conflict issues. We'll have cases where there's multiple defendants that the law department will not be able to. And there are cases that are just so specific in nature, i.e. environmental type of cases, that we will still need to rely on outside counsel. But to answer the short answer to your question is yes, we absolutely will be handling more litigation internally, more HR related issues internally. And as I presented to DCA when it came to presenting my budget, that's my stated goal, to really get the outside counsel spend and the professional spend from the law department under control.
And the other issue that is costing the taxpayers of Trenton a lot of money in the law department is not only the retained attorney list that we retain every year at budget season, but also the handling and litigating the settlement cases, right? So it seems to me over time, since I've been on council, and what I have come to know in prior years, that we tend to settle all our cases. So I'm just good. So are you aware of that dynamic? And are you going to, again, hire trained attorneys who are litigators, who can go into the courtroom and really litigate and negotiate for the residents and taxpayers of our city and represent our bank accounts and our taxpayer dollars? Because we shouldn't have to be settling every case when they are clearly can be negotiated and we can win them, right?
Yes.
So have you looked at that?
I have looked at. I looked at every settlement case since I've been here. And look, there's times when a recommendation of settlement will be made to potentially cap additional legal exposure, or in particular with employment related matters, the fee shifting provision. But as Councilwoman, as you're aware, any settlement that we are entering into above $3,000, we're bringing before council and giving you the information as we have it and the status of the case. And ultimately, city council is going to be the final determination as to whether or not the city is going to agree to enter into those settlements. But I'm well aware of the settlements. And again,
I don't want it to come to city council, and I don't want to have to vote on a settlement if I have a strong law department who can go in front of the courts and litigate and win, and we don't have to pay a dime.
Well, I guess that would always depend on the case. If you have
Well, again, I'm not talking about the case. I'm talking about the ratio between choosing to settle versus choosing to go to court and litigate. Okay, yes, so you tell me what the percentage of our cases are litigated versus settled. Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can tell you the national standard for cases that go.
No, we're not talking about national standard. We just want to talk about
Well, again, this is an example that I don't have that figure with me. I didn't anticipate
That's one
a
of my
percentage
concerns,
breakdown.
that I would like you, if I were to give you my consent and approve your introduction here as the city law department, the city lawyer, that you take a good look at that and start litigating some of these cases and going and representing Trenton and pushing back on folks who want to fleece us with frivolous lawsuits. So the last question that I have is around, how did you get to the city of Trenton? Are you a resident of the city?
No.
Okay, are you planning on being a resident of the city?
No.
Okay. So the other, so you're going to ask the mayor for a waiver?
Yes.
Okay. So the other issue, the other question I have is, how did you make the journey? Because you've been an employee of the city since December the 23rd. So in what capacity were you working for the city of Trenton over the past 6 months up until today of you receiving advice and consent?
Acting law director for the city of Trenton.
You've been the acting law director since December 23rd. Well, did you ever receive an extension? Because the council was never communicated that you were the acting law director of the city of Trenton. And that's only for 90 days. So right now you are overextended, correct? And your 90 days have expired.
Correct. My 9 days has expired.
So right now you're sitting here in violation.
I don't know if necessary violation, but I have looked into this and I don't see any.
You don't know as an attorney?
No, I do know. Yes, I should have been re-put up for another acting 90 days. I was not. That was brought to the administration's attention, and that's when a couple of weeks ago we tried to have me put up for permanency, but we were waiting for the necessary paperwork. So in that capacity, I would have just been an assistant city attorney that was sitting in the acting law director's office.
So, okay. So I'm sorry. My last question, and what that segues into, here we are today. We see a lot of city officials, the mayor, council, we're in court, we're in litigation. It appears that elected officials aren't following the rules, the laws, and processes and protocol. So even in your case and how you evolved here today for advice and consent, the mayor did not follow protocol. And I never heard from you stating that you had concerns about that. So when we don't follow protocol and the laws that govern our city, we put the city and the taxpayers at risk. We can get sued. So I don't understand how you, as a trained attorney, would want to sit in a position where you know that you're in violation.
Once again, I don't believe I'm in violation of anything. I think that I was serving there.
An acting director only gets 90 days per the law. You don't know that statute?
I understand the statute, but that 90 days can be extended.
But it was not. You know the process in which that gets extended,
right? But I mean, first of all,
the mayor is supposed to. No. Let me finish. The mayor was supposed to.
Times.
Pardon me?
We have discussed this many times.
No. But we're in front of the public. No. We're in front of the public who pays your salary and pay my salary. So I'm asking you, how did you get extended beyond 90 days without coming to the council and usurping the council's authority once again?
The council understood that I was there. You knew that I was on.
I'm the council. You're speaking to me, sir. I did not understand that you were there in violation, and I have been trying to get a straight answer as to why you are in violation, and why there was never a introduction or a letter sent written notice to the council that you were acting as the law director of the city of Trenton, one of the most critical roles in a municipality. And we don't get a notification that you're here. And then within 6 months, here we are giving you advice and consent. And the council never extended your 90 days. I mean, I got to say, I'm insulted, and I'm not for this process of going around the law and negating the law and disregarding the law. And if we don't have lawyers that are honest and respect the rule of law, then how are we going to govern this city? How are we going to do that, Mr. Bridges? I just want you to answer that question. How are you going to govern the city if you yourself have exhibited the propensity to
Well, I'm not going to say
disregard the law?
I'm not going to say I exhibited anything. I can't put myself up. And as you well know, because we've had several conversations and text messages and emails, that I was in constant communication with Mayor, with the DCA, trying to wait for my waiver to come through. There was nothing I could do about it. And you know this, because we've discussed this many times. So why it took so long for me to come up with advice consent, I do not know. That's something that we need to ask a higher level. All I know is I took my appointment seriously, and I did not abandon the position because it was too important a position, and I didn't want to just leave the building and have everything fall through the cracks. So that was my decision to make. If I did something wrong, I'm happy to. Mr. Kaloji's on the line too. If I did something illegal, I'm happy to know about it. But I felt it more important to do the job that I was asked to do, as opposed to abandoning ship and letting things fall through the crack. That was my decision to make.
Well, abandoning ship. So the good thing is we have known you for quite some time, because you were at one time was assigned to the council as the council attorney, and you served in Mr. Kaloji's position. Mr. Morelli, the former law director, appointed you as the council representative. So how was that for you, supporting the council in the same capacity that Mr. Kaloji is doing today?
I don't understand your question at all.
How did that position impact or did it influence you to become the law director or wanting to become the law director? Because what was your experience? Tell us your good and bad experience that you have had supporting the city council, and maybe you can share some.
I think you're overstating my initial appointment to city council. I was appointed by Mr. Morelli for the limited purposes of advising city council and communicating with city council for certain projects and certain issues. I was never, and in fact, I was prepared for this. I still have my emails where I specifically advised council that I was not council's attorney. I was assigned by Mr. Morelli as outside counsel to assist city council with 2 issues that were up at the time. When those issues were done, when there was no more need for that work, I was no longer assigned, unless and until as outside counsel is assigned by the law department to represent a body, an individual, a director, or otherwise. Outside counsel has no ability, unfettered discretion to just represent council as they want to, unless I have a written directive, and we're talking about my time as outside counsel, unless I have a written directive from the law director to represent an entity or the body in a specific matter, I can't do it. So in that instance, I was with you guys when we were going through a couple of redevelopment deals. Once the council voted on those issues, I was no longer asked to represent or give advice for other matters. And
so I remember distinctly that you covered many of our meetings, a few of our meetings. You covered us during the evening when we were in the chambers, live in living color, in person. You covered us. You showed up in those sessions. And then one day you disappeared and we never saw you again.
You're right, and that's what I'm saying. The issue that I was there to cover was resolved and voted on by council, and I was not reassigned to any other matters that required me to attend city council meetings.
Well, when you resigned, that's how we ended up with Ed Kaloji, because we went to Morelli and we said
you're using the wrong words. You're using the wrong words. You're saying resigned. I didn't work there. I was outside counsel. I was assigned.
What I said was, well, when you left, departed, you didn't tell anybody.
When I was no longer assigned. When I was no longer assigned.
All I'm saying is, you were assigned, and we were told that you were our council attorney and you abandoned us. So that's all I have to say about that. So you answered all my questions. I appreciate you, Mr. Bridges, for taking the time to answer my questions. And Council President, I yield my time.
We're going to move on. Mr. Collin, there's a motion on the floor. If no other council member has anything to say, is there any other council member that would like to address Mr. Bridges? If not, I would like to put a motion on the floor for a vote.
So moved.
Actually, Council President McBride made the motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, would you like to proceed to the vote?
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Resolution 21-222, which is being pulled out of the docket for purposes of appointing Mr. Bridges immediately. Just to, because we're sort of going through the procedure, it is in the packet. I'll just read it real quick. Resolution consenting to the appointment of Wesley Wesley Bridges, Esquire, Director of the Department of Law for the City of Trenton. Whereas Wesley Bridges, Esquire, currently serves as the Acting Director of the Department of Law, and whereas it is the desire of the Mayor to appoint Wesley Bridges, Esquire, as Director of the Department, and whereas provided by City Code Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-4.5, the Mayor must seek the advice and consent of the City Council to appoint an active Director to fill a Department Director vacancy, and now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby consents to the appointment of Wesley Bridges, Esquire, Director of the Department of Law for the City of Trenton, said to expire December 31st, 2022. I have a motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Ms. Vaughn is a no vote. Council President McBride.
Abstain.
Council President McBride abstains. Mr. Bridges is appointed by a vote of 5-0 with one abstention. Congratulations, sir. Council President, would you like to proceed to the docket?
Yes, I would.
For the communications, petitions, and reports, there are 30 communications and petitions on the docket. For reports, the City Clerk's Office is submitting it for approval. The monthly revenue report for the month of May 2021 for funds collected by the office staff totaling $191,901.80. Do I have a motion to approve the communications and petitions?
So moved.
I'm sorry, before Mr. Blakely, who spoke?
So move.
I think it was Mr. Harrison. I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what we call, oh, okay, never mind.
Mr. Harrison had a motion to approve the communications and petitions. And the second for the communications and petitions?
Second.
Mr. Blakely, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. The communications and petitions are approved. Tonight on the docket, we have the second reading and public hearing for 2 ordinances. So I now declare open. Council President, would you like to proceed to the public hearings?
Mr. Conlon, can you tell me what 2 ordinances you're doing a public hearing on this evening?
Yes, ma'am. This is the public hearing for 21-11, a capital ordinance providing for the rehabilitation of West State Street between Prospect Street and Parkside Avenue by and in the
Okay, and what's the second one, sir?
21-012, an ordinance authorizing the City of Trenton to revert to a calendar year from a state fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So with regard to ordinance 21-11, I now declare open a public hearing for capital ordinance providing for the rehabilitation of West State Street between Prospect Street and Parkside Avenue by and in the City of Trenton in the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1,211,841 to pay for the cost thereof, which amount will be funded by a New Jersey Transportation Trust Fund grant received or expected to be received by the city from the State of New Jersey Department of Transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to be heard for the public hearing, please raise your hand or speak to be acknowledged. This is a public hearing on ordinance 21-11. Ma'am, speak up. So would you like to be recognized? Second call. Would anybody like to be recognized for ordinance 21-11?
Mary Horn?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Horn, Council President Mary Horn.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Thank you. Thank you. Although I am very pleased that we are finally getting that paving done between Prospect and West State. My only concern is that I would hope that a quarter of a mile from there to Sullivan Way we were so hopeful that that could be done too, and concerned about that getting done. I was hoping if there was any way that we could include that in with the paving, and perhaps we could take a look at that and just go the extra quarter of a mile to have the rest of that paved. That's it. And I want to say thank you for that. But we'd like to have the other quarter of a mile into consideration if we can have that done also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any time for any new business to be talked about?
This is not the time. This is only a public hearing for ordinance 21-11. Ladies and gentlemen, does any?
Yes, Sherry Garrett.
Yes, Madam President, Ms. Sherry Garrett. Would you like to recognize her?
Yes.
Ms. Garrett, please proceed.
I know this has been a discussion, and Ms. Horn has been an advocate on the west side for the repavement, as well as myself and other residents. I guess my question is this resolution, it comes up, but it doesn't say what company will actually be doing the resurfacing of the street. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I don't recall. I have to look back at the resolution because I didn't print that out. I just print the agenda. I have to relook at it. The actual breakdown to justify, because $1 million for that short of road is a lot of money. So I'm assuming we're actually going to pull the road when go under the road, because that's what it seems like to me. Because it just seems like a lot of money for the amount of road that's going to be done. And I wish that we would have had the RFP or RFQ or whoever's going to be selected, or the pricing of why the amount is at this amount of money. I'm just curious, and it's not enough information, because I'm pretty sure we probably can do all of West Trenton for $1.2 million. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Rep. Is there anyone else, Mr. Collins?
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for the public hearing of ordinance 21-11? Please speak up now or raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams app.
Seeing no hands, I would like to move on, Mr. Collins.
I just want to make sure that there are no hands, because I received a message that there were hands raised. If you do have a hand raised, just speak up, please. Okay, nobody spoke.
If we had a question for Mr. Wesley Bridges,
That would be later, ma'am. This is only the public hearing for the ordinance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only the public hearing for the ordinance. It doesn't look like anybody else. Council President, did you want to make a motion, or do you want to entertain a motion? Sir, speak up.
Yes, my question is this time for any new business?
No, sir. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the time for the public hearing on ordinance 21-11. There will be a public portion later for any of the other items. Okay, so please, if you can, reserve your other questions. This is only for the ordinance. Do we have any other questions or any comments for the public hearing on the ordinance?
I make a motion to move.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close public hearing. Do I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson? I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn? This is to close the public hearing, ma'am. I saw you. You said yes. Council President McBride?
Yes.
The public hearing is closed.
Yes, I'm on mute.
Yes, ma'am. The public hearing is closed. Do I have, does anyone want to introduce the ordinance?
Second.
I have a motion, but I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. The floor is open if the council wishes to entertain their, make their statements at this time. Or Council President, would you like to proceed to the vote?
Is this for the for the,
This-
2111.
park.
Yeah, this is for the paving, ma'am.
Yes, we can move straight into the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion by Mr. Blakely, a second by Mr. Harrison. We'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely,
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The ordinance is adopted. It will be sent to the mayor tomorrow. Council President, may I proceed to the next public hearing?
Yes, go right ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare open a public hearing for ordinance 21-012. This is an ordinance authorizing the city of Trenton to revert to a calendar fiscal year from a state fiscal year. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to address this ordinance, please raise your hand to the Microsoft Teams app or speak up, and we will seek recognition from the chair for you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the public hearing for ordinance 21-012, 21-12, an ordinance authorizing the city of Trenton to revert to a calendar fiscal year from a state fiscal year.
Ms. Horn again.
Council President, Ms. Holmes.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, I'd just like to say, and I'll be short with this, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Does anybody else wish? Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Yes.
Go
Yes.
right ahead.
Sherry,
Go right
correct.
ahead.
Yes.
Go right ahead, Ms.
Yes. On ordinance 21-012, I concur with Ms. Horn. I have a few concerns. One of it is that this 6-month budget, if it's inflated beyond what the 21 adopted budget is, it's a problem. And two, I looked at the 21 adopted budget and I noticed that there's no surplus to 21. There was 12 million surplus 2020, and 2021 shows no surplus. We have no come into a tight situation for Trenton. So and also my concern is if council persons who are going to vote on this change, if you do not understand the budget process or understand how to read financial reports, I would suggest that you abstain. If you're not done your due diligence, I ask you to abstain from approving this change from a state fiscal year to a calendar year. There's nothing wrong with it. Right now, we are not in a great shape in order to pursue a change right now, because right now, based on looking at the numbers, especially for the 21-21 adopted budget, the administration is overspending. You're overspending, and it's based on salaries. Most of that money in the 21-21 budget is going into salaries and is going into other expenses. If you are outsourcing a lot of the clerical responsibilities within the city, why do we have other expenses up in the millions? We're spending millions to outsource certain job responsibilities because we want to hire permanent employees to do the job because of health insurance and pension payments and other fringe benefits. But yet we're still paying out an arm and a leg close to as much in other expenses as we're paying out for salaries. And it's increasing year by year. And then the administration is telling us that we're going to be continuous with we won't increase in taxes, but our taxes are not increasing. So I think we need to really think about this. I think we need to think about this before you even go further. I think this is too soon. I think right now we should put this off until next year because this is very quick. And again, from my assessment and observation from the 2020 process of the budget, okay, all all of you, just like we hired a lawyer for the council, I think there has to be an accountant that is very knowledgeable, like the attorney, Mr. Pelosi, because I think you all are listening and you're hearing what you want to hear, but you're not looking at the facts and you're not doing your due diligence to make that decision for us, for all of us. Okay, so I think I covered all what I want to say, because as I stated, if and one more thing, and also what I would like to say, if the 6-month temporary budget that the administration is proposing, if it's overinflated above what was in 2021 adopted, and also when I looked at the revenue from 2020 and what the anticipated revenue for 2021 has not increased, but the appropriations have increased. Okay, so as well, if the 6-month proposed budget for this transition is over the 26.25%, I don't think the administration will go for it, because the whole budget is inflated. So as I stated, and I hope you all listen, because if the calendar year is passed, ethically, if you have not looked at and did your due diligence and you passed this calendar year, ethically there's a problem. And I think that it's a big issue for some of you council people, because if you can't back up your vote and approving this change, and we come into a worse crisis than we have now, and there's an increase in taxes, I think there's a problem here, because somehow you're affecting us, and I'm trying to figure out right now in my investigation how we can sue you individually. Okay, so think very clear and very hard before you make a decision without doing your due diligence. Thank you. That's all I gotta say.
Mr. Conlon, there's people that have their video cameras on, and they're giving us a tour of their homes, which we don't need. I would appreciate it if they understand that we are doing the business of the city, to cut their cameras off and to just listen in until they want to raise their hands, but they need to cut their cameras off.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have a request. Unfortunately, I don't have the IT ability to do that. The only thing I could do is remove them from the meeting if they refuse to comply with the order of the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, please respectfully, this is a city that has millions and millions of dollars of business on the table, and it must be considered extremely seriously. Please, we would appreciate it if you would honor the sanctity of this meeting and the importance of this meeting. If IT does have the ability to actually mute the video without actually kicking the person, please do so as necessary. I'm not sure of the capability, but if you do have that capability, please do so. And actually, I'm being told that you can disable the cameras, so please, as the Robin Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous of Trenton goes on, if you can mute their video, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Council President. Back to the public hearing, if you'd like to proceed back to the public hearing.
Yes, definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is still the public hearing for the ordinance 21-012, which is the transition from the state fiscal year to the calendar fiscal year. Does anybody else wish to be heard for the public hearing on this ordinance? Please do speak up.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Your name?
Yes. Is this me? This is Caroline Clark, Riverside Drive in Trenton.
Okay, hold on one sec. Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Hold on one second, Ms. Clark. Council President Caroline Clark.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Clark.
Okay. I have a question. The mayor held a forum yesterday at 4 p.m. Most of us work. So between the short notice and the timing, I could not attend. So I apologize if I'm asking a question that was already answered yesterday. So I watched DCA's presentation regarding the calendar year. Clearly, DCA supports moving to the calendar year. My question is, what is the benefit to Trenton to move to the calendar year? It was clear that that's what DCA wanted, but what has not been made clear to me is, why is it
Could somebody please mute their phone?
Ms. Clark, are you still with us? Ms. Clark, are you still with us, ma'am?
Okay, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're back. Okay, please continue.
Okay. Yes. So my question is, what is the benefit for the citizens of Trenton to moving to a calendar year? I understand that DCA supports it. DCA is not our elected officials. So I would like to hear from our elected officials, what are the benefits to moving to the calendar year? I'd like to know that they have indeed performed their due diligence, as a previous caller said, and that they're versed in the pros and cons of moving to a calendar year and why this would be beneficial to the citizens of Trenton. Can anyone in the administration answer that question for me today?
Ma'am, they will actually have a chance to speak on this before they vote. So if one of them chooses to answer your question, it's really a public comment for you. But Council President, would you like to entertain the question, because it is a public hearing at the same time?
Yes, I would entertain her question. And right now, as an at-large council person to the city of Trenton, I do not support moving to the calendar year, because the calendar year, the pitch that has been given to us is that we will get 2 sets of Comtra, and which would give the administration double the money. Well, the Comtra belongs to the city of Trenton anyway. The Comtra is something that the state collects for all municipalities, and at the end of the year, they divide those funds to each municipality proportionately. So I don't believe that moving to a calendar year to give the administration more money without a plan as to how that money will be utilized, and how the American Rescue Plan money will be utilized, and how the $6 billion that the governor has received, how we would go out to get our portion of that money. I just don't believe that we need to tap into every resource that we have when we don't have a plan placed in front of us. I looked at my budget book, and the budget is inflated, and I don't understand how an inflated budget such as the one that they have given us will help the residents in the city of Trenton. So I am not for reverting to the calendar year, reverting to the calendar year. So that's where I stand, and I have looked at my budget book, and I do understand what Comtra is. That money belongs to the city, and the state is just a collection agency for those funds.
Council President, did you want?
Council President?
Yeah, did you want to? That's what I was going to say. Did you want to entertain any other council members or any of the administration on?
As long as they keep it to a minimum.
Yes, ma'am.
President Brown.
Ms. Vaughn was first, ma'am, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Yes,
I concur with Council President that the revenues, we will not be getting transitional aid under the calendar year, moving to the calendar year. We will continue to get the standard aid that is owed Trenton. So it's nothing above and beyond that we wouldn't get anyways during the fiscal year. So that's unchanged. The Comtra, we're going to still continue to get regardless. We're going to still get the energy tax receipt regardless. And energy tax receipts are behave the same way as Council President described that's a standard allocation across all municipalities. The bigger issue is what the question that the resident had was, how does it benefit Trentonians? Well, it doesn't, in my opinion, because Trentonians already carry a heavy property tax burden. And through my examination and analysis, when they say that there's going to be added revenue opportunities, there's no added revenue opportunities. Revenues just don't fall out of the sky because you change a fiscal year, a calendar year. And it's just irresponsible for DCA, folks who are oversight, coming here and try to pitch that to us. But nonetheless, I'm going to answer the question. The only benefit, no, it's not a benefit. It's a burden. In the next 6 months, from July 1st, 2021, so in less than 60 days, less than 30 days, we're going to put forth a budget for 6 months from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. 6 month budget. And we all know when you do a budget, and Mayor Gussiora stated it in his press release in this last sentence, that potentially your tax rate is going to be calculated. He stated potentially he's going to aim to give you a 0% property tax increase, but he can't guarantee it. Well, of course you can't guarantee it because in the city of Trenton, because we're fiscally distressed and we're revenue strapped, and we only have limited resources to raise revenue and even to get a windfall, no one from DCA, the mayor, can even tell us where that windfall is coming from. And just because you got a deferment in your pension plan payment that you're going to pay April 1st, regardless on if you're on a fiscal year or a calendar year, you got to come up with that $24 million eventually. That's not it. Deferment of an expense is not a windfall. So the issue is the only advantage, if you want to call it that, but financially, if you're talking fiscal, having a healthy fiscal budget and managing your budget in a prudent and efficient and effective way, you wouldn't be looking for a cash advance on taxpayer dollars on property taxes. And this is all it is. If you move into a fiscal year to a calendar year, and you got to do it within 30 days, and the rush is to impose the taxes, to collect the taxes sooner rather than later. So it's just to get a cash advance on the taxes of the city of Trenton, taxpayers of the city of Trenton. And we don't need a cash advance at this juncture.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
So please let me finish. We don't need that cash advance. If we get that cash advance, because the citizens are recovering from the pandemic, folks are looking for assistance with their tax dollars. We're looking for assistance with our mortgages. So why would the mayor impose another increase to add to the burden after the pandemic when our governor
Mr.
told
Blakely
us
next. He only has 10 minutes, so we're trying to get all the elected officials.
Okay, but
you definitely have a portion to speak the rest of your portion.
Okay, no, but this is public comment, folks.
Well, but it's
people have come
comment.
here on this call to find out about the calendar year. This is very important legislation.
Right, but we want all the council members.
I understand. Yes, but here we are wasting time because you just let me finish. So we cannot impose another cash advance tax on the residents of the city in such a short period of time post the pandemic when folks are trying to recover. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So I wanted to give the administration an opportunity. I know they have.
No. The question was for you, Councilman Blakely. You don't have the authority to yield the floor to anyone. If you want to speak to the question, then please speak to the question.
President, you know what? I'll wait until I have an opportunity to ask questions when there's an opportunity after this public hearing is closed. So I think I'll just wait for that. Thank you.
That would be appropriate.
All right,
And
thank you.
for the purposes of this ma'am's question, Council President, did you want to entertain any other council members who want to speak to the benefit, of this alone? We're sort of over her time, but it is. I'm trying to balance.
No. Mr. Conlon, I asked the council members if they wanted to chime in, and none of them spoke up. So we, the two of us, gave our insight as to why, and then we can move on to the next caller. I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Do any other members of the public wish to speak for a public portion? Or I'm sorry, for the public hearing of ordinance 21-012, an ordinance authorizing the city of Trenton to convert to a calendar fiscal year from the state fiscal year.
Seeing no hands at this time, I make a motion to close.
Well, there was a hand there, 9391.
Excuse me, Councilman.
There was a hand raised, 609-743-9391.
Okay.
If that party would speak up, please speak your name so we can get your. I don't see a hand, and I'm not sure.
I don't see any more, but it was.
Yeah, phone numbers can't raise hands, but just one last call. I do have a motion from Council President McBride, but real quick, does anybody else wish to be heard? I have a motion by Council President McBride to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Sorry, please, my hands was up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Emmanuel Olamalu, Council President, we do have one
Yes,
more.
go right ahead, Emmanuel.
Thank you, sir, for speaking up.
Good evening, council members. I don't know if it's the best time or this is the portion
This is
from.
only for the ordinance, sir.
Okay, sir. After this, would there have a time for?
There will be a public portion for any open public comment, sir.
Okay, I'll wait till then, sir. Thank you.
Sir. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is only for ordinance 21-012. Anybody else? I have a motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Because it's a public hearing, we'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Colwell Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes not to close public portion.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Okay, public portion is closed. Before we go to the council members, do I have a motion to introduce ordinance 21-12 for the second?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. The floor is open. Council
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so I have a question for the administration. I'd like Mr. Liston or the business administrator to answer the residents' inquiry about how this will benefit the city. And so if we could have someone for the administration answer that question, that would be really helpful.
Madam President, if I may. Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
And if you are not speaking at this time, before Mr. Cruz speaks, if you could please mute your devices. Thank you. Mr. Cruz is about to make an important presentation, so please keep it muted. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Cruz, the floor has been yielded to you.
There's several members that are not muted that needs to be muted.
All right, well, thank you for the opportunity. The question is, how does the city of Trenton residents, taxpayers benefit from this transition? As some of you have already mentioned, the city gets an additional infusion of money on top of the money that has already been received for the year. So as we close the 2021 calendar year, the city of Trenton, the 2021 fiscal year, the city of Trenton has already received a full amount of state aid that was received, and it's approximately $69 million. In the next 6 months, even though we already received that money, we are now going to receive half of that money for the 6 months of the transition year budget, which is going to equals to approximately $30+ million. In 2022, we are going back again and receiving an additional $69 million in state aid. And that is what benefits the city, that we now have an infusion of an additional $30+ million that will convert into needed money to fill some of our surplus, to replenish our reserves, and to also be able to hire additional police and fire. And it's also going to assist us with DCA not having to give us transitional aid in 2022. The other benefit, because of this influx of money coming in this 2021 transition budget, the city once again will have an additional 6 months of zero tax increase. So from July 1st of last year to June 30th of this year, that was 12 months of zero tax increase. From July 1st, now 2021 to December 31st, 2021, the city will experiment a zero tax increase. And because of the influx of money that we're getting, the city once again will have a zero tax increase for 2022. Now, for those of you that are out there, saying that is not the case, that is actually the case. There is an ability for the city to be able to have that. So when you ask what is the benefit, it is incredible for people to say that not having a tax increase for 30 months is not a benefit to the city. Comments were made that, because of COVID, we should be careful, not increase taxes. Well, guess what? This is it. It's on a silver platter. Take it or slap it down. But that is the reality. We are getting an additional $30 million. That is what is going to help us have a zero tax increase.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr. Blakely does still have 6 minutes left, or 5 minutes left.
This is public comment. He asked this question, and his question was answered. There's no time limit when it comes to public question, for the response to ordinances during public comment, Mr. Collins. That's for civil comment, just in case you don't know.
I have a follow-up question.
Mr. Blakely, go right ahead. Ask your follow-up question.
Thank you, President McBride. So if we reject this, Mr. Cruz, what would that in essence be? Would that give, would you guys plan on raising taxes if we were to, or submitting a budget that would cause for raising taxes if we were to reject this conversion that's on the table?
Madam President, if I can
go
have
right
Mr.
Ahead. Go right ahead,
if
Mr.
I can,
Cruz.
thank you. If I can have Mr. Blakely repeat the question, and maybe he can get a little closer to the microphone.
The
Sure.
question was,
I can ask the question. President McBride, I'm very, I can ask the question again. And so do you hear me, Mr. Cruz?
No, he's asking you to speak up, Councilman Blakely.
I am speaking. I'm asking him. Do you hear me now?
A little bit better, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure why you can't hear me, but I was saying that if we were to reject this ordinance, can we expect a budget that you all submit to have a tax increase?
Councilman, if we don't do this, I mean, we go back to the fiscal year, and then we are back again dealing with DCA and having to enter into another MOU with DCA, and then of course, yes, there is a likelihood that there may be tax increases unless we do some serious cuts within the departments and the budget to bring it to a zero tax increase.
There it is. Excuse me, Ms. Horn. You need to
But
silence your mic.
thank you, but the opportunity right now is on the table for the city to benefit from 6 months plus an additional 12 months in 2022 with transitioning to a calendar year.
I'll just be very clear. I think that this is a no-brainer. I'm going to be supporting this. The fact that we could have so much time in the city without a tax increase is something that I did not think was even possible, considering our fiscal straits as a city. And the administration should be congratulated, and we should be thankful that they have submitted this proposal, submitted this ordinance that has so many positive attributes to our city and for its residents. It's a no-brainer, and I hope my colleagues support this really significant move to, number one, give our residents much needed tax relief, and number two, put us on more of a firmer fiscal station, and number three, also provide increases in city services. And so for that reason, I'll be supporting this. Thank you very much.
So, yes, I'm getting ready to make a statement. Mr. And then I'll call on you, Councilwoman, because I wanted to ask Mr. Collin, can you tell me how many council people picked up their budget books?
I believe all of them, ma'am,
No,
except for two.
because when I was in your office yesterday,
Well, there were three old ones, but there were two that haven't been picked up. That's correct.
okay, so there's two of our council members that never picked up their budget books to look at the budget that the mayor just sent us based on the reverting to the calendar year, right? I'm not going to put them on the spot and say who they are, but you have council members on this dais tonight that never bothered to pick up their budget books to determine how inflated this budget is that the administration has given us. The second thing I want to say to the reverting of the 6-month calendar year is under the budget law is clear. The budget law says you cannot bond or borrow any money when you begin to revert to that calendar year. So I had a question that I needed to give to Mr. Kaloji. They wouldn't allow us to bring him on soon enough to answer some of these unanswered questions. When I met with the administration yesterday, they said to me, we can bond because the water department is not included. It doesn't say that in the budget law as I read it. And then they wouldn't give us enough time to bring Kaloji on to answer the questions. So my biggest concern is violating the budget law. And then the other big concern that I have is that when you are talking about $35 million from the American Rescue Plan, when you're talking about the fact that Governor Phil Murphy got $6 billion in the American Rescue Plan that the city of Trenton is entitled to, when you're talking about the county getting $70 million American Rescue Plan dollars and the city is entitled to that, when you talk about Murphy getting $2 billion for the transit trains and buses, which the city of Trenton is entitled to know how he's going to rehabilitate our transit hub. When you talk about the state government getting $200 million for DOT, they have never shared with us how they're going to proportionately give us our share of that money. And my suggestion to the administration was this: go to Murphy, ask Murphy what he's going to do about the city of Trenton and our proportion of the $6 billion. Because the way I divided it is he divides it equally, proportionately to the 565 municipalities. Trenton will be entitled to $10,618,000 of that money. We don't know how much of the $2 billion he would put into our transit hub. We don't know how much of the $200 million he would give us for our roads. We don't know what the county is going to do for us because our mayor and their administration won't aggressively go get our money. That's a problem for me. We don't need to double down on a calendar year. We need to go get the money that is owed to Trenton and the Trentonians. We are already housing their buildings tax-free. By right, we should be getting $45 million a year from them. At the minimum, go get our money. Stop trying to circumvent the process and go get what is owed to the Trentonians. And that is my conversation to DCA. That is my conversation to the mayor and his staff. Go get the money that's owed to Trenton. We should know how much of that 70 million the county is going to give us. And if they're not going to give us anything in our hands, then tell us how many of your county roads you're going to fix. Calhoun Street, Parkside, Southern Street, East State Street. Give me a picture of what you're going to do with that 70 million, and we should be getting our proportion of it. So no, we should not be reverting to a 6-month calendar year. We should be going to Murphy saying, give us our money. And why not go to him now in the middle of an election year and force him to give us our money? This is outrageous to me. It's outrageous. And those are my biggest concerns. Where is the plan at? If you got the money, tell me, show me your plan. Where is it at in black and white so I can share it with my constituents? I don't have it because there is no plan. Where is the American Rescue Plan? Show it to me. You don't have one. And if you did, give it to me now so I can share it with my constituents and I can make an educated decision based on those facts. And that's where I stand at with that. Thank you.
Madam President.
Councilwoman Vaughn wanted to express something. Thank you, Councilman.
I just want to say very quickly, can somebody please mute? Please mute. If you're not speaking, please mute. So I agree with wholeheartedly what Council President articulated, so I will not repeat. But one thing, again, I will say the only issue, and the only issue is that we're doing an accelerated budget. That's all we're doing here. And every budget, every municipal budget, when you pass a budget, you always have to do a calculation of the taxes. Do not let anyone tell you anything different. So again, Mayor Gussior stated in his press release, if you received it, he put it at the last sentence, and he said, it's not guaranteed, I'm summarizing, but he's hopeful, potentially, there will be a 0% tax increase. There will be a calculation to a tax increase anytime you pass a budget. You're not going to get a 30 million revenue windfall. When BA Cruz talk about 30 million, he can't even tell you what that $30 million is. What is the line item? Is it Comtra? Is it transitional aid? Is it energy tax revenue? Where's that revenue of 30 million? You can't even articulate it. It's all fluffy language. So I'm going to say to you that one of the major issues is with DCA, the state. Could somebody please, Mr. Collins?
There's a lot of people. I'm finding them as fast as I can.
So DCA is the state, is the problem here. They need to stay out of Trenton and stop usurping this council, and the mayor administration needs to do the same. In this process, the protocols and the laws were not followed. There were serious procedural issues. It is the council, by statute, it's fundamentally the stewards of taxpayer dollars, of the budget. The mayor should not be proposing this change. DCA certainly should not have proposed it. One of our constituents said on this line, DCA is not our elected officials. You guys, the citizens of this city, elected the mayor and the 7 individuals here. DCA has no business coming to a council meeting proposing or promoting any of their ideas. This decision is up to the taxpayers of the city of Trenton, the 100-some-odd people on this line tonight. It is insulting that the state has done what they have done. They have sent a letter over here at 5:30 that folks on this, myself and folks on this council has been asking them from the state law department. What is the difference in the oversight of DCA, of our government, of our budget, if we move from one fiscal year to the calendar year? And it's clear if you read New Jersey local budget law that there is a material difference in the oversight. There's no coincidence that the 565 municipalities, over 90% are on the calendar year. And that's because they don't require any fiscal oversight. And when a municipality is on oversight, they are always, by statute, on the state fiscal year. So if DCA and the mayor wants to usurp this council's authority and pull a coup to try to move us to a calendar year for whatever reason, then they have to, by statute, make a decision to take the city of Trenton out of the MOU. You either discard that agreement. You can't be half pregnant. You can't be, you're on a calendar year. By statute, just limited to no oversight of the state government. When you're on fiscal, there's a high level of state oversight. When they mention that towns like Patterson and Camden moved to the calendar year, those cities are fiscally distressed cities like Trenton. We have a demographic, we have a low income and very, very low income population. And those municipalities like us, we were for a long time under an MOU. Newark was also, and just recently converted to the calendar year because they got their MOU lifted in 2018. So we need to seriously, now we got Mr. Kaloji. These are the things that our law department should have reviewed and have come back to this council with solid legal advice as to the way forward. And they didn't. The mayor went over to DCA and completed an application to revert to a calendar year. That is a duty and that's a duty and responsibility of the council by statute. How many times are we going to allow this mayor to usurp this council's authority? There were a 2-step process here. One step was totally missing. Here we are talking about an ordinance. This ordinance should not even be on the docket tonight because the council, has never introduced a resolution to the residents and taxpayers of this city to complete the application to DCA to convert. I asked for that application. I asked, how did this come about? Because this council never passed a resolution to move to the calendar year. And then Mr. Collins sent me the application and it was not approved. It wasn't a resolution from the council. It was from DCA and Mr. Liston and the BA. They're breaking the law. It was the council that should have submitted that application on behalf of the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Trenton. We should have done community outreach. We should have asked the citizens whether they wanted to move to a calendar year. We did none of that because our mayor and the administration, time and time again, wants to discard the council, disregard the council, usurp the council of all our statutory duties in representing the citizens. So this council should not consider this because we did not submit that application. And if we read the law and the law department advised us, you would see that it was us that was supposed to submit that application. It was us that we were supposed to introduce a resolution before we got to the ordinance. If we pass this today, it's invalid. It's illegal. Where's the application? We were supposed to vote on that application. We were supposed to review it. And I assure you, most of us don't even know what it looks like. And for the DCA to come and usurp our authority and attempt to fill out that application on our behalf, they're nothing but state employees. We are elected officials representing 80,000 people. They had no right to fill out that application for us. And I would say, I'm not voting for this. I am going to vote no. And if the mayor or if this council have a desire to do it the right way, follow the procedure, follow the law, let the council fill out the application, let the council go out to our constituents and ask us if something that they want to do. We complete the application, we introduce the ordinance, the resolution to submit an application to DCA to revert. We never did that step. And no one is saying anything. Not our law department, shame on them. And I'm not voting for this, council president, vice president, because this council need to do that. We need to be lawful. If the mayor's not going to be lawful, if the law department is not going to be lawful, for goodness sake, the council, we have to be lawful. We cannot continue to let the administration usurp the law in the elected body that governs this city. Thank you.
Madam President.
Council President.
I think Mr. Rodriguez was seeking the floor next, ma'am.
Yeah, Mr.
I believe so.
Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez was next.
Yes, what I was expecting was somebody from the public said that there was a public hearing yesterday at 11 o'clock in the morning, at lunchtime. That was the only public hearing, and I got elected by the residents. I have not heard a resident during these hearings now. None of the residents agreed to this. So why are we going to force this? Like we just heard about this a month ago. If this was the idea, almost 2 years ago, somebody was talking about it, but we didn't hear anything until a couple of weeks ago. Yes, we got this. We still have a lot of stuff to do if we approve this. I see in the docket that we have two resolutions here, 21-233 and 21-235, that are related to this 6-month budget, I believe. So we are advancing the tax liens collections. That is like an accelerated tax lien there. We are advancing. We want to approve the quarterly tax bills for August after these 6 months. Why are we rushing into that? I also have problems with those $30 million that we're going to save somehow. It didn't convince me at all. Where is the $30 million coming from? Also, this is a serious matter. If we are serious about this, all we have to do is put it in November's election as a referendum. Let the public, the residents, decide on this issue, and we go by whatever the public decides. Because this is too quick. The public evidently is not aware of what's going on, because just one public hearing yesterday, and today we are voting on it. And yesterday they had the public hearing. That should have been public hearings all across the city. This is the future of the city. The residents are going to be affected, either positive or negatively. So they should have their input should have been taken into consideration. And I got my the new 6-month budget. I got the budget book the other day. And what they did was they divided the 2021 budget into two. That's mainly what they did. But I hope that they are so quick as they did this time with the yearly budget. You know, yes, we're going to be saving, but we are behind, way behind anyway, because we always approve the budget at the last minute because the administration fails to, by law, give us the budget on time. So now our budget, the 6 month budget, they quickly put that together. How comes to the last three budgets, we have to wait and wait and wait? And as a matter of fact, last year's budget, there was a huge deficit on it. Even DCA took over that budget, and they made some cuts in that budget last year. And I asked Mr. Cruz about the $8 million that were taken away from the waterworks surplus. Are we going to return that money? No, I didn't see anything in the 6 month budget. We are not going to get that money back in waterworks, so we can use it in case eventually we need that money. Yes, waterworks for somehow was taken away from the MOU. Yes, because waterworks is the money-making machine in Trenton. It's the golden hand. Everybody is benefiting out of waterworks. Yes, everybody. We have been hiring administrators. We have been hiring advisors, very expensive ones. Some that were in other areas of the city, and they get kicked out, and then they got hired to be advisors at waterworks. Yes, we have relatives of directors working for waterworks that were hired. Yes, to me that was illegal. We have all that in waterworks, and now they are exempted from DCA because they somehow, miraculously, they were taken out of the MOU. Why didn't we fight to get the whole city out of the MOU? That's what we need to do. Why don't we sue the state so that they give us that money, the millions of dollars that they owe us since 2010, that they got rid of the capital city aid? I remember about 2 years ago that Ms. Bond fought for the $10 million, and it went to the Senate and it was approved, $10 million. But in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, we were getting $36 million or more out of capital city aid because all these buildings in town, they don't pay the city a penny in tax. Let go after the state for that money. In the past 10 years, they owe us a bunch of money. And instead, what they did, they came up with the trick of MOU and this transitional aid. Transitional aid, if we take the transitional aid, we stay with the MOU. We have to be in the MOU because we receive transitional aid. No, we should not be receiving a penny of transitional aid. What we should be doing, and Mr. Cruz and the mayor should be demanding from the state that they return that money that they stole from us in 2010 when they switched. That was done supposedly on temporary basis because there was an economic crisis. But a year after that, we got out of the economic crisis, and what Trenton got was this MOU and a few $1 million in transitional aid. That's what we got out of that deal. That was not our fault. The economic crisis in New Jersey was not due to Trenton mismanagement of funds or whatever. Trenton had nothing to do with it. That was the state. So that's what we should be after. After it, then, regardless of if we are in the calendar year or the fiscal year, it doesn't matter if we have enough money to balance the budget and to cut down taxes. Instead of putting like that zero increase, it's not zero anyway. The taxes are going to be raised because somehow they come up with another thing. They extend the amount of money that could be spent in the budget. extend it. So once they extend it, that means we approve that to lift the cap. And when we lift the cap, we authorize the administration to raise 1.5 or so more in the property taxes if the city decides to. So that's the zero tax that they have been giving us. That's not true. I believe this is unfair. I'm going to go with what the residents say. Not even one resident said that this was a good idea for the city. Not even one. The city could not convince not even one resident to vouch for this, because the city did that secretly hearings at 11 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's working. You know, what is the deal with that? Why not have it at least 4 or 5 different hearings through Zoom? Now you don't even have to have, we do it through Zoom, through Teams. So that wasn't done. The residents were not, they didn't get the right information. We didn't get the right answers. We didn't get anything. You know, that what Ms. Bond is talking about, yes, it's true. There should have been a resolution before all this for us to request that application or whatever, the process. That was part of the process. The law department failed to clarify that. Our law department, they didn't do it. So I am sorry about it, but I have to vote no for this budget. Thank you.
Council President?
Council President, I've been waiting to speak.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Ms.
Yes,
Caldwell.
yes. Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, and then is that you, Councilman Harrison?
Thank you.
Who was that? I couldn't make the voice
Councilman
out.
That was Councilman Harrison.
Yeah, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson was waiting, so she'll speak, and then you'll speak, Councilman Harrison.
Okay, so I have a question, a couple of questions that I need to ask Mr. Cruz in the legal department. So, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam Vice President.
Mr. Cruz, this whole process for this application, do you have to send the application to the local finance board for approval?
Only after
change
council.
the fiscal year?
Only after council adopts the ordinance and the resolution, because the resolution is actually to allow for the local finance board to hear the our willingness to move into the calendar year. Something that was touched up on a little bit earlier by a council member was that we had not followed the process. This is actually the process. This is what's on the agenda tonight is the process. We did the introduction. Council approved the introduction, and this is now the second hearing. And with the second hearing, then also comes the resolution from council showing the willingness for the city council members to move the city to the local finance board so that they can approve the change. And that actually, I believe, is resolution 21-227. So we are following the procedure. It is not out of law as indicated by a council person. It is actually on the agenda tonight. So the ordinance for the second reading and the resolution. Also, they say that there was not enough.
Mr. Cruz, state the statute.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn.
State the statute, because he's lying.
No, excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, he said a certain councilwoman. Say my name. It was Councilwoman Vaughn.
No. Councilwoman.
I have the floor with Mr. Cruz.
Well, again, Robin Vaughn said you didn't follow the process.
No.
The resolution should have been introduced first.
Mute her, please, because you can't just interrupt another.
I'm muted, Council President.
Excuse me.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Go ahead, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz,
yes. My apologies. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because I had further questions, because as the council president alluded to the water company wanting to float bonds and get a loan, and that they're not supposed to do this when you're changing over to the fiscal year. This is not all part of it. My question is, you know, the American Rescue Act has alluded to the fact that we can give the water company funding for lead run line replacement. So why would we even try to float more bonds and have another loan? I mean, you know, I understand the need to coordinate and change a fiscal year, and no year is good to do it, and I get that. But I will not support floating bonds or loans for the water company anymore when I know that there is money in the American Rescue Act to assist them to do that.
So Madam President, this is Vice President, I'm sorry, this is actually two separate things. Bonding is totally different than what we are trying, what the intent of this resolution and this ordinance really is. The intent is to move to a calendar year. As far as bonding, I mean, bonding comes when we need the bonding, but it is not related to the calendar change.
No, but what I'm saying to you is, I know you're telling me your part of the story, but what I'm saying to you is, why is there a need for them to bond and go out for a loan when we know that there's going to be funding coming from the American Rescue Act to go to the water utility?
Council Vice President, the purpose of applying for a loan, but let's not forget, there is nothing on this docket for bonding or notes for the water utility at this moment. At the pleasure of the council, that ordinance was actually taken off the docket and is no longer here. As far as future requests for bonds or floating notes, I mean, that is still also at the pleasure of the council. The administration can only make a request, and then the council can always say yay or nay. And at this moment, we are not doing that. In the future, I mean, we have a consent decree imposed to us by DEP that so many lead lines have to be replaced a percentage per year, and so the intent of floating the notes was to continue that process. But
didn't we just get 38 million for the American Rescue Act? Didn't we just get 38 million? And you're allowed to.
So that is actually
that money.
So that is actually a conversation that needs to take place, with this council and the mayor, so that they can, so that we can all come to the meeting of the minds. It doesn't necessarily mean that we can stop the work or proceed with the move for the city to go from a fiscal year to a calendar year. I mean, that's something.
Mr. Cruz, you didn't answer my question.
Okay.
Didn't we pass a resolution accepting $38 million from the American Rescue Act?
Yes, it has been received, yes.
Do we have that so that we could deposit that in our bank? So why can't we use part of that for the lead run replacement? Because they are permitted to do that.
Yes, and as I mentioned, Council Vice President, there are definitely other projects that could be done with the money, but if the pleasure of this council, along, as I mentioned, the meeting of the minds with the mayor, if that is the will of this governing body, then that is something that could definitely be discussed with the mayor and yourself. That is something that I will not be against, or the mayor may be against. It's something that needs to have a deeper conversation with council members and the mayor.
Well, we need a plan. We actually need a spending plan so that we can discuss it. We need to have public hearings on it.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Madam Vice President, the spending plan is a document that will be coming to council at the next council meeting.
Someone needs to mute themselves.
Madam Vice President?
Yeah.
Yes, so as I was saying, the spending plan is a document that will be submitted to council for the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. So,
Thank
Council
you.
President, bear with me. I need
Thank
to ask the legal department an opinion.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
go
Can I
right
speak to
ahead.
someone from the legal department?
Do you want to speak to Mr. Colosio or do you want to speak to some West or Samuels?
I want someone to tell me the way that they have taken this process for the change the fiscal year. I want them to tell me how it's legal.
That would be West Bridges. Mr. Bridges?
We did provide some of this information in written form. I'll defer to Ms. Samuels, who actually looked into this issue. Ms. Samuels, you were on the line.
Yes, thank you, Council, and thank you, Director Bridges. Yes, we did, at the request of Councilwoman Vaughn, provide a legal opinion, which was shared with the entire council prior to this meeting. We indicated in our legal opinion that the switch from a state fiscal year to a calendar fiscal year, that pursuant to the statute, that the administration had followed the process, and that the ordinance, the statute requires that an ordinance be adopted or passed by the city council, and then upon that adoption of that ordinance, is submitted via a resolution to the local finance board to review. Now, I mean, upon review of the local finance board, technically the local finance board could determine that once they review that 6-month transitional budget along with the other documents or the application that's provided pursuant to the resolution, they could decide or they could not approve the switch. It's not sort of like a 100% guaranteed thing, but but in most cases, it usually is approved. And so the administration and the council are following the law. They are in compliance with the law in that the ordinance was introduced and it passed its first reading, and now it's being considered on second reading along with a resolution which would be submitted to the local finance board. And we did provide that legal opinion on Monday of this week to the council for their review prior to this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you.
Council President.
No. I have Councilman Harrison on the line. Councilman Harrison?
Yes. My point is that this did pass the first time. 5 votes, it passed. This is the same council that asked the administration, the DCA, to sit down with the previous budget to give a 0 tax increase. That happened. Some of my colleagues voted against it. Regarding the Trenton Waterworks and the bonds, it's paid not by it's paid by the water rates. We keep telling everybody your taxes are going up. This isn't about the governor. This isn't about the DCA. It's about the mayor. So some of us on this call are going to be running for mayor. So it seems like now this is this whole witch hunt. I guess we don't, like you said, we didn't read the documentation, because if you look at it at the end of the day, we need to move the city forward. People wanted a 0 tax increase. We should have been voting for that. Some of us didn't vote for that. Still know why. They said the taxes were going to go up. They got it showed in front of them. There wasn't going to be a tax increase, but you still voted against it. So you got to ask yourself, what is this about? Is this about being the next mayor? Because that's what it sounds like.
Why is he talking about stuff not related to the issue?
No. Don't think I'm talking about you, because I'm not talking about you.
But we should be talking about
Councilwoman.
I don't interrupt you when you speak. Don't interrupt me. Like I said, at the end of the day, the city's got issues.
We should be talking about the ordinance.
No,
don't worry about what I talk about. You ran on for about a half hour, and we had to hear it for half hour. I never interrupted you, so don't interrupt me.
Apply the rules across the board, Council President.
Please.
Stop being an interruption again. You do it all the time.
You guys interrupt me all the time.
Councilwoman.
At the end of the day, if you guys vote against it, that's on your conscience. But just remember,
Council President.
Thank you, Council.
It's not talking about the ordinance. We're talking about running for mayor.
Or half hour. Thank you very much.
No, no, no. Mr. Collin, we may move on.
Yes,
Move
ma'am.
on, Mr. Collin.
I have ordinance 21-0112 on the floor, introduced by Mr. Harrison, seconded by Mr. Blakely. This is an ordinance authorizing the city of Trenton to revert to a calendar fiscal year from a state fiscal year. I do have a motion by Mr. Harrison and a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President, you wanted to move to the vote.
Yes, move to the vote, please.
Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
By a vote of 4-3, I do believe this only requires a simple majority. If I am in mistake, if I am in error, please correct me from the law department. I am on the understanding that this is only a simple majority to approve. I know some budget items do require a 2/3 majority. So my belief is 4-3, but if I'm in error,
Simple majority.
Thank you, sir. So the ordinance does pass, is adopted for second reading, and will be sent to the mayor tomorrow. Council President, that is it for the public hearings. We do have a docket tonight. Did you want to do a docket review to establish a consent agenda on the docket before proceeding to the resolutions, or did you just want to go consider them one by one?
Just consider them one by one based on this is a combined meeting because there's still questions that have to be asked for each.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure. Also, we do have a walk-on. Do you want to do that at the end of the agenda or at the end of the docket, or would you like?
Yes, at the end. Just don't forget it. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Proceeding into the docket. First, we have Resolution 21.
Mr. Collin, will
Yes,
you
ma'am.
talk about the resolution that has been pulled based on the fact that it was part of the presentation? Could we get that out of the way first?
Yes, ma'am. If you want to announce that at the top. There are a number of resolutions that the administration agreed to pull from the docket that was published. First is Resolution 21-247 and 21-249. Both of those relate to Amtico Square and a project there. The reason why the administration is pulling them is because there was a presentation that had to go before, that they would like to run before the resolutions. Tonight's agenda is, because it's a joint meeting, was jam-packed, so we couldn't facilitate the presentation tonight. They are being moved to the next meetings of the 22nd and the 24th. So those are being pulled. Is that is correct, Mr. Cruz, correct?
Which one is being removed? 21-227?
This is 21-247, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture to apply for and accept a grant for $500,000 Urban Park Initiative grant to construct improvements at 104 Taylor Street for fiscal year 2022. And then there's the resolution 21-249, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture to apply for and accept a $1 million Green Acres grant to construct a skate park and associated sports at Amtico Square for fiscal year 2020. And there is a presentation that accompanies that they would like to make before you actually vote on it. Mr. Cruz, is that correct that those are pulled?
What is 21-227?
21-2, I'm not sure what 21-227 is. That's hold on one second. That's a local finance board application for the conversion to the fiscal year to the calendar year.
Why is that on here at the same time we passed the ordinance?
You would have to give that to the administration. I wasn't given any advice with regard to that resolution.
Okay, go ahead. Continue, Mr. Collin.
Okay, so those two items will not be heard tonight. As this is a combined meeting, this is sort of the docket. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not being for the council right now, please mute yourself. Council President, would you like me to proceed to the resolutions?
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. First, we have Resolution 21-221. This is a resolution celebrating the 119th anniversary of the Trenton Free Public Library, and this was actually brought to me by Council Vice Chair Caldwell Wilson. And I do believe she wishes to make a motion on.
Yeah, I would just like to roll call that.
Yes, we're actually going to move through the docket and vote on everything. So I am actually going to take motions, and we're going to vote now on each item. So, ma'am, would you like to make a motion on resolution 21-221?
Yes, I'll move. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President, would you like to proceed to the vote, or would you like to open
Yes,
the?
please. No, let's go right ahead to the vote.
Okay. This is resolution 21-221, a resolution celebrating the 119th anniversary of the Trenton Public Library. And this is just wishing them best wishes and congratulations. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
And Council President McBride.
Yes.
And this is just resolving by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the council celebrates and bestows the best wishes and congratulations to the Trenton Free Public Library on its 119th year, and thanks to the library for its services to the citizens of the City of Trenton. Next, we have Resolution 21-252. This is a resolution approving the 2021 and 2022 scheduled meetings of the City Council, ABC Board, and Board of Health of the City of Trenton. Just noting the earlier change today. The July 15, 2021 meeting and the August 12, 2021 meetings were made combined meetings, and the Tuesday sessions were removed per the ordinance and the rules of procedure. That being said, do I have a motion for 21-252?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
That's the calendar.
Second.
Yes, ma'am. This is the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Council President, would you like to open the floor, or would you like me to move to the vote?
We can move to the vote.
Mr. Blakely. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No, I don't approve of the Tuesday meetings being removed.
They were per the A316 ordinance for one meeting per month for that. That's the only change. The other meetings were full meetings. I just want to clarify that before you vote. Did you want to keep your vote as no, ma'am?
Well, it's only two. Explain to me, it's only two
Yeah,
Tuesday meetings?
per the rules of A316, the council calendar only has one meeting for the month of July and the one meeting for the month of August. So the early correction was just to comply with that rule of procedure. Those are the only meetings that are combined. The only ones that are combined are the ones that are normally combined for both the league and just for the summer session.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered, and this will be published to the newspaper. Thank you very much. Next, we have Resolution 21-224, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim. Council President, the resolutions 224, 225, and 226 should be actually moved to after the executive session for the purposes of actually hearing the
Right.
presentation.
Right.
So can I make that a procedural change?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Those will be moved to after the executive session consideration at that time. We'll now move to Resolution 21-227, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer making application to the local finance board for their version of the calendar fiscal year pursuant to NJSA 40 Cap A:4-3.1 or 40 Cap A:4-3.2.
So moved. So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like me to move to the vote?
Yes, please.
Would you like to,
Excuse me, wait a minute. Councilman
comment on
Rodriguez.
this,
Yes.
I have a comment about this.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I believe that this resolution should have been in during the past meeting, not today, that we're supposed to be voting on the and this came up because Ms. Bond brought it up last week, and now we are voting on both of the things at the same time. That's what that is confusing, because this should have been approved 2 weeks ago, and then after that vote on this resolution. These are the tricks that the administration are bringing all the time. That's all I have to say.
I have a Council President.
Go right ahead.
This is the resolution this is 21227. Resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer making application to the local finance board for reversion to a calendar fiscal year. Now, anyone can go to the DCA website, and the law department is giving erroneous information to the city of this to the citizens of this city and to an elected council, and they should be brought up on ethical charges. You have a fiduciary responsibility to give legal advice to a governing body, and it should be accurate. You should be held accountable.
What's not accurate?
And it should be brought up to.
What's not accurate?
Sir, please do not interrupt the council member while she
What's
speaks.
not accurate is, I asked for that application, and that application was not filled out by the council that the law said it's supposed to be filled out by. Mr. Collin retrieved that application when I asked for it, and they would not give it to me in electronic form. When I reviewed it, it was filled out by a business administrator, the Arch Liston, when the law says the application should be submitted before the ordinance. What we're doing here, council, members of this council should be ashamed of themselves to vote for that ordinance and allow elected officials, not the business administrator, he's not an elected official. It's not his responsibility to fill out an application. And to put it up here before the ordinance is passed into law, we are showing no disregard, little disregard to the city, the residents of this city, and insulting 100 people on this call. To sit here, the law department, to say that the ordinance comes before the application. We submit applications, resolutions all the time, applications to the finance board before we pass the ordinance for the bond. You don't pass the bond first and then do the application. It's an insult that my fellow council member sits here and accept this type of crap from the administration. This should be pulled. That ordinance should be ruled invalid, and I will make sure it is, because it's the right thing to do. We're all breaking the law by passing that ordinance before we have submitted that application. That it's our fiduciary responsibility. It's not the mayor's. It's not the BA's. And I have evidence that they submitted it and never came to the council. Who raised the resolution on the council to submit the making of the application to the local finance board? Council President, was it you? Was it Council Vice President Marge Caldwell Wilson? Who on this council submitted this resolution? Who on this council submitted the application? I want to know. Answer the question. Who on this council submitted the application to the finance board to revert to the fiscal calendar year? The law department? Mr. Bridges, tell me who submitted this application to the local finance board to revert to the calendar year? Mr. Bridges.
I will defer to Mr. Cruz. As you know, I was not recognized as law director at the time.
No, you're the law director now.
I'm let me finish what I'm saying, please. So Mr. Cruz is going to jump in. Thanks.
Who submitted this application, Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, can I answer the question?
Yes, go right ahead.
Madam President, can I answer the question?
She said yes, but beforehand, ladies and gentlemen, if you are on a device, please mute yourselves at this time because this is an important issue. So please show respect to this council. We greatly appreciate it. Mr. Cruz, my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Madam President. The application, Madam President, will be submitted to DCA upon passage of the resolution.
That's not what I asked.
Madam President, I am answering your question. If I may complete it.
Madam President, please have him answer my question.
Madam President.
It's not the process.
Councilwoman.
He had the opportunity. He explained his process. I asked him a direct question. The application has already been completed. I asked him who completed the application. I'm not asking him when he's going to submit it. Who completed the application, Mr. Cruz?
The application had to be completed by administration because council does not have the knowledge that it's needed to fill out the application.
No. What does the law say?
Once the application is filled out, it is presented
No. Mr.
And then by council.
No. I want to know. I am in order. I am in order, Council President. I'm asking who submitted the application.
You asked him who filled the application out. Mr. Cruz said the administration had to fill the application out because the council does not have the comprehension or understanding to fill it out. Now, he just told us that.
Okay, but Council President, are you going to speak for him or are you going to continue to talk? I'm asking the question.
Answered your question, Councilwoman.
No, he has not. I'm not finished. Okay. How does he know that the council does not? If the council, by law, he doesn't make that determination. How did he make the determination that we don't have the knowledge?
Councilwoman, you do not have the material that is needed to come up with numbers and the figures that are needed.
No.
So you asked me to answer a question and you don't let me speak.
No. Again.
Yes.
All right. So you said.
No. It's
all right,
yes.
I want to ask again. By law, who's supposed to fill out? What does the law say? What does the law state, Mr. Cologne? What does the law state, Mr. Bridges? What does the law state? Who is supposed to fill out that application?
Mr. Cologne, would you like to answer that question?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to defer, and I will work on this, and I will get all of this legislation overturned because it was performed unlawfully by the council, unlawfully by the business administrator, unlawfully by the mayor. You did not follow the law, and DCA, as the fiscal oversight entity, allowed the city to break the law.
Very lawfully, Councilwoman.
I'm not finished, and I will tell you this. The law says the council fills out the application. And if the council members feel they have questions, they will consult the law department. They will consult the business administrator. The business administrator does not make that decision or determination to ever override the council. And Council President, you should be ashamed of yourself to allow him to do that.
Council President.
It's the law. If we have a question, if we don't understand something, we lack the experience. That's why we have a law department. That's why we have a business administrator. That's why we have a finance director, a CFO. Because we could bring them to council. We can call a committee meeting. We can do anything to help us with that application. But Mr. Cruz cannot take the power out from us and just go in and fill out the application because he thinks that we don't have the knowledge.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
Well, I'm surprised, that the business administration had the guts to say he did it because we don't have the knowledge.
Exactly.
That's an insult to me. That's all I have.
Exactly.
Council President.
No. Miss Samuels, you weren't called upon.
Okay.
If none of the other council members want to add to this conversation, We will move on for the vote.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Samuels, I'd like to hear what you were going to say.
No, you can't give Ms. Samuels the floor, Councilman.
Okay, well, my part is about this is we're here to do a meeting tonight, but all we're doing is bullying. We're bullying people. We're bullying everybody. Everybody's yelling. We're here to do business. I mean, come on, calm down, relax a little. This sounds embarrassing. Yelling and screaming, dictating, telling us, whatever. It's not good. It looks really bad. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Harrison. All right, Mr. Collins, could you continue, please?
Yes, Council President, this is for the consideration of Resolution 21-227, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer making application to the local finance board for reversion to the calendar fiscal year pursuant to NJSA 40 Cap A 4-3.1 or 40 Cap A 4-3.2. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely, your vote.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
I'm too stupid to fill out an application.
Is that a no vote or an abstention, ma'am?
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. The resolution carries by a vote of 4-3. Next, we have Resolution 21-228, a resolution awarding a contract to Carousel Industries of North America, Inc. for the purchase of 9/11 software and support maintenance awarded through New Jersey State Contract Number T-010983925 for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to April 30th, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $153,702.50.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, the floor is open.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to know who had this contract before. Because recently we had a problem with this 911 call that was transferred to Hamilton. A councilman called 911 and there was no answer from 911. What is the service that we have there? What's going on with our services? We have problems with the radio room, problems here, problems there. They're going to try to walk in a resolution on the radio room later on, so be aware. Radio room, they want to keep it there, keep the same MPS company. Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Are you going to say something?
Mr. Collins, you may move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I have, this is Resolution 21-228, an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely, your vote.
Councilman Blakely? Councilman Blakely? Come back to him, please.
Never mind. I'll call you back.
Go right ahead. Mr. Collins, could you move on?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
Which one is this, Mr. Collins?
This is Resolution 21-228, a resolution awarding a contract to Carousel Industries of North America, Inc. for the purchase of 9/11 software and support maintenance awarded through New Jersey State Contract Number T-010983925 for a period of 1 year from July 1, 2021 to April 30, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $153,702.50.
Yes.
Council President, Mr. Blakely,
Yes.
you return to us? Mr. Blakely is being marked absent. Council President McBride.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I have it. It does pass by a vote of 5-1, with Mr. Blakely being absent, which I'm noting for the record. Just give me 1 second. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-229, a resolution awarding a contract to Lawmen Supply to purchase ammunition for mandatory police training and related police equipment awarded through New Jersey State Contract number T-0106 17 Fleet-00740 for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $70,000. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, the floor. Any members wish to be heard?
If no one wants to comment, you may move for the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, have you returned, sir? Ms. Blakely is being marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Which one is this, please?
This is Resolution 21-229, resolution awarding a contract to Lawman Supply to purchase ammunition for mandatory police training and related police equipment, awarded through state contract for $70,000.
Yes, yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-231, a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by Director of Finance of the fiscal year 2021 appropriations. And I do have one question before we vote on this. I believe this actually does have to pass by 2/3 for transfers within the first 2 months of the last 3 months of the budget year. Am I correct on that?
Do they know?
Well, I'm just asking if this is, I'm asking what's, this
Yes.
is 458, so it is a 2/3, okay. Yeah, it's 2/3 of the full membership, just to note for the record. Once again, this is Resolution 21-231, a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the fiscal year 2021 appropriations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, want to open the floor or move to the vote?
Yes, if anyone have any questions. If not, move for the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, have you returned, sir? Ms. Blakely is being marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The resolution passes by a supermajority of 5-1 with one absent. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-232, a resolution authorizing assignment of 15 tax sale certificates totaling $920.47 pursuant to NJSA 54:5-113. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead.
is the tax collector on the line?
Ms. Ludden, are you, yeah, okay, she was able to make it in. She did call me before, and she was having a problem. So yes, ma'am, she is.
So, why are we doing tax sale certificates and liens and anything of this nature, considering our state government and federal government orders around moratoriums?
There's no moratoriums that have to do with tax collection.
Pardon? Could you speak up, please?
There are no moratoriums that have to do with tax collection.
Well, sure they are. So property taxes, right? So the moratorium, if you read the orders, it clearly states that mortgages, evictions are postponed, right, are deferred. If folks can't provide the revenue or the rent to the property owners, how the property owners are going to pay the taxes?
Those things that you mentioned are not restrictive to the tax collection process. That has no effect on municipal tax collection. There's no moratorium.
So consider this. What programs are you offering to assist folks who are residential who are having issues with taxes. You can't go, well, there is a moratorium on foreclosures, right? So you can't,
No,
with the taxes.
we're doing foreclosures. Foreclosures are proceeding through the court. Foreclosures are proceeding through the court.
Well, I hope you're not doing them in Trenton, because I will show you the state order that says you should not be.
Well, you're incorrect, ma'am, because they are being done.
Well, I'm asking about the city of Trenton. Who's doing them? You doing them in the city of Trenton?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, you're going to be hearing from me, because I'm going to send you the regulations that says that you should not be going after residents for monies that they are in the rears on their property. That's their residence.
No, that does not exist in the state of New Jersey. You are incorrect.
Well, I just read Governor Murphy, and they even extended to June 30th of 2021. And that's
not regarding real estate taxes for municipalities. Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, you can keep saying absolutely not. I will show you the governor's ruling, his executive order. And as far as the American Revenue, the American Rescue Act plan, it clearly says that the revenue that they are giving the city of Trenton is to be used to subsidize the loss of government revenue. Government revenue is done and raised by taxes. So what are you going to do with that money when that money is for that purpose?
Well, that's out of my purview. That has nothing to do with the tax collector. I'm not in control of those money. That's done by the mayor, the council, and the administration.
Well, that's why you're in front of council right now. I'm letting you know that I will be sending you some guidance so that you can halt these tax sales and to halt.
I cannot, ma'am. That's against the law.
Well, again,
that's against the law.
Again, well, I'm not going to ask you to do anything against the law. I'm going to show you the law. Okay, and when I show you the law, you're not going to come with your arrogant attitude and say what you're not going to do for the residents and taxpayers of the city. I know you don't live in the city of Trenton. So do not come here in this meeting and tell me what you're not going to do when I told you that I'm going to show you the law. I'm here representing these residents who are challenged.
So am I, ma'am.
And who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. If you don't have any compassion for that, then maybe you shouldn't be in your job.
And how dare you say that to me?
How dare? Really?
I am very compassionate. I am very compassionate.
No, you're not, because
I deal with all the residents on a daily basis.
Have come and complained about you immensely.
Madam President, can I chime in?
This needs to be cut off. This needs to be cut off. It needs to be cut off.
Agreed.
Okay. So I'm just telling you that I'm asking you, because there's residents on the phone right now on this call who wants to know about this, because their taxes, their houses are getting, you sent letters to them saying that they're going to be, their home is at risk.
I'm just constantly saying a point of order. We are going to move on, Mr. Conlon. I am
yes,
not.
ma'am. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. You understand. So, Madam President, you are calling to move to the vote, correct?
Yes.
I have an introduction by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely, are you returned, sir? Ms. Blakely is marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No. Mr. Bridges has his hand up. Mr. Bridges.
Council President, my apologies. I hit it by mistake and I couldn't get it down. I do not have a question.
Okay.
The ordinance fails 3-3 with one absent. Resolution 21-232 fails. Next, we have Resolution 21-233, a resolution.
Kathy, can I ask a question? It's a matter of order. Is this a matter of housekeeping item?
Yes, go right ahead.
There has been times, can we get that right? Maybe Kaloji can come back at a later date. There were times when resolutions have passed 3-3 and Mr. Collin moved them as passed. And now tonight, 3-3, and they moved to failure.
I have never moved a resolution and indicated that a resolution that with a vote of 3-3 is passed, ever.
When there's a tie, you
And
have.
if you have a resolution number, please provide.
I didn't say it to argue. I'm just saying as a matter of process. I've seen that happen. So just for clarity, Mr. Collin, so when it's a tie, it fails?
Yes, always.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Madam President, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Resolution 21-233, a resolution authorizing the use of an estimated tax levy for the purposes of issuing 2021 third quarter tax bills. This is the August. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote? Or open the
Yes, please.
vote? Mr. Blakely, have you arrived, sir? Mr. Blakely is marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The resolution carries by a vote of 4-2 with one absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-234, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue a refund totaling $2,644.38 on 2 properties. Do I have a motion?
For a refund for what?
This is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue a refund totaling $2,644.38 on 2 properties. They were refunded for, apparently we received erroneous payments or duplicate payments.
Duplicate payment.
So, yeah, it was duplicate payments. It's on the bottom. Thank you, ma'am. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like to move to the vote?
Yes, please.
Council President?
Yes,
I have a
Councilman.
comment. I'd like to know the addresses of those properties. I see here that Block 902, Lot 25, Block 5804, Lot 3. Where is that?
Council President, would you like me to retrieve those, or does the administration have them?
If you
Why
have
can't
them,
they
Mr.
put
Collins.
the addresses there?
Yeah, I can look them up real quick if you just give me 1 second. The first one is the first address is for 14 Carroll Street. This is owned by JRSI LLC. I'll put this up on the screen for you. Anybody can use this website. This is through the Open Public Record System search in Monmouth County. So that is the first one is 14 Carroll Street. And the second one is block 5804. And that is lot 3. And that is 875 Bellevue Avenue, sir. Council President.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yes, you may move to the vote.
What is so big about keeping it secret? What?
I think they just listed them by block and lot. I don't know. Yeah, I can request in the future that they actually list the physical property.
Yeah, put it in English.
Yes, sir. I'll request that for the administration. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely, have you returned, sir? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Abstain, because I missed the whole.
The resolution passes by a vote of 4-1 with 1 abstention and 1 absent. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-235, a resolution authorizing and directing the foreclosure of 63 certain tax sale certificates totaling $4,992,921.88 pursuant to the In Rem Foreclosure Act. Do I have a motion?
Well, give me that number again.
This is Resolution 21-235. And I'm going to put it up on the screen for you.
Yeah, so I can see
1 second.
I got so much paper around me to.
Yes, ma'am. I totally understand. It's a big stack tonight. Okay, here it is. And if it'd be helpful, ma'am, I could read it into the record if you want me to.
No, I don't need you to read it. Was this a list to this? Was this the list that I had asked about the vacant lots? I'm trying to get to that one. Is this the resolution that had the list of properties on it?
Yeah.
And I had
Yes.
said, I had said to you that there was a couple of vacant lots on that list.
I don't recall that, ma'am, but
You don't recall I asked you about 66 Laurel Place being a lot, and you were supposed to look into it to find out if a company could get a percentage off of a vacant lot that has been vacant for over 30 years.
I do remember you were mentioning 66 Laurel Place, ma'am, and I did make, I'm sorry, I did not get that information for you. That is my fault. Mr. Cruz, can you answer that question?
Mr. Clerk, can you repeat the question? What was the question again?
Council President?
Yes, I had, I didn't know whether this was the resolution that had the properties attached to it in 66 Laurel Place. That's what I was trying to find.
Yeah, I'm looking for it on the list right now. Yes, it is on.
It's on there.
It is on there, ma'am.
So the 66 Laurel Place is a vacant lot, and I wanted to know why would we be paying anybody a percentage of a collection off of a vacant lot?
So
that was my question.
Yeah. So, Madam President, this is actually the owners of this property are in arrears. They owe the city $105,919 in taxes.
So why? Okay. All righty. So there was a couple other properties on here that they were foreclosing on that the people only owed $3,000 on, and my concern about that was what was asked earlier. What is the why didn't we reach out to some of these homeowners about a plan? Because if you owe $3,000, your house shouldn't be taken from you, and we have payment plans in the city. So I'm very concerned about that we would move to foreclose on a property for $3,000. There's about 4 properties on there for $3,000. Could you highlight those for me?
Yes, ma'am. We have first we have schedule number 52, which is 119 Dye Street, owned by Raintree Holdings, and it is for $4,774.76. If you look at my cursor, it's right there. The one above it is 117 Dye Street, owned by the New Jersey Development Coalition.
No. I'm talking about the 3,000. There's about 3 properties. I want to find the $3,000.
There's none with $3,000. There's none with $3,000.
The lowest is 4,000.
Okay.
That's another C.
Mr. Conlon mentioned the lowest ones.
Okay. All righty.
So, Council President?
Go right ahead.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
So, I I don't want her to speak, but I will speak. This is a perfect example of residents say they come into the tax collector's office and she doesn't even come out of her office to address them, to review, to discuss with them their hardship, to even offer a payment plan to the residents of this city. So if she does not respect the people who live here in the city of Trenton and who pays her salary, and this council who approved her advice and consent, then she needs to be terminated from her job.
You need to stop making personal attacks.
No. They need to stop making personal attacks on this council and calling us stupid. And they need to stop treating the residents like they're nothing. And the residents are taxpayers who come to the city, who legitimately want to work, find a way to stay in this town. And the people at City Hall who are non-residents think that they can talk to taxpayers any old kind of way. And they're not going to do that to my constituents here in the West Ward. They're here illegally. They don't live here. And they should show this council and the residents that live here respect.
Thank you,
So we need to get a tax payment plan for our residents, and she should facilitate that, and the business administrator should make sure she does.
Thank you.
I do need a motion on this.
Council President, if I may say something?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. It just.
So moved. Councilman Harrison, so moved.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Harrison.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Council President McBride. Thank you. I just need to get it out of the way. Go ahead.
All right, we may continue with the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely. Ms. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Mr. Michelle. Unmute yourself.
Mr. Michelle votes yes. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
No.
The motion carries 4-2 with one absent. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-236, a resolution authorizing the approval of qualifications for the following firms for professional architectural related services for the City of Trenton by and through the Department of Housing and Economic Development for CDBG funded projects through RFQ 2021-02.
What order what resolution is that?
This is 21-236, ma'am.
236. Is that for the what is that for?
Architectural related services for the City of Trenton.
No, that was pulled. What is that doing on there? Is that the one with
Oh, did I jump? No, no, ma'am. I don't have that as being pulled.
Yes. Is that? Wait, let me find that.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me take a look.
Put that on the screen, please.
It is on the screen, ma'am.
It's not showing here in my eyes.
Hold on one second. I did not actually finalize that button, so now it is. Thank you. My apologies.
Yeah, that was pulled, and it has no business being here. I took that off the docket because and we had a discussion about this yesterday. Mr. Collin, why is that on the docket? That was pulled.
It shouldn't be. I sent the notes, so my apologies. Let me just check my notes real quick. Hold on one second, please.
Council President, this is Sally Samuel. I just wanted to let you know that you did pull that in our docket review meeting. I have it in my notes.
I know I did. I don't know why the clerk has it still on the docket.
Yes, ma'am. I did send the email to pull it. It was an oversight. I did not get back to review the docket afterwards, so it was pulled. That is my mistake. So next is Resolution 21-237, a resolution rejecting bids received for renovation of the West Ward Recreation Center for the City of Trenton, binding through the Department of Housing and Economic Development for bid 2021-13.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
And Mr. Cruz, you stated that this was already going back out for bid, right, Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes, go right ahead.
I have to
Council.
make a comment on this. This recreational center have been vacant for years. Remember, 6-7 years ago, the residents were fighting to reopen that rec center, and we put it to bid, and we are refusing the bids. When are we going to start work on that recreation center? That is, if one recreation center is needed, is that one on the West Ward. We definitely need that recreation center. There's no recreation there, mostly except for Cowwater Park. It's not much recreation. West Ward not even have a swimming pool, and now somehow, what happened with this? Why are we rejecting bids? It's like there is no rush. We don't have to rush on it. We could wait on it. Let's wait another 6 years. But that's the way it's looking. The North Ward, we work on the North Ward. We work on the senior citizens centers. But this one, it has been vacant for years and years. It's not. So we have to do something about it. We have to get that back quick, because it's incredible that we are doing that to the youth of the West Ward.
Council President.
Council President.
Go ahead, Maria, and respond.
Thank you very much. I will respond not to the ordinance, to the resolution, although I know why it's being rejected, but I will, if needed, Ben Delisle will respond to that. But the West Ward Recreation Center has not been closed, at least for the last 20 years. So I guess that probably Councilman Rodriguez might be confusing that one with another center, but the West Ward Recreation Center, at least for the last 20 years that I know, has been open. It's open right now, just waiting until the time that we are able to accept a proposal to do the renovations, but it is open. It closed last year due to COVID restrictions, I'm sorry, but it was open to offer meals to the children every day. It has been open.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, just so for clarity, Councilman Rodriguez, I believe they're talking about the recreation center that's on the corner and next door to the Jenny Stubblefield Center, Senior Center, right there on the corner of Stuyvesant and Prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it is open. It has been open, and I know they were doing a renovation. They were supposed to put a new floor in on a basketball court and a whole bunch of stuff. But I don't understand what's going on in the Housing Economic Development Department around bids.
Madam President, may I
move projects forward because of it?
Madam President, this is Ben Delisle. May I respond?
Well, I don't need any. I'm clear now. If he's the one by, yes, I went into that. I don't know how much work has been done, but the money was approved to do the floors and stuff because it was in bad shape. I remember about 2.5 years ago. I went inside that one.
They didn't.
If it's open, it's good, but please get it fixed as soon as possible.
Mr. Collins, you have a lot of shuffling going on.
Something, Matt.
We may continue to the vote, please. Mr. Conlon, we may continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Blakely, have you arrived, sir? Ms. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
I'm sorry, which resolution are we talking about?
21-237.
Oh, yeah, renovate, to rejecting the bids? No.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So ordered, it passes by a resolution of 5-1 with one absent. I just have a question, Council President. I thought you would also pull 21-238. Is that correct? Or am I incorrect on that? I just want to make sure because
I
my
have to look
notes,
at it and see.
yeah, my notes went to actually change the docket, and I don't have them in front of me, and I didn't get them back. So I just want to make sure that we just don't run the ones. There were 4 overall that were pulled. And if Ms. Samuel has her notes, if she could just go over those with me, the ones that were pulled from docket review, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Clerk,
21-238, I don't believe it was pulled.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So before we proceed, Adam, do you have that list just so I can make sure?
I just have it marked on my docket, but this is no, this one is not pulled.
Okay.
It was not pulled, Mr.
Do you have the numbers of the ones that were, just so I don't run over them again?
Yes, just one sec. So, there was one for Wood Housing LLC. I think that was resolution 21. I'm just looking for it really quick. That was the next one that was pulled for Wood House. Oh, God.
Yeah, I think they got everything else. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't see it here. I don't see it here, Mr. Conlon. I think it was pulled.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, good enough.
It's not.
We can proceed. Okay, thank you very much for your indulgence, Council President. Next, we have Resolution 21-238, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Super LLC for demolition of various structures under the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program and Neighborhood Redevelopment and Revitalization Pilot NRRP program for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $544,160 through bid 2021-34. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Mr. I would just like to make a statement on this particular resolution. In the past, we have asked the director to break these projects down. I was able to get the list of the federal of the HUD approved list for the contractors, and we have about 20 contractors in the city of Trenton that have been HUD approved. I submitted that list to Mr. Cruz yesterday, and to the mayor, and to Mr. Lister. When these projects are put together, if they cannot use and submit those RFPs to the people in the community that they said we didn't have, and now we have the approved list, this won't be, it's unacceptable. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 30, about 30 businesses, 30 businesses that have been HUD approved that are within the borders of Trenton, and some of them are no further than Lawrence. And for them to put projects together and none of those projects go to the contractors inside the city that are federally approved. What does that mean, being approved by HUD? It means that you have met all the requirements to actually function and to do business with any organization getting federal dollars. So the fact that they keep saying that we don't have anyone in Trenton qualified, when I have a list here of 30 companies or more that are within the confines of Trenton, this is unacceptable to give someone that is not federally qualified this contract. It makes no sense, and we can't keep doing it. And we went to the director time and time again, asking him to cut these projects down. We went to the mayor, saying to the mayor, this is unacceptable. You can't keep funneling all of our CDBG grant money out of the community to people up in Orange, New Jersey. You just can't.
Council President, are you saying this LLC is not HUD approved?
It's not HUD approved. No, it's not.
Thank you.
And they're saying, oh, it doesn't have to be. But we have a list of 30 Trenton contractors that has been HUD approved. That's it for me. Anyone else want to speak to this resolution?
Yes, Council President. So I would like the law department to speak to the federal guidelines around public when a grant recipient, like the city of Trenton, receives any type of government funding. What is the obligation of the city of Trenton? Ms. Samuels or Mr. Bridges, please respond to that question. Based on this resolution, because you should have reviewed it, right? Because it's on the docket. So you should have had ample time. You should have been prepared to come and give me that answer.
I'm not prepared to give you that answer now. I do understand you're asking a very global answer. There obviously obligations to comply with federal EEO statutes and state and local EEO statutes, but I can't give you that answer on the fly. That would be something I want to vet thoroughly and specifically as to what you're talking about. If Mr. Kaloji, your legislative counsel, has a better answer, maybe we can defer to him and see what he has to say about that.
And Madam Council President, I can provide an answer to that question.
Just go right ahead, Mrs. Samuels.
Okay, thank you so much, Council President, and thank you for your question, Councilwoman Vaughn.
You're welcome.
According to 24 CFR Section 75.223, the city, yes, has Section 3 benchmarks that it must meet. However, a business does not have to be like a Section 3 business concern in order to receive a contract funded by federal dollars. It just means that if we do award that contract to a business that's not a Section 3 business, it means that we don't meet our benchmark that way. It means that we will have to meet it another way. For instance, that business, which is not like a certified Section 3 business concern at the time, could, upon being awarded the contract, work with the city to hire Section 3 residents. And at that time, they would become in compliance with the Section 3 requirement, and it would allow the city to meet its mandate. In essence, I guess what I'm saying collectively is that though this particular business is a business out of West Orange, and I do hear the council president, plea stating or statements stating that there are other Section 3 business registered businesses in the city which could have been awarded this particular contract. And maybe going forward, that is something that the administration, along with the Director of Housing and Economic Development and the council should, sit down and look into. But at this juncture, with this particular resolution, this contractor can be awarded this contract. It just means that the city will not meet its Section 3 business, its Section 3 business mandate or benchmark under this particular contractor, unless this contractor seeks to hire Section 3 residents, which it is my understanding that this contractor has proposed to do so. They are looking to hire 3 or 4 additional employees, and those employees they have indicated will be Section 3 residents. So at that they would become
okay. I want you to speak on another section of the regulations. And you're right. Super LLC is not precluded from the contract. There were other bidders that came in for the contract who are also not Section 3 eligible, but we took them. We did not do our due diligence to go out and find the eligible ones within our borders, within our metro statistical area. And that's the list that President McBride has. So the city of Trenton has not done its due diligence. It has not went to, before you go out, the regulation says, before the city of Trenton, the grant recipient goes outside its contiguous borders, all the way up to, not West Orange, to Passaic, New Jersey. So you mean that the city of Trenton did not go inside its borders to find the 12 or so eligible businesses here, because you didn't do your outreach. You didn't go to our contiguous borders. You couldn't find one in Hamilton. You couldn't find one in Lawrence. You couldn't find one in Ewing, Hopewell. Those are our contiguous borders. Don't interrupt me. So I am telling you that when you come here and you give us the law, you give it to us comprehensively. So, and don't leave out anything. So I'm telling you and everybody on this call that the city of Trenton did not do its due diligence and did the outreach that's required by federal law to first scope out and find eligible vendors within its borders. And then, if you cannot do that, then you go to the contiguous border. Then you go to that, the next level. Passaic is way up in North Jersey. So please, again, don't insult us with this. And you don't have to lobby for any. It's sad that we have to lobby our own municipality to give to argue and fight for a business that's 3 or 4 borders away from us because we didn't do our due diligence. So please do not come argue against the businesses and disadvantage the businesses in Trenton, Ms. Samuels, over Super LLC that's way up in Passaic.
Oh, Councilwoman Vaughn, I am not saying that at all. I am not saying that. Well, you missed out the very significant piece of legislation that firstly,
excuse Councilwoman Vaughn, give her.
Yes, firstly, no, you tell her, no, because I'm speaking, Council President. So if you call my name again when somebody else is interrupting me,
she was answering you.
Well, I am advocating for my constituents. This is our meeting. Okay, this is our meeting, Kathy.
But you asked.
Okay, but you don't have to manage me, Kathy. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So you didn't. So can you give us that law that says that we have to first do due diligence in our own metro statistical area before we go beyond? Councilwoman Vaughn, I can't give you that law because pursuant to the local public contracts law, there is no law. Like we can't.
No, I was not talking about local public. I'm talking about CFR. Don't play with me. CFR.
Yeah, but this was put out to bid, Councilwoman Vaughn. So we cannot control who responds to a bid, and that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about going out.
But we're balancing
outreach. Doing outreach. We require. When you receive public
It sounds
funds,
as though there's discord between Councilwoman Vaughn and the law department. This would be a great opportunity, given the recent events, to have Ms. Vaughn assign this to her council to take a look at and give an opinion. Because this information was provided to in writing before. Let's not pretend that it was not, and now it's been articulated to you again. If you disagree with it, you now have the ability. I have authority to do everything now. You can assign it to your outside counsel.
You made your point, sir.
Sanders, don't address this anymore.
Mr. Bridges.
Which you never do.
Listen, so this is the bottom line. The bottom line is not about going back and forth, and the bottom line is that when you are operating out of CDBG grant funding, it's a lot different than regular bidding, because the CDBG grant, the federal government has already laid the groundwork in their guidelines. And so why would you give a contract to someone in Passaic, New Jersey that is not HUD qualified when you have contractors within your borders that are HUD qualified already? And now you got to wait for the second piece. Maybe he'll get some Section 3 workers. Why should we do that? Why should we give him a contract of this magnitude in hope that he'll get Section 3 workers when we have contractors that could take this project on? Something is not right about this. This is not a regular bidding process. This is a CDBG grant funding where the guidelines has already been set. And so if you have HUD certified contractors inside your borders, they should be the first ones to get the dibs at this job. So don't say, hey, you can't determine who gets the bid under the federal guidelines and the CDBG guidelines. They've already set those guidelines. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
But we're going to move on because it's this particular resolution here is way over the top as far as the CDBG grant funding and the local contractors and their qualifications, and the fact that everyone is saying that we don't have anyone in our borders, when in fact we have given you the proof that there are over 30 companies within the city of Trenton. And so we're going to go ahead, Mr. Collin, with the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. We have an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson for Resolution 21-238. Mr. Blakely, have you arrived, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
No.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Council President McBride?
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 4-3. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-239, a resolution approving the fiscal year 2021 Community Development Block Grant Program, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant Program Annual Action Plan. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Blakely.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open. Council President, would you like to move?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead. Do we have a second?
Yes, we did, from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Thank you.
Again, until we get the right resources here in the city, until the city of Trenton gets the right representation. And I hold myself responsible because I gave a lot of these non-resident heads of department jobs in the city. They don't care about the city of Trenton. And you look at the CDBG grant program. Here we got home investment partnership, emergency grant. There are people who had fires in their homes. There are folks who have come to ask for assistance to do emergency repairs on their home, and all they do is get pushback when they come to City Hall. The residents of this city, it breaks my heart. But the residents should know that a third of the folks who work at City Hall don't live in Trenton. And I'm going to tell you, I don't care about them because you can't vote for me. I am not your councilwoman. I am not your elected official. You go to your own town council meetings and you talk crap to them. Because I don't care about you when you don't live in my city.
Is there a question?
So you have no problem, yes, giving away $500,000 to your town. And I just want my council members to think twice about it. But I guess it's very difficult when you're bossed and bought. So I'm not going to vote for this because I don't know who they're planning on allocating this money to. They give it to nonprofits that aren't in this city, who do nothing for this city. So I'm going to just vote no for this one.
Mr. Collins, will you take it to a vote, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-239. I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely, second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
No problem.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yeah, this is not on the $500,000 one. This is on the block grant program. Program, right? Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Didn't I say no? No.
Council President McBride?
No.
Resolution passes by a vote of 5-2. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-240, a resolution to redesignate the Nicolai Group LLC to approve the terms and authorize the execution of a redevelopment and purchase agreement between the city and Nicolai Group LLC for certain property within the Canal Banks redevelopment area.
If there's no comments, we may move to the vote.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Council President McBride. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Councilman Blakely?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No, I have a question.
No, we're in a motion. The vote or not. The vote, yes.
Oh, I thought we didn't have, there was no debate.
No, we went, nobody said anything, so we moved on into the to the vote.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution passes by a vote of 6-1, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-241, a resolution authorizing the approval of qualifications for the following firms of professional engineering services for the City of Trenton by and through the Department of Housing and Economic Development to CDBG funded projects through RFP 2021-03. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Floor is open.
Which one is this? Which ordinance? Which
This
resolution?
is Resolution 21-241, ma'am.
241. Let me pull it up. Let me look. 239. 241. Stop right here. Okay. I didn't agree with this. Okay. This, do you have a motion in a second?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do anyone have any comments they would like to make on this particular resolution?
Oh, boy. Yes. I have a comment.
Go right ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know, maybe we should just put everything to consent agenda, because nobody seems to be doing their job. Resolution authorizing the approval of qualifications for the following firms for professional engineering service for the city of Trenton. Buy-in through the CDBG block program. So, can we get the law department on this?
Mr. Bridges?
I'm not sure if Mr. Bridges can't answer. I'm here for the council president.
Who's covering the meeting? Is it the law director or the assistant attorney? The council president?
Yes, I asked for Mr. Bridges.
I can't unmute.
You are unmuted now, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Councilwoman, yes, potentially. What's your question?
My question is about the bid process. The RFQ 2123. Did this follow the process of HUD, or did this follow the process of the local contract law?
This was reviewed by Ms. Samuel. Again, if you do recall, I was not permitted to execute nor review it.
No. Council President.
So
I'm
she will.
I'm talking to the council president now.
Well, I'm answering your question.
No. But you are not answering. You're about to tell me why you can't answer it. So, Council President, yes. It's unacceptable that one of the folks who's supposed to come to the meeting and help us is constantly reverting back to something you told them in private. So you can't come to a public meeting unprepared and say you don't have answers.
No, I do have answers. I do have answers, but as you can tell by the signature line, Council President, when I may.
So
every time we have asked the new law director a question, he comes back and says something that is not even relevant.
Can you answer the question, Mr. Bridges?
Yes, as I was starting to say, Ms. Samuels reviewed this. She, as you know, works very closely with Mr. Lyle in Housing and Economic Development. Therefore, I was asking the Council President's permission to have Ms. Samuels answer your question, please.
All right, Ms. Samuels, were you in the docket review meeting?
Yes, I was, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, did you sign off on the for legality?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you review that with Mr. Bridges?
No, I did not review this particular resolution with Mr. Bridges. I reviewed it on my own, and I reviewed it in
Isn't that the protocol, though, that the assistant attorneys are not supposed to sign off on anything without the review of the law director or acting law director?
Well, at the time, Mr. Bridges, it was requested by council that Mr. Bridges not sign off on any resolutions. And
I'm not asking you that. I asked you, did you review it with Mr. Bridges? I did not ask you that. I didn't ask you what council instructed you. I asked you very clearly, did you review this with Mr. Bridges?
And I said no.
Okay. Is that protocol?
If I may answer that question.
I'm not talking to Mr. Bridges.
Oh, I thought you were earlier.
You just can't follow procedure and protocol, can you, Mr. Bridges?
No.
No, you cannot.
Okay. All right.
So, the Council President, incompetent law department, I have nothing to ask them anymore.
Perfect.
They all need to be fired.
Mr. Councilwoman, please.
No, I can say what I want. I'm advocating for my constituents. They don't represent them. They're not representing the 20,000 residents in the West Ward like they should.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, ma'am.
we-
I have a motion. This is for Resolution 21-241, resolution authorizing the approval of qualifications for the following firms of professional engineering services for the city of Trenton by and through the Department of Housing and Economic Development for CDBG funded projects through RFQ 2021-03. We have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
It's been a shooting, three people shot.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I said there's been 3 shootings on Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Point of order.
Mr. Blakely, are you?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution passes by a vote of 5-2, so ordered. And my hopes and wishes to anybody who was injured tonight. Next, we have Resolution 21-242, a resolution authorizing the approval of qualifications for the following firms of professional environmental services on an as-needed basis for the City of Trenton by and through the Department of Housing and Economic Development for CDBG funded projects through RFQ 2021-01. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Is that on the screen, sir?
I will move it down. I was just reading first, but yes, ma'am, now it is. I'll try to zoom out a little bit so you can see more of it, and there we go. But this is the one. Yes, ma'am. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. The floor is open.
Okay, so here's the thing, and this is the last time that I'm going to say this. The resolution before and this particular resolution, none of them, based on the fact that these are CDBG grant positions, none of these people here are listed as HUD qualified. It doesn't prohibit them, but the ones that are in our borders should be considered because they have already met all of the requirements. And so, again, I'll just say that this is unacceptable when you do not look for companies in our borders and all of the companies that you choose to do the CDBG grant funding. What my constituents need to understand is this. Our city is hurting. Once this money goes out of the city, there is no getting it back. We come here and we vote to send all of this money outside of the borders of our city. This is shameful. It's shameful because once the money is gone, it's not coming back. And your city, your contractors, when they are allotted these positions, these jobs, they spend their money in these borders. How do you ever expect to turn a city around when you're funneling money out by the thousands that the federal government is giving to your city to help bring your city up? It makes no sense. It just makes no sense to me.
Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list, and there's one from Princeton, one from Robbinsville, one from Trenton, and one from Burlington. So there are fairly local people in there. I don't know how many professional environmental services we have in the city, but there is one, and they're on the list.
Did they get chosen?
Yeah, they're on this list. Yes. They're on this list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Council President.
Yes, right here.
So, CDB. So they. Where am I? You were talking about 21-242, right? I'm sorry, I lost my place.
Yes.
So again, it's just a very brief statement. You say that it's unacceptable, but I'm letting everybody know here that it's unlawful. So anybody who passes this and signs on to this should not even make the docket. So it's like the program manager over at HUD said, it shouldn't even get past the bidding process. They're not eligible. Council should never even see it. So it's an understatement, and it's inaccurate to say it's unacceptable, it's immoral, it's unlawful. And our law department sits down with the docket review and allow unlawful resolutions to be put in front of the city council. And I'm tired of it, and I'm not going to stand for it anymore.
Council President, I have one more comment.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I need to ask Mr. Delisle why we have 13 firms here.
Council President.
For consideration.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, this is just a pre-qualification. This is not awarding contracts. So we issued a request for qualifications that was published and advertised and marketed. And these firms responded and had the qualifications. So we're pre-qualifying them. From this list, we will solicit proposals for work in the future. And should they, they be selected for work that we need, we'll come back to council with a contract.
Okay, thank you.
So we do not disqualify anyone if they were qualified to do the work.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. I have a resolution 21-242 introduced by Mr. Harrison, seconded by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by 4-3, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-244, a resolution to establish a working committee to assist the New Jersey Department of Community
Did
Affairs.
you put it on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Resolution 21-244, a resolution to establish a working committee to assist the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Office of Local Planning Services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
So, resolution to establish a working committee. So, who is going to establish this committee? Is it going to be the council? Is it going to be administration? So who's lawfully statutory responsibility to establish this committee?
That would be a question for Mr. Delisle.
No, the law department. I said statutory.
Oh.
So when the administration put forward this resolution, because I know and no one from the council put it up, right? So who is responsible for this? This speaks to redevelopment, right? It's under Mr. Delisle. The council is deemed the redevelopment authority, the redevelopment agency of the city of Trenton, because we have not defined our agency yet. So who is doing this committee without the council?
Council President, may I respond?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Vaughn, if you recall, this was something that you actually added to this resolution 2631 back in October for the council to weigh in or to have some say-so on the committee. So this is will not be a long-standing committee. This is just to provide some input or guidance to the local planning services in their review of the downtown redevelopment plans. So as this resolution is laid out, the administration will suggest names for council's consent. And this resolution does identify the qualifications or the types of folks that will be selected or recommended to council for their consent to their approval. I expect this group to meet just a couple of times during the planning study, and then it'll no longer be in effect. It's just for a very short period of time.
Well, the administration should not be appointing anybody to the committee. It should be the council. And the committee should be people from the community. Period. I remember when I met with you, and we discussed that.
Council President, if I may.
Because initially we had a bunch of nonprofits on the committee.
So, thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Vaughn, if you look at the resolution, it's very clear that the members have to have the certain criteria. They'll either own a Trenton business, be a member of a community organization, or a member of the downtown association. You know, that one was identified because, you know, it's in the downtown area, or a citizen who's resided in the city of Trenton for the past 5 years. Also a member of council and the city planner. So, you know, someone has to come up with a list of names and put it into a resolution and bring it to council to be a membership. If you have names or suggestions, I'd be happy to consider them or put them in, and again, regurgitate that back to council with a future resolution to appoint those members.
Well, I don't think, I mean, I'm just right off the bat, I don't think anybody from the Trenton Downtown Association should be on the committee.
Why?
Who said that?
Regarding the downtown.
No. There's residents down there. They are already on the committee. They provide their input in that forum. They don't need to be the same people. You need diversity across all committees in the city. Stop going to the same old people over and over again who comes up with the same ideas. So we need to go out to 84,000 other people who have interest to sit on these boards and committees and have great ideas. Why continue to be exclusive when we can be inclusive and we can diversify and bring new ideas, new people to the table, to the committee, to engage them in their government? So the TDA, same old people, they sit on boards. So we need to go to new people. So yes, Ben, we do.
Hey, point of order.
To who? I'm a council representative. I can speak.
You don't even know who's on that board in TDA. It is okay.
I do so know who's on that board in TDA.
No,
I do so know.
Stop.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Caldwell Wilson.
That pushed this thing forward in the first place.
I always provide my input. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm an elected official. I'm not going to sit here like a potted plant like you are, Boston bought. And only do what you're puffing that to do.
Calling names, please.
No, I didn't call her name. I did not call her name.
Tell me if she can do this to me and talk to me about like this.
Well, you don't. Why are you interrupting me?
I need the law department.
Just because you happen to have a certain
this meeting.
A point of order.
It's my opinion.
It's
Council
President.
Tell me
Council
what I
President
have
has
to
the
say.
floor, ma'am. Please, the Council President has the floor. Please.
A point of order. You had a question? Well, Mr. Delisle answered it. Mr. Collins, move this resolution forward.
Yes, ma'am. I have a written introduction by Council President McBride, a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution passes by a vote of 6-1, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-245, a resolution to enter into a contract with Princeton Hydro for a job creation loan. I believe. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Floor is open.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I believe we voted on changing the ordinance, gave power to economic development, give away money.
I can't hear the council.
I can't hear you, Councilman.
Saying that now, again. That's what it is?
I didn't understand you, Councilman. What did you say?
He was asking if we had previously voted on this, ma'am.
Okay.
It's exactly the same, but they change it now. They added a resolution now for the $250,000 that are supposed to be for existing Trenton businesses. We're gonna give it to this company from Princeton that they clearly said that they did not need that money to move to Trenton. They contradicted the mayor, and the mayor said that that was part of the deal. They say no, that had nothing to do. We could move on their own. They didn't need that $250,000. We are going to vote to give them the $250,000. I don't understand why we have this.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
So, yeah, so here we are, a resolution placed on the docket. It says job creation. So how are these, Mr. Delisle, so how are the jobs going to be created and when can we see them created? When are they going to start recruiting Trentonians?
Council President, if I may.
Right ahead, Mr. Delisle, Director.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, thank you for the questions. The Princeton Hydro has executed a lease. They expect to take the place is being renovated. They expect to take occupancy in early next year, January, February timeframe. They will be relocating 28 employees, so those will be new jobs in Trenton, and they are expecting to grow by at least 10 jobs over the next couple of years from there. I think they're an engineering company. They get large contracts from counties and governments, and depending on those contracts, they'll continue to grow. But it's a great company. We're very excited to have them come. And I just would like to clarify, they are not from Princeton. They're from, I believe it's Ringwood in Hunterdon County. So they specifically chose to move to Trenton. They wanted to move to the city, and excited to have them here.
Okay, so they're going to create jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So are these 50 individuals, these 50 jobs, are they all moving into Trenton, or they're just current employees who are going to be commuting into Trenton?
Well, Council President, if I may respond.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Certainly, Councilwoman, the initial employees, the 28, will be relocating from where they are now, and I would expect some will commute, just as they're doing now, to their current job in Hunterdon. But I would expect over time that a number of them would move to Trenton, just for proximity to be closer.
Okay, so I was talking to our redevelopment attorney about this very thing. Right?
Councilwoman, if I could add one thing, I'm sorry to interrupt. Part of the program is principal forgiveness, and that's tied directly to the number of jobs of Trenton residents. So there is an incentive for the company to make sure that those the new employees are residents in the city of Trenton, and that's when they'll earn principal forgiveness or potential principal forgiveness. If they do not have people that are working in the city of Trenton, then they won't be eligible for the amount of principal forgiveness they otherwise would have. So there is an incentive for those people to be here.
Okay, so the terms of the redevelopment agreement should state that clearly, right?
Well, there won't be a redevelopment agreement, Councilwoman. There'll be a loan agreement. But yeah.
Well, the loan agreement, the terms, they're moving here. Well, job creation is it's a symptom of redevelopment, correct?
I would say so.
It's an attribute of redevelopment, job creation. If a company is moving here and they're receiving public funds, UEZ funds, right, which you don't have here stated clearly. This is the UEZ money, and they are now UEZ qualified, right? Eligible? They meet the requirement of the state, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So did they attach that certification? Law department, did you get that certification from the Princeton Hydro Company that they are in fact certified?
I did get correspondence from the UEZ department, yes.
We did.
Okay, is it attached to the resolution?
Do you see it there?
I'm asking you, Mr. Bridges.
Once again, I'm answering your
You
question.
said you got certification. Do you have it? Send it to
I
Mr.
have
Collins,
it,
please.
I have it.
Can you send it to Mr. Collins so he can attach it to the resolution and share it with the council?
It was provided to Mr. Conlon actually prior to the meeting.
Okay. So they're UEZ certified now, and they're promising to bring create jobs, but those jobs are really people who are already here. I mean, already employed there, and they would just be commuting to Trenton. Council President, I have no more to say.
Thank you. I had a question. I wanted to ask about the fact that this company was moving into a facility that has a pilot with the city. And so I'm just trying to understand what that means. Like, if the owners of the building has a pilot with the city, then they take in a business, and this business wants a part of the our UEZ funding that should be for Trentonians. And so how does that work? We're giving a pilot to the owner of the building. Then they say, oh, that was a private deal, a private owner, private agreement, but we want public funding. They have public funding under a pilot. So how does that work? I'm just trying to understand this piece of it here.
Council President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, you're correct. This property or this building is in what was known as Roebling Block 3. It's privately owned. It was acquired by the developer from the county. It does have a pilot, a very old pilot, and it doesn't pay very much in the pilot payment currently because the building is vacant and dilapidated. Upon the improvements to the building, the pilot amount will go up. So the city will receive quite a bit more in pilot revenue from the building being occupied because it's tied to the gross revenue or the rental of the property. So by them coming in, I mean, it's going to be a net benefit to the city because we'll increase, the pilot money realized. And I would also note that, they're not taking the entire space, but having the first person come is part of the most important part because subsequent tenants for the balance of the building, it'll be much easier to attract them once the building begins renovation and the lights are on and the water is on and the elevator's working and all these sorts of things. It's that first mover that's often very difficult to attract.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Dahl.
Thank you,
no more
Council
questions. Mr. Conlon, you may move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-245, resolution contract with Princeton Hydro for job creation loan. Now introduced by Mr. Harrison, seconded by Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, your vote.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yeah.
Resolution passes by a vote of 6-1. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-246, a resolution authorizing application and acceptance of a local recreation and improvement grant in the amount of $500,000. I'm sorry. Is this let me check to make sure. No, this one is good. Resolution authorizing application and acceptance of a local recreation and improvement grant in the amount of $500,000 to construct improvements at the Marine Terminal Park in fiscal year 2022. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Floor is open.
You may move that. You may call for the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, resolution 21-246, an introduction by Mr. Blakely, second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes. Council President, excuse me, I have a question.
Yes. We're in the middle of a vote.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered by resolution vote of 6-1. Resolution 247, and as noted earlier, was pulled. The Antico Park presentation will be held on the 22nd, and then the vote will on this. These will purportedly be on the 20, or proposed be on the 24th. And that it will also goes for resolution number 2249. But next we have resolution 21-248, a resolution rejecting bids received for summer food service program in the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources and Culture through bid 2021-30.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. The floor is open.
Is there any questions?
I have a comment on this. I believe we discussed this a few weeks ago. There were some questions about the diet on those foods and stuff. Now, we're rejecting the bid, or we are in the summer already. What is the alternative to this program? If we rejecting this bid, or is this for it says May 12, 2021, and we are already in June.
Madam President, may I respond?
Yes,
is Maria
right
Richardson.
ahead. Yes.
Yes, we actually, Councilman Rodriguez, we actually have to reject this bid because we had one bidder and he did not fulfill the requirements of the state. He was supposed to submit a bond and he didn't. On top of that, he submitted a menu that was not acceptable. And so we put a new bid out and we opened that bid 2 days ago. So you will be seeing a new resolution with in the next dockets, hopefully.
Yes, but in the meantime, who's going to be serving the food?
Our food service will begin on July 7th.
So it's not May 12th. Okay, July 7th.
Correct.
July 7th.
Yes.
And you believe that you're going to have a vendor by July 7th?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Summer's over.
All right. You may continue with the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. This is resolution 21-248. An introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution passes by a vote of 6-1. So ordered. Next, we have resolution 21-250, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Clark Caton Hintz PC for architectural and consulting services for rehabilitation of exterior plaza and facade of Trenton City Hall, Trenton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $151,855 for a period of 1 year from May 28, 2021 to May 27, 2022 through RFP 2021-02. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blakely. The floor is open.
Council President? Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Again, I just want to speak to this because again, our fair and open process is shameful. For every contract to go to this particular company is outrageous. There are African-American architectural firms right here in the city of Trenton. And they are blocked out of the process. It's unconscionable. But move on. Unconscionable.
President.
Mr. Collins, is there someone?
Yeah.
Mr. Blakely was asking a question.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
What's going on with the resolution 21-249? Did we skip that?
Resolution 21-249 is being pulled because the presentation was not held tonight. The presentation was actually moved to the 22nd a while ago when we were building this docket because of the depth of the docket. But the resolutions were left in, that they ran the resolutions anyway. But the presentation should come before you all vote on the process. It's not being pulled for any other reason, just then the scheduling, the presentation was actually made for the 22nd, not for today, but the resolutions were brought up in this docket. So they will be rerun on the 22nd. That's why they were pulled.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, sir.
Mr. Collins, you may move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-250, introduced by Mr. Harrison, a second by Mr. Blakely. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
That's for,
This is Resolution 21-250, ma'am.
no.
The resolution does pass by a vote of 4-3. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-251. This is a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Johnson, Merriman, and Thompson JMT, Inc. for the professional design and engineering services for design, development, and permitting Marine Terminal Trail and Copperfield Connector, Trenton, New Jersey, for the city of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $164,000 for a period of 1 year from May 28, 2021 to May 27, 2022 through RFP 2020-43. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Yes.
Second.
No, I have a question.
Go right ahead.
Cooperfield, there's a lot in the marine design and development. What is the time frame on this project? We've been talking about time frames in other meetings, and you said for a period of 1 year, but what are they delivering?
Madam President, may I answer that question?
Yes, go right ahead.
They are basically delivering the design and the permit for completion of the project.
Okay. Well, okay. Very well.
You may move to the vote, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-251, an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution passes by a vote of 6-1. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-216, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Mont McDonald for cleaning and lining construction phase engineering services and observation for a period of 1 year from May 15, 2021 to May 14, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $134,435.24 through RFP 2021-10. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I
Second.
have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Yes, President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I like an explanation of what is it that they're going to do, these engineers. You see, this is the same group, McDonald. I believe that those were ones that we got some confidential information about. They were offered $30,000. There was an issue of $30,000 by Mr. David Smith. I believe that the same McDonald company. What is it that they're going to cleaning and lining? What is the where at and what is it?
Council President, this is Director Lavenberg. Would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, please, Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes, I'm a little. I'm not sure exactly what the question was in there, but this is for two cleaning and lining projects that we do have scheduled that we utilizing bonded money from 2016. One project is in Ewing, the other project is in the Hamilton area along Klockner Avenue. These are both relative to severely low fire flow situations, and the cost of cleaning a water main and then relining it with cement is a fraction of the cost of actually replacing the lines in kind. Hopefully that answers the question.
Councilman Rodriguez, does that answer your question?
Okay, well, it did, but okay, go ahead.
All right, you may continue with the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-216, introduced by Mr. Blakely, seconded by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
McDonald is the same engineering company that took that money from those bonds that were supposed to run those lines for us to drain that reservoir. They should not even be on our contractors list, on our engineering contracting list anymore. They should not be there. No.
Resolution passes by a vote of 4 to 3, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-217, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to ProCop Security LLC for security guard services for the Water Distribution Center for a period of 1 year from May 15, 2021 to May 14, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $157,000.
You put it on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. For a period of 1 year from May 15, 2021 to May 14, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $157,680 to bid 2021-19.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. The floor is open.
So Mr. Lavenberg, we voted down less than 6 weeks ago. We voted down $250,000 contract with K Street for over there on Cortland because we said that they had a wrought iron fence. It's chained in the evening and they have cameras. And what's in the yard over there at night is one of those front loaders, some sand, and some fire hydrants. Why do we need to pay anybody $157,000? We voted K Street down, and then you come back with this particular resolution, $100,000 less. But we do not have anyone over on Cortland Street in the evening. It is locked down with a wrought iron fence and chain. There's cameras over there. So I just would like to know why we need to pay anybody $157,000.
Council President, and my apologies. When the K Street resolution was rejected, I was left with the impression that you wanted to get away from armed security, which was something that was brought on when Xing Fouché was here, and there was an issue with mass shootings and issues with that. Historically, the Cortlandt Street building has had security, contracted security, since the building was constructed in 1991. We did have an ordinance that was up for security systems at Cortlandt Street, as well as security systems at the filtration plant. And as you're well aware, that ordinance did not pass. So we have very limited cameras that are over there, and the building does not have any type of security system at all. So there's no, it's not locked in. So this is $157,000 is for 24-hour, 365 security services. And the people that are working that second and third shift are there primarily to open things up for the emergency crews that come in for water main breaks. But my apologies. I mean, the difference was between armed security and unarmed security, which has been at the facility since 1991.
It's ridiculous. There's no one over there at 4 o'clock. Those gates are shut down, locked down with a chain. Anyone can drive over there and look at that the layout on Cortlandt Street. $157,000. It's just. But anyways, go right ahead with the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. So introduction. I have an introduction by Mr. Harris, a second by Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, your vote?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
No.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Oh.
Mr. Rodriguez is a no vote. Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride?
No.
Resolution fails by a vote of 3 to 3.
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, sir.
Can we reconsider 21-232? I was having some technical difficulties, and I did not vote for that.
I'd actually have to ask. I know. Here's the issue with that. I'm not sure. I'd have to look up the rule real quick but I think only someone who is on the winning side of that vote can ask for a motion to reconsider. Council President, can I have a minute just to check my notes?
Yeah, you can check it after you. Yes, you can check it after we go through the rest of these resolutions, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we'll look at it in the law department while I'm going through the docket. Could actually look that up with regard to a motion to reconsider for a council member that was absent during the vote, and especially considering the technical issue. That's actually the area that I would need the legal opinion because of the technical issue.
Mr. Collins,
yes,
please,
ma'am.
let's move forward.
Yes. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract. This is resolution 21-218. This is for resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract to ALS Group, USA Corp. DBA LSA Environmental for Laboratory Analysis, Testing and Monitoring for a period of 1 year from May 28, 2021 to May 27, 2022, in amount not to exceed $49,997 through bid 2021-25. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Harrison. The floor is open.
No questions. You may continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is for resolution 21-218. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6 to 1, so ordered. Next, we have resolution. The next resolution actually on the docket, Council President, should also come after executive session because it's on the executive session agenda. And we do have one walk-on that is not on the agenda. which I can read for the record with your indulgence, ma'am.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, and I believe I have a paper copy, so just bear with me for 1 second. I can put that up. This will be resolution, for the record, this will be noted as resolution 21-255. This is a resolution authorizing a contract with MPS Communications, 1420 South Broad Street, Trenton, New Jersey, 08610, to be awarded on an emergency basis to provide Federal Communication Commission private carrier station infrastructure services for radio communications and not to exceed $72,806.25. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle, and I'll read the resolution to the record before the vote. This is a resolution authorizing contract with MPS, as I stated, 1420 South Broad Street, Trenton, 08610, to be awarded on an emergency basis to provide Federal Communication, FCC, private carrier station infrastructure services for radio communications in an amount not to exceed $72,806.25. Whereas a contract is to be awarded to MPS Communications on an emergency basis to provide Federal Communication Commission private carrier station infrastructure services for radio communications, and whereas the maximum amount of the contract is not to exceed $72,806.25, and funds have been verified to be available in fiscal year 2021 account 1-01-50-5010-299, and whereas the official in charge, James Slack, acting police director, has submitted a memo to the Division of Purchasing certifying that an emergency existed, and now therefore it is resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the mayor is hereby authorized to provide payment not to exceed the amount of $72,806.25 to MPS Communications, 1420 South Broad Street, Trenton, New Jersey, for the City of Trenton Department of Police for the said purposes in the manner prescribed by law. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Michelle. The floor is actually open now.
Madam President,
Go right ahead.
I don't know what we are doing. For the past 2.5 years, I have been fighting this MPS company, this rip-off company. I have in front of me the study that was done by HWC, that company, MPS, our city, of about $3 million worth of radio room equipment that is worth nothing, that is low quality. I was saying that since the beginning, and I was telling our police director, and you all remember it, a year ago, what's going to happen with the radio room? You're going to have a new contractor there? Said, oh, yes, but now, this is just today, they are realizing that this contract is going to be over, and now they want to not to extend the contract, to have an emergency contract with the same person from Broad Street, MPS company from Broad Street. The one that we have been lucky that we have not lost a police officer or fighter, because that communication from the radio room is lousy. We don't have communication. That was the problem with the 911, because the communications, we don't have any. Our police officers are communicating through their cell phones. We have 3 years, almost 3 years, 2.5 years to get rid of that guy and bring a company there. No, we are waiting to the last minute, and now this is an emergency contract. And it is funny that in the justification below that there that you read it, that they have been doing a great job. Mr. Colonel, can you go down with the justification there a little bit down? So I can't get it in my computer. Right there. In regard to the in regard to the resolution submitted by the Trenton Police Department for the provision of the infrastructural services to facilitate effective and cost-efficient field communications to MPS Communication located at 420 South Broad Street. MPS Communications has provided radio field communication service, maintenance, and support of the field communication services for the city of Trenton. MPS Communications has proven licensed, qualified, and experienced to provide this service in the past. That's a lie. They have not provided a reliable service since they've been there. Are we going to withstand them? What are we doing? You know, this is irresponsible. You know, I don't know why I was telling the police director over and over for the past 2 years since she came in. Since day one, radio room. Our attorney, Mr. Morelli, told me one time when I asked what's the deal with the radio room, he told me, oh, we cannot discuss this issue because we are going to court with the owner of that company. And now he's the good guy that have been doing a great job for the city. We waited until the last minute. This is irresponsible. You know, I cannot understand why are we doing this? Why? And they put it after walk on, so that we could not go back to check the problems they caused in the radio room when this guy wasted the city money buying cheap equipment. And I said it since the beginning. But I have the study right here in front of me. Comprehensive Radio System Assessment Recommendation report to the Trenton Police Department, and it says that the equipment that's there is not the right equipment. But thank you very much. You vote for this if you want to, but I'm going to vote no.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
What happened to the council president?
She had technical issues. She'll be right back, ma'am.
Yes, I won't be voting for this at all. I don't know what's going on over at that police station.
I got something. I might have to go to executive.
So who?
Hey, Mr. Lavenberg, please mute yourself.
That contractor is nothing but a good old boy contract that was given to Ernie. Was it Ernie Perry, I believe, when he was the police director, coming out of the Eric Jackson administration, and it should have been discontinued long ago. I remember when I first came onto council and I visited the radio room when it was all black boxes. Nothing was done. So I agree with Councilman Rodriguez, and I believe that whole police department needs to be under consent order. But I'm glad that the Attorney General can now release the discipline reports of those characters over there. But I will not be voting for the radio room. And I want to know where my walk-on resolution is, Mr. Collins.
I have it. We're not doing with
No, we're doing my walk-on.
Oh, right, ma'am, but this is the first walk-on. We're on this one, right?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I said there are a number of walk-ons. If you'd like to walk it on, that has to still be, this one was approved by the council president. I have to see.
No, my walk-on
still has to be approved by the council president.
There's no way that it should not have been approved by the council. She don't get to approve the walk-on.
Councilwoman, can we deal with this?
No, but where's my walk? So she's disapproving my walk-on?
This is not the.
I want to walk it on and let her tell me on the record.
The resolution on the radio room.
Wait a minute, but where is my walk-on? You guys don't get to not allow me to walk on the resolution.
Right, ma'am.
Why do y'all keep letting her run the show?
Okay, ma'am, please mute that person. We apologize.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't have interruptions. Ma'am, we're on resolution 21-255. Please let's stay there and process.
So, well, I'm glad that she thinks I'm running the show. Huh. Because I'm the duly elected West Ward representative, that's why. So so can you please get my resolution ready? But I won't be voting for this. It's a shame that we continue to continue with this contract. It should have been discontinued when we brought it to the law department and was no progress. And all the money that went into that particular contract needs to be clawed back. And that's what Mr. Morelli said they were in process of doing, clawing the funding back, because they haven't delivered anything substantial that transform that radio room and make it safe for the police officers that serve the city. So I'll be voting no for that, but I know my other council members don't care. They'll be voting yes.
So, Mr. Conlon, is the acting police director here?
I believe so, ma'am. Mr. I believe, and I apologize sincerely. I just have to look at my roll because I got the wrong name earlier, and I just don't want to mess his name up again.
Yes, James Slack, Councilwoman.
Yes, Mr. Slack is here.
Oh, okay. So, I want to ask you, if we do not approve this, what would the situation be in the radio room?
The services will continue, but this money is from when I was briefed on this, was for monies owed from the beginning of the year for this for the company.
Okay, that's good. Put it down. They don't deserve it.
So this is money owed for what job they're supposed to have done?
Yes.
And so when did the contract expire?
Councilwoman, I'm not positive when the actual contract expired. Again, I was put into this position, and I haven't had a chance to review, the contract and everything with this company. I know from past experience there has been issues with MPS Communications. This has been an ongoing problem, and we're going to have to look at this very closely.
Can I?
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
Can we pull this resolution, table it? Because I don't believe that we should pay this guy any money. He owes the city money, owes us a lot. We should table it and let him go to court and sue us for that money if he wants to. He owes us money. I tell you, he shouldn't be stepping in that radio room at all. So I make a motion that we table it.
I have an interceding motion by Mr. Rodriguez to table. Do I have a second? Do I have a do I have a second to the tabling motion?
Indefinitely. Indefinitely.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I have a second to the motion to table?
Ms. Vaughn.
Oh no, I have second.
Ms. Vaughn seconds the motion to table indefinitely. Council Vice Chair, would you like me to call the roll? I do have to actually call the roll. Mr. Blakely to table?
No.
Mr. Blakely votes nay to table. Mr. Caldwell-Wilson?
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes nay to table. Mr. Harrison?
Nay.
Mr. Harrison votes nay to table. Mr. Michelle?
Nay.
Mr. Michelle votes nay to table.
Communication problems.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye to table. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, table.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes to table. Council President McBride, have you resolved your technical issue yet? Council President McBride is being marked temporarily absent due to a technical issue.
She won't return until after my resolution is put on. Is Mr. Kaloji still on the line?
The motion to table fails by a vote of 2-4 with 1 absent. I still have a motion on the floor for approval by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Ms. Michelle. Council Chair, would you like me to move to the vote?
Yes, please do.
The only thing is, this is an emergency resolution. If we do move to the vote at this juncture, it would have to pass by 2/3. So I don't know if you wanted to wait until Council President McBride.
Yeah, I would wait till Council President.
Oh, no, we didn't wait for the table one.
Well, she can actually set aside.
Which resolution is this?
This is resolution 21.
They have to vote for the table one. Let's go.
Can I jump in, Mr. Conlon?
Yes, please. Well, it's actually up to the council president, so.
Okay,
Who wants to
Where's the council president in the middle of the meeting?
She has a technical issue that she's
Get
trying.
out of here. Get out of here. It's
Please don't talk to me that way, ma'am.
Well, get her assistant.
Ma'am, she does not.
Get her assistant.
know what's going on. So
get her assistant. Where's the technical officer to get her assistant?
We are, ma'am.
Who wanted to speak to me?
Who
wanted to speak? Mr. Conlon, who wanted to speak?
Captain Slack, Councilwoman.
Ma'am. Yes, Captain.
Can I defer? Lieutenant Alexis Durlacher has more information on this, with the radio system and why the money's owed and everything, and that should be paid.
Is she on?
Yes.
Oh, then, Lieutenant Durlacher, could you give us an explanation, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Council. This contract expired in January, and it's currently being put out to bid right now, fair and open process. There was some confusion because they wanted to also purchase a new radio system, which we do not have funding for, and we are still looking for funding for that. In the meantime, we still have to continue to operate this radio system.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President,
Mr. Conlon, I'm on the line, Mr. Conlon. Excuse me, I apologize.
And I was just going to clarify, we did have a subsidiary motion to by Council Vice Chair Cole Wilson to lay on the table until such time as Council President McBride returned. As she has returned, that motion is moved. This main motion is still on the table with regard to the resolution for the walk-on.
What is being walked on?
This is resolution 21-255, ma'am.
For the radio room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the radio room had an issue. The contractors there hadn't did their job. We had already established that months ago that they had not did their job. So the person that was in there, the director, Director Coley, was trying to get this particular company to be responsible for the fact that they had not completed the work, that their systems had failed. And so I think that she withheld the payment based on their negligence, and she was looking for a company to replace them. So now we want to pay them, and we want to disregard the fact that they were negligent in their system. The system failed. They said there wasn't no, the radio room had left the officers out there without communication, the whole nine. So now we want to pay them for their negligence. Is that correct?
Of course, not me, but the other council members do.
Yeah. No, I'm asking Mr. Cruz because I remember distinctly that Councilman Rodriguez had been pushing back on this company for the last 2.5 years. And so the director had said that they were negligent and she was trying to hold them accountable.
We're going to be taken to court.
And that's why she withheld their payment. So now you're saying pay them and give them another contract. So you're saying award them for their negligence and give them another contract? I'm not understanding what's going on. Could somebody please explain it?
Okay. Madam President, can I speak?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. This contract is for the preventive maintenance of the system of what currently is in place. As you are all aware, yes, there is another contract for enhancement of the system. That system that was that this company is working on has not been turned over to the city just yet. What we are paying them for is for the monthly services for the current system that they are using, that our police department uses on a day-to-day operational basis. But as far as the other contract where there are concerns about the lack of performance and other issues, has nothing to do with this maintenance contract. So I would, this is actually for, as you can see on the resolution, it's actually services rendered to that system, and nothing to do with the new contract.
So if the
Same corrupted guy.
So if the system kept failing and our officers was out in the field without able to even radio in for backup, if they're responsible for our system, aren't they responsible for the fact that our officers weren't able to even radio in for help?
And Madam President, yes, and so their part of the new contract was actually to enhance the signals throughout the city. Nothing to do with the system that they are currently utilizing. So as the system is utilized on a day-to-day operations, there are hiccups throughout, and this company actually takes care of those issues. But
point of order, point of clarification. Point of clarification, Mr. Conlon. Mr. Conlon, point of clarification.
Yes, Council
What
President.
Mr. Cruz just said is not true. What Mr. Cruz just said is not. I have the report right here, and it shows, I don't know if Mr. Cruz went over his report, HAW Group, LLC, that equipment did not belong to the police department. He bought it. He brought it in. It's new equipment. It had been in for about 6 years. That was part of the first contract. He got about $3 million to install, change the old system to a new system because the old system was old, and he installed this lousy equipment, ripped the city off, cheap equipment, and then he came up saying that he had to install an antenna at 1440 South Broad Street, and I brought this issue because I fought it, and because that was the problem. According to him, the problem was the antenna, but no, the antenna had been installed for over a year and a half, and still now the problem is worse. Not even the 911 system works. There's no communication. That equipment is cheap. It should not be there. It has to be replaced as soon as possible. And he should be returning that money to the city because he purposely sold the city so lousy equipment. Now we have to pay him for maintenance? No, we should not pay him a penny. He don't deserve it. Let him take us to court. Mr. Morelli said that he was taking him to court because he ripped the city off of the money. That's not true, Mr. Cruz, what you were saying. No, maintenance is part of his duty. It's part of the contract. He have to do maintenance because he's a one-man group, one man. There were civilians working there before he took over, and they let him go. But it's a one-man operation. He is ripping the city off. I said over $900,000 a year just to keep the signal there.
Madam President.
I tell you, we have to get somebody else to work there, because if this is back pay that we owe him for preventive maintenance, he did a lousy he have done a lousy job completely in the past since he have been there. You know, that contract should have been voided by the city years ago, because that is that guy could have been responsible for our police and firefighting dying on an emergency because they had no communication. There was somebody holding up the Bank of Liberty and Broad, and the officer had to get outside of the building to call with his cell phone. That was all over the news because this guy is irresponsible. We have to get him out of the city. You know?
So, Madam President, at the end of the day, there is a contract that expired back in December. The company has been providing services for the last 6 months. There is an invoice,
that little stand.
there is an invoice from January to March that has to be paid. I'm sure another invoice.
Hold on, I'm looking for him, ma'am. I'm trying to find him. Okay, sir, please continue. If you say,
all right, thank you.
Mute
So,
yourself.
yeah, so there is an invoice from January to March that needs to be paid. And then I am sure there will be another invoice coming for the second quarter while we put these services out for bid. The services have been rendered. We are only putting this resolution in front of council because the bill needs to be paid. It is it is the will of the council how they want to vote tonight. However, should this invoice not be paid in a timely fashion, don't come back and say, how come we don't have a radio room anymore, because there will be no radio room services for the police officer to respond. That is all.
Council President.
That's not true. That's not true.
Council President.
Excuse me. Wait a minute. I'm trying to get an understanding here. If he was to service the equipment and the police officers couldn't even call for backup, did we have a radio room that was working? If our police were put in harm's way because he did not service the system, I mean, what are we doing here?
The contract.
What are we doing? I'm just
Council President.
Yes, we're going to move to the vote.
No, Council President, I didn't give him the opportunity to speak.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
And you can cut me off in a minute. I'm going to say it real quickly. Again, I went to his radio room early on. The acting director was Chris. Oh my God. What's his name? I forget. It was right after Pedro Medina. And they met with Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli claimed that they were in process and litigation with this company. And now here we are, want to give a company that has fleeced the city of Trenton for years. And as Council President stated, the police director, Coley, has been working on this diligently. But all they want to do over in that police department is continue with substandard equipment that puts the city at risk. Now, if we don't upgrade this radio room and we drop this vendor real quick and vote this down and move on, then we had installed or paid $4.5 million for that real-time crime center. And because we're not going to ever get full functionality into the real-time connectivity into the real-time crime center until we upgrade our radio room. And this vendor here has proven that he does not have the state-of-the-art technology to move this city forward and to move onto greater platforms that's going to give this city the security that it deserves. Now, just because this gentleman is friends of the friends and part of the old boy network, we can't support that, this council. We have to do the interest. We have to look at the interest of the city and the residents that live here. So I will be voting no for this, and I support Santiago Rodriguez 100% on this one.
Council President.
President.
Right, okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, because I heard two
Yes,
people, but I didn't.
Yes, I just want to make a statement to Mr. Cruz. Technically, these people have violated every inch of their contract.
Mm-hmm.
And why we should bend over and pay this money that they're invoicing to be paid when there is no guarantee that we are going to have any services out of that radio room while they're there. I personally think that we should be taking them to court for violating the contract and not providing the services that they were supposed to provide us. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, that is that Councilman Harrison?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes you sound like the clerk, Councilman.
I'm sorry she insulted you like that.
Nah, exactly. Hey, laughing's good. Laughing's good for all of us. My question is for Ms. Durlack. What happens if we don't service the system? That's my question.
So he's paying for the maintenance. We are bidding it out again, but if we don't pay him, he can turn the system off, which means we would have no radio system at all. And this service is not just emergency, but it also services public works and basically a citywide radio system.
So we would lose radio signal to the whole city.
Correct. We don't have a different provider to come in and do that. Usually, to get a new system.
But the system is ours.
The system is not ours.
We pay
rent
for it.
The equipment is ours, but we rent the airtime.
We paid for it.
So this was done when we didn't have a lot of money. A system would cost between $10 and $15 million. We purchased this for $3 million on the basis that we would continue to rent airtime. So if we wanted a new system, we have to have between $10 and $15 million. Even if we got a new system and bid on a new system, you'd still have to have this system for about a year to get the second system up. It takes about a year to get up and running. So we would have to have two concurrent systems at the same time. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yep.
2.5 years to work with it.
Mr. Collins, you could take it to the vote.
Yes, Council President. This is for Resolution 21-255, which is read into the record. It's a resolution authorizing contract with NPS Communications, 1420 South Broad Street, Trenton, New Jersey, 08610, to be awarded on an emergency basis to provide Federal Communication Commission private carrier station infrastructure services for radio communications in an amount not to exceed $72,006.25. Now call the roll. Is introduced by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, seconded by Mr. Michelle. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Jesus Christ. I vote no. 10 times no.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution fails as an emergency basis, must pass by a supermajority of 2/3 of the council. Accordingly, as you do not have a 2/3 majority of the council, the resolution fails.
Mr. Cruz, please put it out to bid. Council President or Clerk Collins?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to request my walk-on, please, and I would like to read it myself.
Council President, yeah, I would have to read it into the record, but Council President, we have a request to walk on a resolution by Ms. Vaughn.
No.
No. Mr. Kaloji, Council President, why can't I walk my resolution on?
Because it's in reference to.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not. It does not have anything about performance issue of any person. It's not talking about any person's job.
No, Councilwoman.
No, Council President.
I gave the answer. But you cannot do that.
You can appeal the motion of the chair.
I could walk if you don't want it, vote it down. But you can't prevent me from presenting it.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
Council President, can I just go over the procedure real quick?
Yes, please.
So we have a ruling from the chair that she cannot walk the rule on, that the rule for walk-ons in this particular case will not be suspended. Ms. Vaughn has then appealed the ruling of the chair, is the way I took it, and that ruling was then turned down again, at which point Ms. Vaughn may call for a vote of the council to appeal the rule of the chair. So it would have to be a motion, a second, and a vote to appeal the rule of the chair. Ms. Vaughn, is that what you wish to do?
Before we do that, I would like legal to chime in as to that this particular resolution has nothing to do with council president's concern, and I hear her concern that it may touch on a potential rights issue. Now, is Mr. Kaloji on the line? Because when I presented this to Mr. Kaloji and the clerk and West Bridges, no one had that concern, Council President. And that's why it was here. I sent it to the law department and our council attorney and the clerk, and this is the first time I'm hearing that you had an issue with this. Now, if it had a potential violation of anybody's employment, I would have not presented it this evening. But I got no indication that from Mr. Kaloji, and I spoke to him before the meeting, and he sent it to Mr. Collins to present it. So I think that you're off base here, and I want Mr. Kaloji to chime in.
Okay, all righty. Mr. Kaloji? Mr. Kaloji?
Yes.
I denied the walk-on based on the contents and based on the rules that were explained when the meeting first started about employees.
Edward Kaloji, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The gravamen of the resolution did not specifically address terms, conditions of the individual's employment. It was primarily addressed to the conduct of the mayor, who would not, under the circumstances, have been subject to it. So I don't see the resolution solely as any kind of rice notice problem, and in terms of putting it up. But if the chair is addressing it from some other standpoint to remove it.
No, I'm addressing it on the standpoint that I didn't want to violate the employees' rights by invoking a conversation into her employment, their employment, period.
Well, because we're talking about it in a public session, we would not be violating anyone's rights anyway. But again, I don't think the resolution goes that far. I think it's primarily directed toward the mayor, in just an ancillary way it mentions the other individual. So from a pure Open Public Meetings Act standpoint, I don't think it's a problem. If you're addressing it from some other standpoint, that's certainly something that
No. That was
Okay.
my point. Not interfering and not trampling on any employees and giving them the rights that they so deserve. With the legal guidance from Mr. Kaloji, and saying that it doesn't speak to an individual's employment, and then we can allow it to go for the vote.
Okay, ma'am. I will read the resolution into the record. This would be resolution number 256. Chair has suspended the rule with regard to walk-ons to allow the walk-on of this. I'm actually going to put it up onto the screen. Just give me 1 second here, please.
Oh, so move.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
It is your motion, and I'll get to that in just 1 second. Let's get it up on the screen. Okay, so this is an introduction by Ms. Robin Vaughn. Do I have a second to Ms. Vaughn's walk-on resolution?
I second it.
I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. I'll now read it into the record. This will be marked as resolution 21-256. A resolution disapproving of the removal of Police Director Sheila Coley pursuant to City Code 2-9 and the Faulkner Act, New Jersey, NJSA 40:69 Cap A, Section 37B, investigative removal powers, NJSA 40:69 Cap A-43, subsection C, municipal department number. Whereas on Wednesday, June 9th, 2021, Mayor Reed Garcia publicly announced that he fired Police Director Sheila Coley. And whereas the City of Trenton is governed by the procedural rules dictated by the Faulkner Act, and whereas Mayor Garcia failed to follow removal procedures mandated by the Faulkner Act by not first filing written notice with the Trenton City Council of his intention to remove the Police Director Sheila Coley. And whereas the Mayor Garcia further failed to follow removal procedure under the Faulkner Act by not providing Police Director Sheila Coley lawful notice and an opportunity to be heard prior to terminating her employment with the City of Trenton. And whereas it is incumbent upon the mayor and council members persons elected to office to serve the City of Trenton by upholding the oath of their office and faithfully, equitably, equally, and impartially discharge the duties of said office in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the laws of the State of New Jersey, the Faulkner Act, all local ordinances and resolutions. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that we, by 2/3 vote of the severed members of the council, disapprove Mayor Reed Garcia's unilateral and therefore unlawful termination of the Police Director Sheila Coley's employment with the City of Trenton without affording her the procedural due process protections guaranteed her and those similarly situated. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn. I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. I will now call the roll.
Madam President, can I just inject something? This was a situation where this morning, when this ordinance was drafted, it was everything in it was, to our knowledge, entirely accurate. At a point this afternoon, the mayor's office, or Mr. Cruz, on behalf of the administration, did in fact initiate a document through the council, which, in my view, moots a portion of the resolution report about not giving the appropriate notice to the council, the 20-day notice. The part that still may be operative is the failure to give the individual due process. But again, I can't speak to whether it occurred or not because I had no way to obtain the factual information. So only part of the ordinance may very well be moved, the part about the giving the 20-day notice. So the vote would be, I guess, to amend the ordinance to delete that portion and proceed with the remainder.
But, Mr. Colosi, can I ask the question?
Yes.
So the letter was after the fact. The letter came this afternoon, whenever it did today, when the fact happened yesterday. So factually, there was no written anything to the council until after the fact. When we got the information, the whole media circuit had the information.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And as a result, I don't believe the action that was taken yesterday had any legal force and effect. The real process was initiated today by the sending of the letter. And then around 5 o'clock, I know some of the councilmen were made aware there was another letter that I had not seen. So, now we are, unfortunately, we're getting into, we're still in a public session, but I don't want to get too much into this.
Yeah, we're touching into grounds that we shouldn't be really tapping into.
I mean, I would amend the ordinance to simply indicate that, the portion about the mayor, or the portion about the employee being given their due process rights, if someone has information that has not occurred. I don't have any information one way or another. As of this morning, I was told it did not occur. But things were changing today at a rapid pace.
Thank you. So we need to amend it to just say that there was a letter was sent out today at this afternoon.
Well, it would be amended to delete the portion that indicates there was a problem for failing to send out the 20-day notice letter. But the other portion, the failure to give notice and an opportunity to be heard, could certainly be voted upon if factually it's accurate. I don't have any actual personal knowledge one way or another whether it's accurate, and attempts today to try to find that out were unsuccessful. So, you know, a little bit of a conundrum. The council may very well, you know, be inclined to vote on it, but obviously you want it to be clear that that's exactly what occurred. And I don't have the information. If someone, you know, from the administration can speak to it in just generic terms, whether there was in fact arrangements made to provide due process or not. I don't know.
And that is why I was suggesting that there be an executive session for all of this, for these discussions to take place. Because if there's an
no, that could be one way to approach it. It's up to the council.
Council President, if I may, I believe that all these questions can be answered, but I believe in overabundance of caution, they really need to be addressed at executive session.
I do too. I really do too, because we, you know, I don't want to violate, you know, any employee's rights trying to do the right thing. I think that we should move forward with caution. And so, Councilwoman, you want to move forward with the vote, or do you want to move forward with an executive session as soon as we could get one on the docket?
Can we amend it to request that executive session? That would be totally, can we amend this resolution to schedule that executive session, Mr. Kaloji?
We could amend the resolution to delete the language about failing to give the 20-day notice, and by adding in council's desire to discuss this matter in an executive session and to appropriately rice any of the individuals involved.
Well, we're getting into, because that's actually not this motion, and I'm just, as the clerk, I'm just interceding here. So this is actually a motion under 2.9 challenging the removal overall. What you're talking about is a completely and totally different animal, and should actually, one, you don't need a resolution to call for an executive session. That's just the law department saying, hey, have an executive session. But amending this to call for an executive session and trying to play with the body, you could actually do something that would critically impair the rest of the movement of the process. So, you know, I would say call an executive session without the resolution if that's what you want, and maybe table this resolution until such.
Well, I'm looking at it under the section of the law that allows council to express their sentiments, and they're expressing the sentiment. This is a matter based on what has allegedly occurred that they would like to discuss in executive session. You're right. It is not required as a matter of law that you pass a resolution like this to go into or to call for an executive session. You could pass a resolution at the next meeting, but it would express the sentiments of council with regard to the issues that based upon what's occurred.
And I just want to make clear, Mr. Collins, you are correct. My resolution partially correct. I just want to add what my intent was that yes, 2-9 does have a provision in there to override the removal. However, that's a potential thing only based on qualifying that the mayor didn't follow the procedures or gave the individual due process. So as Mr. Kaloji stated, he did that this morning. So thereby, that portion is moot, so we could just move forward. And I'm willing to table this until which time we have an executive session.
Would you actually? You don't even have to table. You can just withdraw it and then move it at the next meeting on the docket. And the other reason why I'm asking for this is because An executive session resolution under the Open Public Meetings Act has a formal format that we use, and we should really not play with that format to call for an executive session by the resolution. That's really what the issue is, and mix it with this particular resolution. So if you want to withdraw it, and just for the record, for the 20-day period that's required, we have a full council session and conference session before that 20-day period expires, should council wish to. So you're not.
Okay, all right, so I would like to amend it. Okay, so I would like to amend it this evening and go for the vote.
Okay, amend it how?
Amend it as Mr. Kaloji stated, delete the line that says that, there
was a failure to give the 20-day written notice.
Right, but then you would still be actually moving to undo the termination by this resolution is really what it's.
See, this is my suggestion.
Point I'm trying to make.
My suggestion was from
No. The resolution is expressing. Go ahead, Mr. Kaloji.
No, I'm going to say that I would view the second part of it as expressing council's concerns about whether due process was followed or not. Based on limited information I have, that's about all you could do with it.
But
so let me tell you. So can I speak to my resolution? So as far as due process,
but I wanted.
No, Council President, please. What my intent was, I am very concerned that due process was not followed by the mayor, and I'm afraid that if he continues to act unilaterally in this manner, not just for this individual, but for all directors. And so the resolution only speaks to that. So he has now rectified it, and he's moving forward with her removal. So my resolution in passing tonight just says that up until June 9th, yesterday, he was not compliant with the procedures. And I think going forward, he needs to be, because that was the law. And then him not being compliant and lawful, acting lawfully, he has placed the city at risk for probably a very hefty lawsuit. So yes, the mayor needs to be held accountable and responsible, and we are the council who provides those checks and balances. So we had other directors who have gone through the same process and were allowed certain were applied certain proper application. So I want it to be fair for all and send a message to the mayor that he has to follow the law. And that's what this resolution does tonight. Mr. Kaloji, is that?
Yeah, if we're going to do anything, I would recommend that it be amended to simply indicate that based upon the information available, council has concerns about whether due process or whether notice and opportunity to be heard was
respectfully, I'm going to need, because of the gravamen of this issue, I'm going to need a line-by-line amendment during this meeting. We're going to have to go over this line by it, especially because it is a walk-on. We're going to have to go over it line by line and amend it line by line. I can't just take it.
It's only one line.
Well, but
so, Mr. Kaloji, can you amend that line, please?
Once again, if you pass
it right now into the record, and you tell me if you think it's acceptable. It would be whereas the mayor recently indicated he was removing the police director from her position, and whereas council has concerns about whether proper procedural safeguards were followed, now therefore be it resolved that council's concern is hereby expressed, and that council intends to discuss this matter further at the next meeting.
You're putting a resolution about an intent to have a conversation.
Wait. So listen. This is what I've asked the council.
No.
Excuse me. I'm talking now.
But it's my resolution.
It's her chair.
I asked the council.
Either vote it up or vote it down, please.
Listen. You need to stop interrupting when I'm trying to speak. What I was trying to establish, Mr. Kaloji, was this. We We know that there was no written anything to us. We walk on the resolution, and and someone said, "Hey, they gave you a written letter tonight," but you don't know if she received anything in writing. And so I was trying to say, before we get into the intricate details of exactly what happened, we should do the executive session with the rights so that we can have her there if she would like to be there, because we don't know if her rights has been violated like we think they were. If we didn't get the letter, she might not have even received it today. So we don't know. So rather than to guess and assume, let's pull it back, do the executive session, and get the full details of what occurred. And this is what I'm trying to say, because we can't assume that she received the letter today. Because if we got it on the whim of someone else saying to the administration, "Oh, you better get this letter," because they know that you didn't follow the process and the procedure. If the administration got it like that, then we don't know if she got it. So I just don't want to take those chances. I'd rather find out if she received it and into the executive session.
Is that a motion?
Well, then council can make a motion along those lines.
Is it a motion to table, ma'am?
Are you speaking to the council president or talking to Robin?
She said she wanted to pull it back. I just wanted clarification if that is.
I was asking the councilwoman to consider pulling it back for those reasons.
Well, and respectfully, Council President, it's my resolution, and I'm asking my council to either vote it up or vote it down. If you feel as though that it's something that you can't support, then vote no. In the story, I can't guess what the mayor did and didn't do, but from my understanding in the press and my intent was to address the fact that he didn't. Most importantly, he usurped the council. He did not come to the council and filed a written letter of notification with intent. That's the biggest egregious thing that I wanted to bring to the body, and that's what I did. Now, if you want to take the line out about rather Ms. Coley has been, because we, like Mr. Kaloji said, have been notified or not, then fine. But the resolution still stands and holds water, because as of last evening, Mayor Gassior did not follow the letter of the law. He did not follow procedure, period. And the council should be able to vote on that alone.
All righty. So if you want to move it forward, we'll move it forward. All right. Our motion.
You have it read out with the amendments?
I don't have the amendments. I mean, we literally have to go line by line and give me the amendment, because we're doing a walk on, and then the amendment must be read into the record as is. And that's all I'm saying. So, I'm not concerned with what you guys decide to pass or how you word it. I just need it to be done in accordance with the process. So I need a line by line amendment, then must read that into the record to be voted on before this council. So if we want to spend the time now, sit down, do a line by line amendment, let's do that.
I have it in front of me. I'm looking, it's certainly not that extensive. The first paragraph, I would say retain. I'll do this with you now, Mr. Clerk, and then you can read it after the changes are made for the council's consideration. But the first paragraph would stay. The second paragraph would stay. The third paragraph, I believe, would be amended to say there are questions as to whether the mayor.
Okay, I actually need the verbiage. Whereas Mayor Gassior failed.
Whereas there are questions as to whether Mayor Gassior, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I'm sorry once again. I gotta have the actual verbiage. I'm not
giving it to you for the third time. After the word whereas, there are questions as to whether.
Okay.
6 words.
Okay, go ahead.
I would eliminate the next paragraph. Oh, well wait, on the revised resolution, the next paragraph is whereas pursuant to NJ 69A.
I'm not seeing that. We're writing that now.
Well, no, what do you have as your fourth paragraph? What is
I have whereas Mayor Gussior further failed to follow removal procedures under the Faulkner Act when providing police
okay, what do you have on the
lawful
next one,
notice
sir?
and opportunity. Whereas it is incumbent upon the mayor.
Well, there was an addition on the handwritten changes that were sent over. It says whereas.
Right, and I never actually received those. I notified earlier that I never actually got those, and they weren't the resolution proposed by Ms. Vaughn. So once again, I don't have those handwritten changes, and I'd made that statement earlier in the day. I never received them.
It was all I could say is it was emailed to Ms. Vaughn and to your office by my office. I
did have technical issues with my email today. I had IT here on the computer, but I don't actually have the amended changes to the resolution that you're talking about. That's what my point is. So if you have them, we can read them into the amendment. But I do need a clear and cohesive amendment that I must then have a motion to amend, a second, a vote on the amendment, and then read the amendment into the record.
Well, why don't we draw up the amendment first? Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got four paragraphs where you put in the fourth paragraph. There are questions as to whether, Mayor, correct?
That was in the third paragraph.
Oh, I'm sorry. There were questions as to whether the mayor failed to follow removal procedures. I'm just looking here. I'm sorry. We can leave this out. The next paragraph is, okay, the next paragraph, it would be the same thing. And whereas there are further questions as to whether, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. And the part of the next one, whereas it is incumbent, that's fine. And on the therefore be it resolved, that in the event it is determined, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton will review this matter in greater detail at its next meeting. And at that point, you can also pass a resolution to go into executive session at that last meeting. Because you're not actually asking that anything be done specifically today, because we're acknowledging that there are questions about what has occurred now. So
right, and that's why I want the language specifically for the last paragraph. So I don't want to be involved in drafting that. I just want the language for the last paragraph.
Yeah, I'm just proposing as an alternative, and it's certainly up to council to accept it or reject it.
Right. I just want to go over the verbiage. You have now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton. Strike everything else after that and insert, we'll review this matter in greater detail at its next meeting, period. Is that the proposal?
Yeah, because I don't see any other action to be taken at this point.
Right. I just want to ensure that we are striking the rest of the operational clause of the paragraph, which actually institutes the will of the council. And I just want to be clear on that language, because that is the effective language. So is that the end of the edit?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned now, at least for our first draft, so to speak, maybe you could read it to the council the way we revised it and see if it's acceptable.
Okay, and Ms. Vaughn, you have the option to accept the edit and incorporate it into your walk-on because it is your walk-on. Is that what you would like to do? Or would you like to call for a motion and a vote by the council for the amendment?
I would like to call for the vote for the amendment.
Okay, well, I'm not saying actually vote on the resolution itself, but do you want to amend it in line with what Mr. Kaloji had stated? Is that your intent?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is as amended for the walk-on. I will now read 21-256 back into the record. Councilwoman Vaughn has amended her motion. Mr. Rodriguez is still the second. This is a resolution disapproving of the removal of Police Director Sheila Coley pursuant to City Code 2-9, removal of the Faulkner Act NJSA 40:69A-37B investigative removal powers, NJSA 40:69-43C municipal department's number. Whereas on Wednesday, June 9th. Yes,
Mr. Clerk,
yes,
wait, I'm sorry, 1 second. Would you please cross out the reference to 40:69A-37? I realize that the title doesn't impact on the body of the ordinance, but I don't really know. I don't think that should be in there. I think it should be
2-9.
Faulkner Act.
And what about 2-9? Because it's a mimic of both of those statutes.
Well, it would say removal and Faulkner Act, NJSA, and then I would cross out the third line that starts with 40:69A-37, and all I would add in after the NJSA is 40:69 capital A dash 43 paren C close parens, which is the mayor's removal statute.
Okay, so it would read resolution disapproving of the removal of Police Director Sheila Coley pursuant to City Code Section 2-9 removal and the Faulkner Act NJSA Section 40:69A-43C municipal department's number.
Get rid of municipal department's number, end it with C, and we're done.
Good enough. So this is resolution 21-256 amended on the floor by Ms. Vaughn, who walked it on, with a second by Mr. Rodriguez. A resolution disapproving of the removal of Police Director Sheila Coley pursuant to City Code 2-9, removal of the Faulkner Act. Whereas on Wednesday, June 9th, 2021, Mayor Gusciora publicly announced that he fired Police Director Sheila Coley, and whereas the City of Trenton is governed by the procedural rules dictated by the Faulkner Act, and whereas there are questions as to whether Mayor Gusciora failed to follow removal procedure mandated by the Faulkner Act by not first filing written notice with the Trenton City Council of his intention to remove the Police Director Sheila Coley, and whereas there are further questions as to whether Mayor Gusciora further failed to follow removal procedure under the Faulkner Act by not providing Police Director Sheila Coley lawful notice and an opportunity to be heard prior to terminating her employment with the City of Trenton, and whereas it is incumbent upon the mayor and council members, persons elected to the office, to serve the City of Trenton by upholding the oath to their office and faithfully, equitably, equally, and impartially discharge the duties of said office in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the State of New Jersey, the Faulkner Act, all local ordinances and resolutions. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, that it will review this matter in greater detail at its next meeting. I have a motion on the floor by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Ms. Rodriguez. Council President, would you like me to call for the roll?
Yes, go right ahead.
This is as the amendment was written into the record. Mr. Blakely.
Come back to me.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison.
Abstain.
Mr. Harrison abstains. Mr. Michelle.
Abstain.
Mr. Michelle abstains. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 4.
Mr. Blakely.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, Mr. Blakely, I didn't come back to you. Your vote, sir.
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Blakely abstains. So I have a 4-0.
Mr. Collin.
Yes,
3
ma'am.
abstains cancel out the abstains, don't they?
No, the abstentions just count as no votes. It's a 4-0. It's basically 4-3. The abstentions are just, they would fall on the nay side technically as a no.
But I thought that two abstentions cancels out.
Not to the best of my knowledge, but we can ask the law department for a legal opinion on that.
Okay, we'll ask them tomorrow. All right.
Okay, I have a question about I would like for us to revisit Resolution 21-232. I was having technical difficulties.
So I'm sorry. Did that pass, Kathy, or you going to?
Yes.
It did pass. It passed.
Yes, it did.
It will be heard.
Yes, it did pass.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Conlon, you stated that it had to be on the winner's side, and so we're not willing to revisit.
It was a tie.
That. So we're not.
The winner in this case was the no.
We're not willing to revisit it.
Okay.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Go with the docket to executive session.
We actually have do you want to go to executive? We have the first reading and introduction of 2 ordinances. Did you want to do those first?
What 2 ordinances?
This is 21-013, an ordinance accepting the gift of certain real property adjacent to Edgewood Avenue Park, known as Block 2202, Lot 47, and Block 2701, Lot 4. And then 21-015, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 1211 East State Street, Block 26801, Lot 4, pursuant to NJSA 40:Cap 12-13B5 to Santander Bank NA for the sum of $25,500.
Okay, go right ahead with the ordinance.
Yes, ma'am. Before, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to new business with regard to the ordinances that are on the docket. First, we have the introduction of ordinance 21-013, an ordinance authorizing acceptance of gift of certain real properties adjacent to Edgewood Avenue Park, known as Block 2202, Lot 47, Block 2701, Lot 4. Let me just check my calendar. I should have enough time to advertise this for a June 24th public hearing. So this would be an introduction for June 24th public hearing. This is once again ordinance 21-013. Do I have an introduction?
So moved.
I have an introduction by Council Vice Chair Cole-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I second it.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President, would you want to ask questions, or would you like me to proceed to the roll?
You can ask questions. Open the floor for questions.
The floor is.
Could you put the ordinance up?
Yes, ma'am. There it is. I'm trying to capture as much of it as I can. The floor is open, ladies and gentlemen. I have an introduction by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President.
Is this redevelopment?
I think it's just accepting a gift of certain properties adjacent to a park.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is for the wetlands over.
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's correct. Would you like me to proceed to the vote, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Thank you. The public hearing is set for June 24th at 5:30 p.m. or soon thereafter as can be heard. Next, we have ordinance 21-015. This is also an ordinance for June 24th, 2021. This is ordinance 21-015, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 1211 East State Street, Block 26801, Lot 4, pursuant to NJSA 40 Cap A: 12-13B5 to Santander Bank NA for the sum of $25,500. Do I have a motion? An introduction.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Floor is open. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
This is for the introduction of ordinance 21-015, public hearing to be held June 24th, 2021. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Council President, we have an executive session this evening. Would you like me to read the executive session resolution into the record?
Please.
This is Resolution 21-220, a resolution authorizing the City Council of the City of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, this body will convene an executive session in the City Council conference room here on Microsoft Teams, City Hall, that will be limited to consideration of an item or items with respect to which the public may be excluded pursuant to Section 7B of the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-12. General nature of the subject or subjects to be discussed, personnel discussion about a permanent fire director, litigation, workers' compensation settlements, Dennis Robinson versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2017-21921, Dennis Robinson versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2017-21920, George Addy versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2014-29352, litigation administrative order settlement DEP. Stated as precisely as presently possible, the following is the time when the circumstances under which discussion conducted at said meeting can be disclosed to the public on June 10th, 2022, when the need for confidentiality no longer exists, whichever is later. The public is excluded from said meeting and further notice is dispensed with, all in accordance with Sections 8 and 4A of the Open Public Meetings Act. Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle. Mr. Michelle. I'll come back to Mr. Michelle. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle, are you here, sir? I think we may have lost Mr. Michelle. I'm going to mark him absent. The vote passes 6-0. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourning to executive session for a brief period of time. I don't have a time estimate when we will return. If IT could put the executive session notice up, we will return after executive session, after the items and topics have been discussed, at which point we will be voting on some more resolutions and we'll go to public portion. Thank you for your patience tonight. We will see you very shortly. We hope that you hang in there. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Connell, did you send the right link now for the executive section? Because that was confusing.
Yeah, I sent the early link that I sent for executive session was good. I actually I accidentally sent it twice for the regular meeting, which is always the same link, by the way. But the executive session resolution was twice. I am going to send it to Mr. Bridges and Mr. Kaloji now because they have been approved at this point in time. Accordingly, Mr. Kaloji, if you want to give me a call for the passcode so that you can enter in, give me a call either on my cell phone or on the clerk's office because I know your computer went down during the meeting. So if you do that, just give me a call in the clerk's office or real quick or on my cell. You have my cell, and I will give you the link. Okay. And Mr. Bridges.
185 number. Okay.
I'll call you. I have your number that you called in. I'll call you in a second. I have your call-in number. And Mr. Bridges, I'll be emailing that to you directly now that you're approved as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned to executive session. Thank you.
Wake up, I hear somebody breathing. Are we all back in, Mr. Collins?
I don't think so. I'm not exactly sure where everybody else is. I see Mr. Blakely is here. Mr. Paul Wilson is here. I don't see Council President though.
Where are they?
I am not sure.
Wow, we had a really healthy meeting tonight. We had over 100 people on the call. Are we going back to council chambers soon, Mr. Collins?
Yes, and as far as long days, my day started off with surgery this morning, so.
Well, speedy recovery, my friend.
Yeah, you don't have a clerk otherwise, so didn't matter.
Are the links not working? Come on, guys.
I'm not sure what the issue is. Let me find out.
Let's get this show on the road. It's midnight.
Away when I go out. I'll have Mr. Conlon resend it to you.
Wendy's.
Okay. All right. Mr. Conlon, can you resend a link to the council president? She can't get back in. Where's Mr. Conlon?
He's on, he's muted.
Mr. Conlon?
Yeah, I'm sending it to her now. I'm sorry, I'm typing.
Okay.
I apologize, but this thing is just like mad crazy. The link just goes completely away. Apologize again. Who are we waiting on now?
I think we have you. We have Council Mr. Santiago Rodriguez. Are you here, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Harrison, have you joined us again? Yeah, I see you here. Okay, Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
This is for the return from exec. Mr. Blakely?
Present.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Present.
Mr. Harrison? Gotcha. Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle actually sent me a text message. He had to withdraw. Mr. Rodriguez?
Present.
Ms. Vaughn?
Present.
Council President McBride?
Present.
Council President, do you want me to call the directors?
No, you don't have to call the directors.
Good
Just
enough,
get
ma'am.
with the put the consent agenda on, and then the DEP on. Let's vote because we still have to get the public in here.
Yes, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have resolution 21. We have 3 resolutions that the council is going to move into a consent agenda. I'm going to read them in the titles just to note them for a consent agenda. Post-exec, this is resolution 21-224. Resolution authorizing the settlement of workers' compensation claim in the matter of Dennis Robinson versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2017-2190 via section 20 of the claim, via section 20 of the claim amount of $75,000, including attorney's fees and costs. Also, resolution 21-225, resolution authorizing the settlement of workers' compensation claim in the matter of Dennis Robinson versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2017-21920 in the claim amount of $11,310, including attorney's fees and costs. And finally, resolution 21-226, the resolution authorizing settlement of workers' compensation claim in the matter of George Addy versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2014-2029352 via section 20, the claim amount of $15,090, including attorney's fees and costs. These are being moved to a consent agenda. So moved 21-224 to consent, 21-225, and 21-226. That being said, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So,
A motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson to approve this consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle is absent. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution is approved 6-0 on a consent agenda. Next, we have resolution 21-253. This is a resolution adopting settlement agreement between the City of Trenton, Department of Water and Sewer, and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, NJDEP, in settlement of administrative order, notice of civil administrative penalty assessment, AONOCAPA, for alleged underground storage tank violations of the total amount of $68,812.50. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Call the roll, Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle is absent. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The resolution passes by a vote of 6-0. Council President, we next have public portion.
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public portion of the Trenton City Council meeting. If you wish to be heard, please seek recognition from the Trenton City Council. Do any members of the public wish to be heard?
There's one person. I see a hand up.
I actually don't. So if IT could help me, there we go. I see that. It is Trenton business guest.
Yep.
And ma'am, state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Ms. Chowdhury, Aparna Chowdhury.
And your address, ma'am, or your location generally.
I have an apartment in, actually a couple of apartments in Trenton on Greenwood Avenue.
Thank you. Greenwood Avenue. Council President, Ms. Chowdhury, Greenwood Avenue.
Go right ahead, Ms. Caldry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I
You
said go right ahead.
can acknowledge, ma'am.
Okay. My main issues still continue to center around policing, and I know there's been some recent changes in policing with Ms. Coley leaving office. So I'm hoping this meeting has been so long tonight that I'm going to keep it shorter. But I'm hoping that with the change in leadership at the director's office, that we're going to see greater accountability. I'm hoping that we're going to see greater transparency. I'm hoping that we're going to see some significant moves. I don't think that it's going to be easy to change the ethos that surrounds policing. Recent events have called it and have sort of called it to the front and center of attention, but it's nothing new. It's nothing different. And I don't think it can be changed quickly. Nonetheless, I think that Trenton as the capital, has kind of, it would be good if Trenton took some leadership. Let me put it like that. It would be nice if Trenton, it can be the exemplar, being the capital. Obviously, as you can see from this meeting and other meetings, and just what you see, Trenton falls short. And I think a lot of important issues were raised. But one issue I didn't see raised was policing and the reform that's needed there. So I'm hoping that with the new oversight, that we will also see a different oversight of policing, where they are just more accountable to the people. I think that kind of like the comment made earlier about politicians and administrators who are really there largely for themselves and protecting their jobs more so than serving the people. I think that problem is also, present in policing. I think people are more concerned about their jobs, their careers, their pensions, their reputations, their physical safety, but not concerned about these same issues for anybody or for most people around them, unless they have some kind of connection to them, where they're related or politically connected or friends. The rest of us are basically left without police services, and sometimes even with police aggression. So I'm hoping that that Trenton will make some changes, including things like a civilian review board with teeth. I'm hoping that Trenton will, and New Jersey at large, will consider ending qualified immunity, which has been done in New York. Previously thought, it was a change that just was unlikely and couldn't happen, but it has. Looking for lawsuits to no longer be paid by taxpayers. It doesn't make sense that as taxpayers we suffer the consequences of poor policing, and when it happens, and in addition have to pay for those poor police. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's illogical and inane. I don't understand why police are not responsible to pay for lawsuits out of their own pensions. Why is that money coming from me as a taxpayer who's already been the recipient of failed policing and profiling? So I'm also hoping that we can have a better outreach to the community about policing. Trenton's police site doesn't include a lot of information. I think that we need to have links to things like the police report card, to the force report, which is publicly available information on policing. And also, I would like to see them implement a racial a dashboard, including racial statistics about how policing is happening. My personal issue, well, not really personal, but my legal issue, I suppose you could call it, with the police is that I was profiled along with my tenants. I strongly suspect that race was a significant factor. All my tenants are African American men in their 20s and 30s. They are all contributing members of society, which is actually irrelevant. I don't care if they weren't. I don't care if they were jobless. They still deserved respect by the police. Instead, my tenants, 60% of whom have 2 jobs, one of whom has 3 jobs, one of whom is a soldier, and me, I'm currently in teaching, we're all profiled as having drug issues. This happened actually a long time ago. I found out about it 12 months ago. And the reason I share this is just because it sheds light on policing and the problems that are happening in policing. I, in fact, reached out to a couple of council members too. In 10 months, I'd just like to point out that nothing has happened. The police, the internal affairs investigation that I requested evidently hasn't started. My 5 to 6 emails have not been returned or responded to. Phone calls are not responded to. Messages are left. They've been through 3 sergeants and still there's no response. So when I was talking to Captain Asbury, who called me about this issue, and I thought then, 6 months ago, that there would be some resolution. One of the interesting things he said is he didn't see it as a systemic problem. And I specifically see it as a systemic problem when residents of Trenton have no access to policing to begin with, and then have no access to any recourse to failed policing, or in my situation, a situation which I think could have endangered my tenants. My tenants now are listed in the police system and whatever their records are, which they gave me quite a hard time getting access to, as drug addicts, which is very dangerous for them given their demographic and given the pattern of policing in Trenton. Instead it's not seen as a systemic problem or evidence.
Ms. Chowdhury, I think we lost Ms. Chowdhury. Council President, I think she got cut off, or her device. We didn't do it, so it's not on our side. But would you like to move on to the next party?
Yes, please.
This is Emmanuel Lemaliu.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Emmanuel Morley.
Thanks, ma'am. All protocol observed, and I won't say it's morning time now, so good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Laimolu, and I come before you today with in respect of the resolution 21181. I've tried a couple of times to get in touch with other council members, male and female, and I was fortunate to speak to some. I've also sent email. Why I come into your presence today is to beg for your compassion, and for you to have pity on my situation. I was the one that had the issue with the property by talking about 900 Louisiana Avenue. But due to my circumstances, ma'am, and sirs, I cannot continue with that project at all. I cannot. My situation is very, very hard. The pandemic brings untold hardship to me. On top of that, I've lost dear one, my younger brother, my mother, I got my wife that is ill right now. She's not even working. Mentally, my mental health cannot even continue with our projects. And I got children that I'm taking care of. My younger brother back home has 3 kids, and now I need to take care of them. If whatever the decision that was took there, we have very, very heavy consequences on me, added to what I'm going through. That's why I said, I come before you begging and asking for your compassion that I should please reconsider that resolution of 21181. I've been in the city of Trenton. I've loved the city. This city have done much to me. I work with the city of Trenton. Trenton is my home. Trenton is a place I've come to love. Please, as the custodian of this great city, please don't throw me out in the cold. I beg of you. All I just beg is a sympathy and mercy on my situation. Madam President and distinguished member of the council, please, I'm begging you for a reconsideration of this resolution. It's far gone day. I wouldn't want to take more of your time, but I'm just begging for you, please reconsider this. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Collin. May you continue?
Yes, ma'am. Does anybody else wish to be addressed, to address the Trenton City Council this evening?
Mr. Conley, can I continue because I think something happened and I got disconnected?
Council President, you had 3 minutes left. Do you want to allow Chowder to continue?
Yes.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes, Ms. Chowder.
Okay. So as I was saying, I think that the problem is systemic. I think that there's a pattern of policing that's happening in Trenton, and I think that people need to profoundly ask themselves why. I don't think that it's. I think it has really deep roots in the tradition of policing and in the actual function and of policing, and I would just encourage. Just because of the time, I don't want to go into all the details, but I would encourage greater reform. If there's any members of the public listening, you can always do things like join the NAACP, join the ACLU, and continue with trying to reform policing in Trenton and New Jersey at large. And the last thing I wanted to do, and hopefully I have a minute to do it, I have explained to them many times that there is literally, and this is what I mean by systemic, there is literally no answering machine at the Internal Affairs office. I'm calling them right now, and it's on speakerphone. You will hear it ring. And this is what I mean by a systemic problem. If the residents of Trenton have no access to filing a complaint and seeing that complaint through with transparency and openness and forthcoming behavior, what are people supposed to do? Hopefully you can hear that. It will ring incessantly, and then it'll tell you that this number is not functioning or it's not taking messages or whatever. I find this just unacceptable. This is just one example of a structure that's not working. And I would love for somebody from the Internal Affairs Department to reach out and let me know why my emails don't ever get returned.
Thank you, Ms. Kadri.
The machine is off.
The machine is off, as always.
Mr. Conlon, it's James Slack. Can I just interject?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
Miss, thank you so much for coming. And Trenton resident, Mr. Collin, is there someone else?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to be heard by the Trenton City Council, please, if you're on a smartphone or on a telephone, please speak up. If you're on a smart device, please raise your hand. Anybody else wish to be heard for public portion this evening for the Trenton City Council meeting?
Yes, Sherry Garrett.
Council President, Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments in regards to Director Coley. We had this issue of, I think the first I think it's the first term of George Michel, and I think yourself, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, and Vice Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, and Chairman Kathy McBride, with the fire director. I'm not really sure exactly if the councilman, as it was very vocal in the newspaper, but it's just it just seems like we continue to have issues with this particular officer, a former officer who's now councilman. I'm sad that he's not on this call to hear me right now. But here again, it seems like we're being used as pawns, to continue the atrocities in a manner that it has created poverty in this city, and the poverty has created crime. And now he wants to hire. The administration wants to hire more police officers, out-of-town police officers. We want to hire more firefighters at top salaries. And again, these inflated budgets, again, each year we pass these inflated budgets, and it's not benefiting, and it's not uplifting the city, some residents, majority of the residents in the city. And it's sad because I kept hearing tonight, we don't understand. Well, the understanding is the budget continue to be inflated for revenue or salaries to go into other neighborhoods to keep them afloat. So it circulates in their economy. Money comes out of the city of Trenton to go into other municipalities. They make for them people to have a great quality of life. And as long as the city of Trenton is continue to be at the stress level or the impoverished level and low income, it justifies all these tax dollars and these grants and whatever that employ these same people who don't live in town and who are reaping the benefits to go home to feed their kids, make sure they have a great education, but not so in this town. And I don't understand. Honestly, I know some of you personally. I support you, but some of you, as far as this administration, especially this administration, and some of you council people, I don't know why you are even running for council, or hopefully you're not running for council. For a number of you, Councilman Michel has already stated he's not running anymore. That's great. I just hope somebody else replaces him, but I don't really understand why some of you are on council and you keep passing these bills. I mean, these resolutions and these ordinances that reflect the issues that continue to affect the issues that we have in this city. And as I said, most of you are not reading these resolutions. You're not doing your due diligence. You're not understanding the law, and you're passing these things by hearsay without doing the work. You are elected officials, some of you, and I'm not preaching to everyone, but you the ones that what I'm saying, you hear me, that why are you wasting our time? This here, whatever it is, where you at wherever your character, you're hurting people. Seriously. I mean, affecting our future generation by continuously imposing these rules and ordinances that don't benefit these residents in the city of Trenton. Enough is enough. We don't need any more police officers. We don't need any more firefighters. We need jobs that generate income and decent income. You know, I'm hearing, you know, we keep hearing that, you know, the federal level legislators talking about the $400 or whatever unemployment benefits. If you're making $10 or $12 an hour, how the heck are you going to support? You got to pay for a babysitter, which isn't cheap. You got to be able to get back and forth with transportation, or if you own a vehicle, that's cost. If you're taking public transportation, depending on how far you got to go, it's cost. None of that's being realized, but we got people who making 6-7 figures who are on welfare, call themselves on a job, call themselves because you have a degree but you're on welfare, but you ain't even qualified or have the skill base to even be in that role. And you're taking the money, going home and acting like you're doing such a great job, and all you're doing is pillaging.
Ma'am, could you just like stop yelling a little? Thank you.
I'm sorry to not be yelling. And and you try to be polite about it, but you're being hostile. And listening to some of these bills that got passed today, and it's just like, I'm like, you're just outright arrogant in your manner and think that you're supposed to be polite about somebody doing you wrong and creating atrocities against yourself and your community. And we're supposed to accept it lying down. Come on now, this is ridiculous.
Please, you can.
Mr. Collins, I understand you. Please don't interrupt me.
Please stop yelling at the council.
I'm not yelling at the council. I'm not putting on a pony show because I'm really upset about this, and I'm not trying to yell, and I'm not grandstanding because this is enough. I attend these city councils too many often and give the support, but enough is enough because I'm trying to make sure I choose my words very carefully without sounding really disgusting, because I just feel like I just got really attacked and abused tonight based on the decisions that the council, some of the council members have been passing. Now, enough is enough. And like I said, you know, about three of you, 4 of you, please don't run again. Please don't, because you're not, I don't even know why you're there. So, you know, enough is enough. You know, I appreciate the council people who do their due diligence, who actually take the time exhaustively and take their time to make sure that they're making the decisions that is in the best interest of everybody. It's a win-win for everyone. That means even the people who don't live in the city of Trenton, as well as the people who works for the city, as well as residents who live in the city, who don't work for the city, and the ones who live in the city and work for the city is rank and file. But the point is enough, because I hope I don't see you, because I'm going to take a lot of these resolutions that some of you have been passing. If you run for election again, I'm sure I'm going to be selling it, because I'm going to be telling it. I'm telling you right now, because this is bad. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to be heard for public portion of tonight's meeting?
Seeing no hands, Mr. Conlon, I would like to move to close the public comment.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close public portion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So ordered. Any opposed? Public portion is closed.
Councilman Blakely, civic comment. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, civic comment. Not this time. Councilman Harrison, civic comment.
I'd like to let everybody know about the community mega giveaway on Sunday, June the 13th, Hermitage Shopping Center, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. They're giving out food, health, and hygiene products, clothes, and even shoes for free. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
No comments.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes. I just want to thank everybody for coming out. We had a very, it seems we have a great interest in the city of Trenton. You can see by the turnout, over 100 people joined our call today because there were serious issues on this docket that will have long-term implications on the city of Trenton, long after many of us will no longer be elected officials. And I appreciate Mrs. Garrett's comments and Mrs. Chaudhry's comments, because this shows who Trenton is, who makes up Trenton. And we were talking about a resolution to form a committee in redevelopment with Director Delisle. And we have historically, in the city of Trenton, have chosen the same select people. I call it the status quo. And people like, Ms. Garrick and Ms. Chaudhry are shut out of the conversation. Not invited to the sessions. I mean, you can go through many of the committees on the city of Trenton. We haven't scrubbed through them. You'll see the same people for years, and they're not bringing any ideas. You look at the committees that they run and they chair, and they haven't changed a thing. But somehow, some way, the grants that they get just it's like money just launders right through the city, and it goes outside. When you got a third of people who work here, get paid by our taxpayer dollars and they don't live here, and they take our money out of the city, and then they feel like they're entitled. A lot of that exists in the police department. Most of those men don't even live in Trenton, and they feel like they are entitled to those jobs. And then they fight hard for Trentonians who do live here and who knows the community and loves the community. They want to block them from going to the academy. Well, their day is coming, I assure you. And Trenton Police Department belongs to Trentonians, and as well as the fire department. So, and all the jobs across all the other departments, including Trenton Waterworks, Public Works, and et cetera. See, I don't worry about non-Trentonians and non-residents. I don't care what they think. They just need to go back in their own municipality, work at their own police department, their own fire department. Go talk to their own council members. They don't elect me. I owe them nothing. I represent and only care about Trentonians, the residents and taxpayers and citizens that live in this city, who reside here. I don't care about people who come here at 9 o'clock and leave at 5 o'clock and you don't see them again until the next morning. So you can't come to my council meeting and yell at me and criticize me and tell me what to do. There are laws of residency, and you're in violation of them, except for the police, fire, and school teachers. They're lawfully here. But many, all the rest of you, are not. And you have nothing to say about this government that sits here, the 7 members on this council, or the mayor for that matter. Nothing. But there are some people on our council and mayor who spend a lot of time making sure that population of people are okay and don't give a damn about Trentonians. And you can see it in their vote. You see how they vote. They give our money away to outsiders time and time again. And I will remind them at election time too. And actually, I'm spreading the word about them as I go about my rounds in the city. I will not allow certain people back on this council. I will make sure I campaign to make sure they don't get on the council, because they are not for Trenton. And that includes the mayor. He is not for Trenton. When I will end with this, my fellow Trentonians, start supporting individuals who vote your interest. It's not your interest for them to vote and give the state more authority. It's not your interest for them to not pressure or negotiate with Murphy and to get Trentonians more money. When all your directors sit here as they getting advice and consent and arrogantly say, I'm not moving here. No, I have no interest in moving here. But they want to take They want to get paid by you, right? Your taxpayer dollars. So, no, I'm not voting for anybody who's going to tell me, no, I'm not living here. I live here. Do they not? How asinine is that? When everybody on this council, we live in the city of Trenton, and they're going to come in here and sit here and say, oh, I'm not moving. And you think I'm going to give them my vote? Man, you better get out of my face. This is my town. I live here. I pay taxes. If you don't want to live here, then why don't you go get a job and be the law director in your town? Why don't you go be the director of economic development in your town? Don't come here talk crap to me. So that's all I have to say about that. But I tell Trentonians, start voting for people who vote your interests. Hold Mayor Riga Ciara accountable. Look at his policies. Look at his policies. When you look at his policies, you know that he is not for Trenton. He is not for Trentonians. You go up on the second floor where his office is. You see who's in that office. They don't live here. They don't even know the names of the streets. So I'm for Trentonians. I'm for the residents that live here. I don't care what color skin you are. I don't care what religion you are. You live in these borders. You pay taxes to City Hall. That's who I fight for. And that's who I support. I don't support a mayor who has no interest in the city, and you can see it in the policies. And just like Ms. Garrett said, people are paying attention. Trentonians are waking up every day. They see who each and every one of us, who we are. Time's up, status quo. Time's up, Democratic machine. November 2022 is going to be a different story. Because a lot of y'all ain't going to be here. And you're not going to get elected, I assure you. Yeah, remember your vote on how you vote. And Trentonians, you remember people who don't vote for you, who don't vote your interests, they're not for you. Do not support them, do not vote for them. Don't let them fool you, and find out who backs them. When you find out who backs them, you know how they're going to vote every time. Every time. Never fails. So have a good night. And stay strong in the struggle. Trenton will prevail. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. So I would like to take this time to thank each and every one of you for coming out this evening. It is early in the morning. We have had a 8-hour session. I would ask Mr. Collin to make sure that he break these dockets down. Do not let anything of this magnitude come to me again, because when you do, there's a lot of information that is missed. The thing that I would like to express to each and every one of you in the community, and I spoke to this earlier, we have received 36 point some odd million dollars from the American Rescue Plan as a first-time payment. The governor received $6 billion in the American Rescue Plan monies. The county received $70 million. The governor also received $2 billion for the transit, New Jersey Transit. He also has $200 million for DOT, Department of Transportation. We come to these meetings, we're trying to make sure that the Trentonians have access to that money, because that money is supposed to be to infuse our community. When you come to these meetings and listen to what is going on in the city, and then you don't have an input, and you watch the money go out of your city, you're just as bad as the people that are sending it out, because you have an obligation just like I have one. You cannot sit idly by and watch CDBG grant funding go to contractors that aren't even qualified on the HUD's registry. And you say nothing. That money, once it's spent into another, to a contractor that lives in another county, that money does not flow back into our community. It doesn't circulate back into our community. So we have to understand what is taking place here. There's millions of dollars on the table. And if you let that money walk out of this city, you are a part of the violence. You are a part of the destruction. Because if a person doesn't have a job and they can't feed their family, they rob, they steal, and they kill. If you don't take that money and put it in an educational system to make a difference in these schools, the schools got 43 million. But if you sit around and don't get involved to see how they're spending it, and it's not going to change our children's lives, how can you complain? There is millions of dollars, and now they voted to give him more, converting that calendar year to a 6-month budget. And we don't even have a plan. You don't even have a plan. He hasn't even taken the American Rescue Plan to the people to tell them what he's going to do. And the federal government demands that you speak to the people. But you come here and you criticize me and you criticize the other council members, but you don't have anything to say about the money that is owed to the Trentonians, owed to yourself, owed to your children and your grandchildren. That's a problem. When that money leaves these borders, it is gone. And if we don't do anything to make a difference here today, this is a once in a lifetime chance. We need to make this count. You cannot tell me that the governor got $6 billion and we're not supposed to know what our share of that money is. This is an election year. If you can't hold his feet to the fire now, when? If you don't get what is owed to you now, when? You have an obligation too. Don't just put the council on blast. Don't just put the council on live stream to criticize. Get civically involved and help make a difference. Because once this money leaves this city, it is gone. And the blight will still be here. The violence will still be here. We can make a difference with hundreds of millions of dollars. Because 73 we got off the top. You get your money from the governor, you're well over 100 million. If they don't want to give us the cash money, then tell us what you're going to do with our portion so we could work around it. If you're not going to give us the money for the transit station, tell me how you're going to put that in our transit hub so we can work around it. If you're not going to give us the money from DOT, tell us which roads you're going to repair. Trenton is a hot mess when it comes to our roads. You got 200 million. What are you going to do for our streets? We need to know. And you got 70 million from the county. We pay county taxes.
What are you going to do for the streets that you have here in our city? Tell us so we can work around that if you're not going to give us the cash. But we are owed money and we need to get what is rightfully ours. We have no business with our hands out. We should get what is rightfully ours. And with that being said, to all of you out there in the city of Trenton that live here, that pay taxes here, you owe it to yourself. You owe it to your children and your grandchildren. Get involved and stop being so critical and become helpful, useful, and a part of the a part of improvement, a part of betterment, a part of the solution. Help us get that money. I appreciate each and every one of you. There's a lot of money here on the line. We need to make sure we turn our city around. Thank you very much for coming out this evening. I appreciate each and every one of you, and have a blessed night and a good weekend.
Hey, Council President, I have a quick question. It's a housekeeping item. It's about one of the resolutions to vote. I think one of the resolutions required 2/3 of vote, and we didn't get 2/3. I think it should have failed.
Which resolution are you talking about,
The
ma'am?
one that I walked on. I think it was 4-3. It should have been 2/3.
Your resolution that we walked on and amended on the floor?
Yes.
No, there was no 2/3 requirement for that vote.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, then go to the law department, ma'am.
Yeah, it said it right there in the I'm sorry, Mr. Collin. I'm just wondering.
That part was edited out, ma'am. If you recall, that entire paragraph was edited.
No, but the law was not edited out. The statute was not in the statute.
Yes, it was, ma'am. It was
the
edited
statute
out
was
by
not.
Mr. Pelosi and read into the record.
No, it was not, Mr. Collin.
Well,
Yes,
could you work that out with Mr. Pelosi and
I just wanted to go on the record that that resolution was 4-3. The city code says 2/3 of a vote, as well as the Faulkner Act.
But ma'am, it wasn't pursuant to that statute. That part was
Again,
edited
no,
out
it was.
of the
It's
statute.
stated
excuse me, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Have this conversation.
Eddie Pelosi, it's
And
not
Mr.
2/3.
Mr. Pelosi tomorrow. I appreciate it. Mr. Pelosi,
Yeah.
you,
Okay.
Councilwoman, and West, have this conversation tomorrow, please. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I ask for a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So move.
I have a second by Mr. Paul Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned, 12:47 a.m. Thank you.
Thank
Good night, all.
Good night.